Good morning and welcome to our regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, September 30th, 2025. We take note that a quorum of the board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Counsel, Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We'll begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. The invocation will be led by Senior Pastor John Jefferson, Del Air Baptist Church from the 2nd District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Andrea Suarez, former Sergeant E5992Y, Unit Supply Specialist, the United States Army from the 3rd District. If you are able, please stand.
Let us pray. Almighty gracious Father, you who are ancient of days, you who have no beginning nor ending, you who have crafted the world out of your words, let there be, and it was. You who crafted humanity and shaped us in your own image. We are weak and frail and come to this place to invoke your presence. We acknowledge that we must invite you into our space and into this place. As the elected officials, staff, department heads, and their staff gather to bring hope, liberty, justice, as well as assurance to all the residents of Los Angeles County. We come not just as individuals and supervisory districts, but we come as a collective body of people with the willingness and the desire to serve others. Even at this time of uncertainty, we come with the aspiration that all things will work out for the good of the people of this county and beyond. We come to express our gratitude to the staff who toiled over facts and figures to bring to this body the best that they can to provide the best of the basic services for children and families and the seniors within our community. We come with hope, believing and trusting that the oil and the meal will never run out. We invite you to come to help build and strengthen each supervisor here today, to give them the wisdom and the insight to bring hope and healing to our community. Provide them with the stamina to stand against the very forces that seek to dismantle and disrupt the quality of life for the families of Los Angeles County. And as we depart from this place, we leave knowing that all things will work out for our good. And as I close this prayer, I ask that you guide these leaders. Help them to turn our fears into confidence, our anxieties into fullness, our sorrows into gladness, our desperation into hope, our misery into comfort, our doubts into firmness. And as we arise in this moment of reflection, we ask that your light lead us. Your wisdom will be the compass that guide our hearts. Let your strength be the foundation underneath our feet, and may your love bind us together. Let your hope be the anthem that we sing. Let your service be our legacy as we walk into a brighter tomorrow. And then when we depart from this place, let us inspire each other to serve, to listen, to build a community where hope and unity prevail. Your everlasting grace. Amen.
Good morning. Would you please face the flag, place your right hand over your heart, and if you're a veteran, you may render a hand salute and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Good morning, Los Angeles. Ooh, that was, come wake up. It's 9:30. Good morning, Los Angeles. All right, all right. We're going to act like we are happy to be here today. Right, Supervisor Solis? We're happy to be here today, particularly after that prayer. Please join me, colleagues, in welcoming Senior Pastor John L. Jefferson of the Del Air Baptist Church today to today's board meeting. The Del Air Baptist Church, which is located in the city of Hawthorne, recently celebrated its 80th anniversary, an event attended by members of my staff just 2 days ago. Pastor Jefferson has over 45 years in ministry, having served communities across Mississippi, Tennessee, Nevada, and the greater Los Angeles County region. His theological and academic journeys include coursework at American Baptist Church in Tennessee, El Camino College, and LA Southwest College in the 2nd District, as well as the Golden Gate Baptist Theological Seminary in Ontario. Under Pastor Jefferson's leadership, Del Air Baptist Church has partnered with the LA Regional Food Bank since 2016, distributing over 16,000 pounds of food weekly to families and individuals in need. Pastor and his wife, Latricia, have a heart for foster children. Together, they have 2 biological children. They've adopted 3 former foster youth and parented 1 foster youth to adulthood, making them the proud parents of 6 and grandparents of 9. Pastor Jefferson serves as a cultural broker with LA County's Department of Children and Family Services, advocating for African American families and working to address racial disparities in the child welfare system. As a public servant, Pastor Jefferson serves on the Hawthorne City Civil Services Commission and as a group supervisor at the LA County Probation Department. He is also an active member of the LA County Department of Mental Health's Fatherhood Support Champion program and LA County's DCFS's Faith Council. We were just speaking briefly, and he talked about challenging his congregation this Thanksgiving and Christmas and the number of DCFS families that they will be adopting, and so the county as a whole thanks you for that work. Pastor Jefferson believes that the church should be a haven of hope, meeting the holistic needs of its community. In addition to food assistance, he supported congregants facing homelessness, eviction, and even car troubles, always stepping in whenever help is needed. We extend our heartfelt thanks to Pastor Jefferson for his unwavering dedication to service, to LA County, its residents, and for leading us in today's invocation. Please join me in thanking him. Appreciate you. Let's sit this here for a moment, Supervisor. Come over here. I appreciate you.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking Andrea Suarez for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance today. Ms. Suarez served in the Army from 2007 through 2015, including serving in Afghanistan as part of Operation Enduring Freedom. Her highest rank was Sergeant E. 0592Y Unit Supply Specialist. While serving, she earned many decorations, including the following, and it is a very long list: Afghanistan Campaign Medal with Campaign Star, Army Commendation Medal, 2nd Award, Army Achievement Medal, 3rd Award, Army Good Conduct Medal, 2nd Award, National Defense Service Medal, Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, Non-Commissioned Officer Professional Development, Army Service Ribbon, Overseas Service Ribbon, NATO Medal, Combat Action Badge, Expert Marksman Badge with Rifle Bar, and Driver and Mechanic Badge with driver-wheeled vehicles. It's a long list. Ms. Suarez is also a member of our county family. She is currently a property conveyance examiner with the Registrar Recorder County Clerk. She's a graduate of Cal State Northridge and is currently working on her Master of Social Work at USC. As a female combat veteran and a single mother, Ms. Suarez is proud to bring a unique and deeply personal perspective to her pursuit of social work. In addition to her academic and professional pursuits, she enjoys spending time with her daughter, including exploring new sushi restaurants and relaxing at the beach. Thank you for leading us in the pledge today and for all that you do for our county and for our military community. We are especially proud to have you as an SD3 resident, and we thank you for your service. Thank you very much. If there's anything we can do to help or support, please let us know.
Oh, yes. Meet our dynamic duo, Athena and Robert. Oh, this is Athena. These are 2-month-old German Shepherd puppies that were transferred to the Agora Care Center from Palmdale and are growing into amazing dogs with their own unique personalities. Athena is playful, curious, and adventurous, and Robert is sweet, easygoing, and affectionate, although I don't know about easygoing, but okay. They're happy to be adopted together or separately, or whichever one you end up with, they'll bring you a lot of love into their home. To adopt Athena and Robert, and actually there's how many more? 3 more from this litter, and the mother's also at the Agora. I know, baby. You can call 818-991-0071. This is Athena. And now please turn your attention to the screen for our pet from Palmdale. Baby. I know. So here we go. Meet Sheila, a 2-year-old Queensland healer. The care center and staff say she's a bit shy, but is incredibly sweet. To give her the love she deserves, call the Palmdale Care Center at 661-575-2888. They just got weaned 2 days ago from their mom, so they're a little sad. I know, babies. I felt like that on days. I'd also like to highlight a special promotion between Animal Care and Control and the LA County Library. Tomorrow is the start of Adopt a Shelter Dog Month, and to celebrate, the 2 departments are hosting the Read to Rover promotion. Studies show that kids who read 20 minutes a week to shelter dogs improve their reading fluency by 30%. Bring a book to any animal care center to read a shelter dog. It's a calming and confidence-boosting experience for the dogs and children alike. For those who read to our shelter dogs, they'll have adoption fees waived for dogs of their choice. This is a great opportunity to foster connection between readers and 4-legged friends, and for both to get their storybook happy ever after. There we go. All right, bye, baby.
Look at Robert. Is Robert saying, what's the matter? What's the matter?
I know.
I like Robert.
Yeah, Robert's sassy. That's why when they said Mel, I'm like, no, not really. But again, they were literally just weaned 2 days ago from their mother, and so they're still very needy. All right, now we are going to have the executive officer call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, set matter 1, Report and presentation by McChrystal Group on its findings and recommendations contained in the after-action review of alert notification systems and evacuation policies for the Eden and Palisades fires. On set matter 1, this item will be held for discussion. This item relates to items 54A and 54C. On page 3, consent calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 2 through 26. On item 15, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 19, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On item 21, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On page 21, Administrative Matters, items 27 through 56. On item 41, the Director of Public Works requests that this item be referred back to the department as indicated on the posted agenda. This item relates to item 57. On item 50, the Registrar Recorder, County Clerk, requests that this item be continued 1 week to October 7, 2025, as indicated on the posted agenda. On page 43, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 54A, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held, and on item 54C, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. These items relate to set matter 1. On page 44, ordinance for introduction, items 57 through 62. On item 57, the Director of Public Works requests that this item be referred back to the department as indicated on the posted agenda. This item relates to item 41. On items 61 and 62, Supervisor Barger would like to abstain from the vote. Also, these items are related. On page 47, Special District Agenda. This is the agenda for the meeting of the Los Angeles County Development Authority, items 1D to 2D. On item 2D, Supervisor Mitchell is recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 because she received a contribution or contributions of more than $500 within the past 12 months from Greg Adams from Kaiser Permanente, who is a party participant or agent of a party or participant in the proceeding. On page 48, fiscal year 25 to 26, supplemental budget resolutions, items 63 to 68. On items 63 through 68, these items will be held for discussion and will be taken up together. On page 52, notices of closed session, items CS1 through CS2. On item CS1, County Council requests that this item be continued 1 week to October 7, 2025, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair. The requests for referbacks and continuances through CS2 are before you.
Thank you. Moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the items. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play the Code of Conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today's meeting order will be set matter 1, 54A and 54C, which will be taken up together. Then items 63 through 68, fiscal year 2025-26 supplemental budget resolutions, followed by public comment on items not held for discussion by the board, including closed session matters, then items 19 and 21, followed by general public comment, and then finishing with closed session. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information and explain the speaking rules.
Good morning, members of the public. If you wish to participate in public comment, you may do so in person or remotely. To participate remotely, please visit our website at bos.lacounty.gov to register and join the meeting, or you may call 213-306-3065 and use access code 2530-140-5156 and meeting password 2672025. You will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. For items not held by the board, you will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items. For items held by supervisors, you will have 1 minute to address the board and 1 minute to address the board on general public comment, for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. When it is your turn to speak, if registered on a computer or device, you will hear a beep and your name will be called. Or if joining by telephone, you will hear your line is unmuted. Your area code and the first 3 digits of your phone number will be called. To ensure we hear from both in-person and remote speakers, we will alternate between the 2 speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will now move on to set matter 1, after action review of alert notification systems and evacuation policies for the Eaton and Palisades fire and consideration of necessary actions. Item 54A, which was held by Supervisor Barger, and item 54C, which is held by Supervisor Horvath. These items will be taken up together. For members of the public joining us remotely, to comment on these items, please use the raise hand feature if you're online, or press *3 if on a telephone. Representatives from the McChrystal Group will make a presentation. Representatives from the Office of Emergency Management, Chief Executive Office, Fire Department, and the Sheriff's Department are available for questions. For the speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Thank you, and I want to thank you all for joining us this morning as we hear directly from the McChrystal Group regarding the results of their after-action review and recommendations. Their full report was released publicly last week in anticipation of this presentation. This report is the first major after-action review following the Eaton and Palisades fires, and in fact was asked for very early on in order to get answers to a lot of questions that were out in the community. It is one of several reviews that have been commissioned, including one by the governor's office that will be looking at what happened during the January fires. Our county agencies are fully participating in those efforts. Kevin McGowan, our Director of Office of Emergency Management, can share more details regarding that. And I welcome the reviews because collectively these reports will help us better understand what took place and how we can strengthen our emergency response systems moving forward. Today's presentation will center on the work the McChrystal Group was specifically brought on to do, which is to review the county's emergency alert notification systems and the policies utilized by each of the county agencies who responded to the Eaton and the Palisades fires. In the first weeks of the fires, I've heard from many Altadena residents, especially those on the west side, questioning why they never received an evacuation alert. Their concerns and demands for answers drove me to author the motion that commissioned this independent review. I want to thank my co-author, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, for joining me in that effort. We will hear from McChrystal Group shortly regarding their findings and recommendations, and I will have more comments and questions at the conclusion of their presentation. But before I turn it over to them, I would like to ask my co-author, Supervisor Horvath, if she would like to make any remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the McChrystal Group for your analysis of the alert and evacuation systems during the Palisades and Eaton fires. Your work will help us see where we must do better. These fires were absolutely devastating, as we know. Homes, businesses, and lives were lost. The pain our community endured cannot be fully captured in any one single report, even in the multiple reports that we will be conducting, as our chair has indicated. But what we can do is learn, act, and improve to honor the resilience of those impacted and to prevent this level of devastation from happening again. Your report, which we'll hear, highlights critical failures across the county, including outdated policies, unclear authority and leadership, gaps in staffing, training, and technology, and fragmented and inconsistent communication systems. These issues put lives at risk, and we must fix them, and quickly. At the same time, we saw a model of success in the Santa Monica Mountains through strong community preparedness, effective resident training, and local partnerships that save lives. This approach must be scaled countywide, and the spirit and readiness shown in these areas can be a blueprint for us all. Wildfire risk is growing, and LA County is one of the most wildfire-prone regions in the country. Climate change is extending fire seasons and increasing fire frequency. Our current systems were not built for this reality, and so we must modernize now. Thank you for your work, and I look forward to hearing what you will share and then engaging in conversation afterwards. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now we will hand it over to you. If you could introduce yourselves, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Erin Sutton. I'm a partner with the McChrystal Group and the lead for emergency management and public safety business. With me today, I have Sean Tyree, the president of the government business for McChrystal Group. I have Shandy Treelor, who was the project lead for this, Chloe Height, who was the project manager, and Ryan Amanzada, who is the chief data and analytics officer for McChrystal Group. Our goal today is to provide a brief focused on the findings and recommendations of this review. Next slide. Before we begin, I'd like to quickly review the scope and methodology of this report. Next slide.
Yeah.
We conducted a thorough assessment of how Los Angeles County responded to the Eaton and Palisades fire, specifically focusing on alerting and evacuation processes. We examined what happened, identifying where systems were stressed and broke down, and where we saw strengths to build upon. We concentrated our analysis on a 24-day period with focus on January 6th through 8th, when evacuation decisions were being made rapidly and under intense pressure. While our review focused on these three agencies of LA County, LA Fire, LA Sheriff's Department, and Office of Emergency Management, we fully recognize that they operated in close coordination with city departments, local responders, and mutual aid partners within Unified Command. Their collaboration was essential in the overall response effort. The intent of the after-action review is an evaluation of the actions taken by the responders during the overall emergency response. It is a learning tool designed to help identify what worked and where the county faced challenges. We hope that it is used as a forward-looking analysis to make improvements across the county. This after-action review is not about assigning blame or identifying individual culpability. The purpose of this is to take this review and learn and improve. Next slide. McChrystal Group brings a unique perspective to after-action review that goes beyond traditional assessments. We don't just look at what happened, we look at the human and technological systems interaction. Our approach centers on organizational effectiveness through an overall systems analysis, rather than focusing on individual preparedness. We designed our interview questions and analytical frameworks to understand the systemic factors that either enabled or hindered the overall response operations. In order to do this, we collected over 150,000 data points, including weather and fire data, radio communications, dispatch recordings, body camera footage, usage and processing time of Genesis evac and alert, and decision workflows. We also conducted interviews with over 147 first responders to understand the county's current barriers and limitations at a system level. Finally, we wanted to make sure that we investigated the interaction between the county and the county's residents. We held 6 community meetings that over 180 people attended, with an additional 1,020 responses from residents to an online survey. We examined how information flowed through both official and unofficial and informal networks. Next slide. Before we transition for a closer look at the finding and recommendations, I want to remind us all of the conditions in which the first responders were executing the alerting and evacuation process. Next slide. As Madam Chair stated, Los Angeles County experienced a series of devastating wildfires in January of 2025. Between January 7th and 9th, 6 widely dispersed fires ignited across the county, with a 7th on January 22nd. 2 of the fires, the Eaton and Palisades fire, became the most catastrophic in the county's history, that burned over 37,000 acres, destroyed over 16,000 structures, and tragically claimed 31 lives. These fires were fueled by hurricane-force winds, which severely impacted aerial firefighting capabilities and surveillance, and disrupted communications through widespread power outages. Over a 24-day response and containment effort, the scale and severity of the events required unprecedented coordination across local, state, federal, and out-of-state mutual aid partners. And full containment was achieved on January 31st, 2025. This after-action review provides a foundation for targeted recommendations to strengthen county-wide readiness. Next slide. Next slide. Let me start by being very clear about our primary finding. We found no single point of failure, but what we saw instead were a series of compounding weaknesses in systems, policies, and procedures that, combined with this unprecedented fire condition, created fundamental gaps in effectiveness in alerts and evacuations. This is important because it means that the solution isn't about fixing one broken system or one failed process. There's a need for system-wide improvements across multiple interconnected areas across the county. We've identified 5 key areas where these improvements are needed and grouped our findings and recommendations in 5 critical focus areas. The focus areas we found are essential for the county and departments to triage, prioritize, and address for areas of improvement, focusing on what must be accomplished first. The first being addressing policies, protocols, and authorities. The second, improving training and planning coordination. The third being addressing resource management. Number 4, improving situational awareness and interoperability. And number 5, community engagement and public information. Despite all these systemic challenges, I want to emphasize one critical finding. Unified Command made decisive, life-saving decisions with the information they had available at the time. Next slide. Let's start with what we uncovered in our first critical focus area: conflicting authorities, outdated and mismatched policies and procedures. Currently, County Code 2.68.160 is written in a manner that leaves the authority for evacuation and messaging ambiguous. It gives multiple agencies simultaneous authority, but only vague guidance in how they should coordinate. To make matters more complicated, department plans and protocols contradict one another or are misaligned with incorrect information due to them being written within their own departments and in silos. There are also missing policies. It was a best practice in the Palisades fire to issue evacuation warnings to zones adjacent to zones that were put in an evacuation order. This was not a consistent practice in the Eaton fire and should be established as a policy across the county. Additionally, there is no standard policy across the county for documentation. Every evacuation decision during these fires was communicated informally via phone calls and text messages. Excuse me. This led to real discrepancies, and without documentation, we could not reconstruct critical decision points. Perhaps most significantly, emergency management lacks the organizational autonomy and authority it needs to lead evacuation and messaging effectively for the county. Emergency management operates under the CEO's office without a dedicated structure, with fragmented authority and a limited budget and resources. That means emergency management cannot enforce standard practices across the county, even though it's tasked with coordinating this critical function. To expand further, the Office of Emergency Management is also responsible for maintaining the emergency operations plan for the county, reviewing and approving department plans required by the board. Emergency management must also liaise with all surrounding jurisdictions. They're tasked with coordinating training, community preparedness, and must coordinate with other governmental organizations as well as quasi-government organizations, and has the responsibility of public messaging. Next slide. To begin addressing this critical focus area, the departments need to come together and deconflict policies, procedures, and processes. But they need to do this with the surrounding jurisdictions as well, so that the plans are coordinated and work together. Update the county code as needed and related policies discussing departmental interoperability and authorities. This means there needs to be development of a unified alert, warning, and evacuation policy framework that assigns roles and responsibilities, reduces decision latency by identifying and outlining process, and establish clear leader intent. There needs to be a formalization of all aspects of the evacuation process. Develop and implement a defined flow path that minimizes unnecessary handoffs from initiation to implementation. Establish a formal policy regarding the protective orders. If a zone is under an evacuation order, then the surrounding zones should be designated as warnings, allowing the community more time to prepare, reducing risk, and adding redundancy. Finally, restructuring emergency management organizational framework. Address the lack of autonomy and fragmented authority by establishing the necessary frameworks and standard operating procedures. This would help emergency management facilitate consistency across county organizations and improve accountability and preparedness functions. Internally, the county needs to assess if the current structure aligns with its coordination responsibilities and best practices in emergency management. Next slide. In critical focus area 2, we found strong collaboration across county departments and surrounding jurisdictions in the Palisades and other areas designated as high fire risks. The frequent history of fires enabled the development of long-term relationships that established ongoing community trainings, partnerships, and built support for community organizations, homeowners associations, and partnerships with schools. This best practice should be standardized across the county, regardless of fire history. The takeaway here is simple. You need to build a systematic culture of preparedness, one that doesn't depend on whether a community has faced a fire before. The Sheriff's Department has conducted basic evacuation training across their department. However, there are gaps in specialized wildfire training, evacuation training for surge staff who are desperately needed in large-scale events. Gaps in role clarity, chain of command integration, and field-level coordination underscored the need for formalized training and an exercise program tailored to the Sheriff's Department's operational responsibilities. Community members voiced concerns across both fire zones in reporting challenges with traffic control issues, which highlights the gaps in coordinating protocols during evacuations. Next slide. For the recommendations, the county needs to adopt best practices from other wildfire-prone communities. There is a laundry list of best practices across California, such as conducting joint exercises, building strong community partnerships, and integrating planning across jurisdictional lines and extend these practices across the county. We recommend annual joint training that brings together county departments, city emergency management agencies, and other key stakeholders. These training courses should focus on complex scenarios in areas where multiple jurisdictions, particularly those that have not previously been identified as high risk, need to participate. We recommend mandatory scenario-based modules that clearly define the Sheriff's Department's role in each phase of the evacuation process. We propose creating specialized wildfire evacuation response teams modeled after their current best practice of their incident management teams, and integrating GIS-based evacuation modeling into their training curriculum, accompanied by formal compliance measures to ensure consistency. These are not just training upgrades. These are about building county-wide capability that doesn't depend on past experience. It's about ensuring that every community and every responder is ready when the next fire strikes. Next slide. The third focus area reveals what may be the most systemic challenge we identified. Agencies entered this catastrophic fire already operating with resource shortfalls, and the scale of the disaster immediately magnified those deficiencies. The Sheriff's Department was managing over 900 vacancies in its department, in addition to being responsible for planning and coordinating several national special security events, all while maintaining their responsibilities for day-to-day public safety operations. They had also just suffered a 50% cut from the Sheriff's Information Bureau, leaving too few public information officers during an event that demanded massive community communication. Additionally, the Sheriff's Department faced vehicle shortages that hindered comprehensive coverage of neighborhoods during evacuations. These weren't problems that emerged during the crisis. These were pre-existing conditions. And when extraordinary demands were placed on the system, they became critical limiting factors. There are three interrelated issues that hindered emergency management's operational performance. LA County has 37 emergency management staff for over 10 million residents. That's one staff member for every 256,000 people. For comparison, New York City has over 200 emergency management staff for 8.5 million, or one for every 42,000. This isn't a case of being slightly understaffed. It's an order of magnitude below what's needed, despite being the most populous county in the country. Second, there is an absence in emergency management of formalized staffing protocols for major incidents. And third, the agency representative program has proved critical to operations for alert notification and evacuation. It is currently informal and under-resourced. They had to use their own personal vehicles to reach command posts, lacked the personal protective equipment needed, and often worked extended shifts with minimal rest. The agency representatives are a critical link between the incident command post and the Emergency Operations Center, serving in the field as the bridge to the EOC for issuing evacuation orders and messaging. Next slide. In order to begin addressing critical focus area 3, there needs to be coordination for additional planning within the Sheriff's Department to formally identify surge resources and strategies. Expand personnel capacity by doing a comprehensive audit of current staffing and develop a prioritized hiring plan. Continue to develop more tiered response teams and leverage current reserve and volunteer officer programs, allowing sworn officers to be used for more critical roles, allowing these volunteer officers to fill roles for road closures or perimeter security. Also, maximize mutual aid, strengthen the collaboration with the surrounding jurisdictions, and develop pre-scripted mutual aid requests for law enforcement support for large-scale events. Formalize staffing protocols. conduct cross-training and credentialing for all Emergency Operations Center roles, develop minimum staffing matrices and succession planning, and codify and support the agency representative program with formal training and the resources needed. And finally, increase emergency management staffing to a more robust level, comparable to that of other U.S. cities and county emergency management organizations. Restructure emergency management with the dedicated operating budget and authority needed. Expand the permanent staffing to population appropriate levels. The fact that responders achieved what they did despite these constraints speaks volumes about their professionalism and dedication. But the county cannot continue to rely on individual heroism to overcome systemic deficiencies. The system itself must be strengthened. Next slide. The fourth critical focus area revealed that agencies were essentially operating in separate technological environments during the crisis, creating dangerous gaps in situational awareness when coordination was most crucial. Technology was fragmented across the departments. Fire department was operating in tablet command. Sheriff's department was utilizing their computer-aided dispatch system and Microsoft Teams. Emergency management was working with Genesis through the Genesis alert system. None of these systems communicated with each other. That meant there was no common operational picture across all agencies, no shared view of what was happening across the county. And in a multi-agency response, that's a dangerous gap. I do want to identify one strength through this, and that's the utilization of the LA Radio Interoperability Communication System, or LRICS. That was utilized throughout the entire event and was a success. However, it is not a common operational picture, and there are still jurisdictions that need to adopt this. The Sheriff's Department's 38-year-old computer-aided dispatch system was not just outdated, it actively failed during the incident. Field personnel were unable to access same real-time information that the command staff had access to. This outdated infrastructure actively hampered coordination capabilities when split-second decisions were essential. The county was overly reliant on cellular connectivity, which became a significant issue when power shutoffs and fire damage disrupted cell towers. When the power went out, so did the primary communications pathway, right when residents needed emergency alerts the most. And with aircraft grounded due to extreme weather, the county lost an additional critical tool for understanding fire behavior and positioning. Finally, different agencies and field units use different tools with no standardization or integration available. That created even more barriers to effective information sharing in the response. Next slide. To begin addressing the lack of a common operational picture, alignment is needed. The county needs to build a unified situational awareness framework. The county needs to invest in a common operational platform across all departments. We also recommend deploying mobile dashboards that give field personnel real-time access to information no matter where they are. And instead of replacing tools that do actually work, there needs to be a concerted effort to integrate existing systems into a unified platform. Need to update and modernize critical infrastructure. We recommend replacing the computer-aided dispatch system with an integrated platform, deploying satellite backup capabilities that function when terrestrial systems fail, and standardizing, providing minimum standards for technology across all units to eliminate information gaps. These improvements will ensure the field responders and command staff operate with the same real-time picture of evolving situations, backed by resilient communication systems that work even when infrastructure fails. There needs to be a continuum of assessing, validating, and testing consistent implementation, providing training, and use of updated tools and systems. The tools need to stay up to date. They need to be used on a daily basis and continue to seek redundancy and integration opportunities. Next slide. The fifth critical focus area reveals both notable communication efforts and significant gaps in how the county reached and prepared the public during the crisis. The Joint Information Center was not activated until January 9th. During those first 72 hours, county departments, cities, agencies, federal agencies, the state, all issued messages independently, resulting in a confusing information environment. Residents consistently cited this during the community listening sessions. Too many outlets of information and lack of understanding and what the messages were telling them to do. I want to talk a little bit about scale and effectiveness. The communication effort was substantial, comprising 122 preparedness messages, over 3 million website views, and 209 evacuation notifications for nearly 250,000 people. However, the effectiveness of these efforts was undermined by the fragmentation and timing issues, which created confusion at moments when clarity was most critical. Public education is paramount. Many residents did not know their evacuation zone names or boundaries, and there was confusion around the difference between an evacuation warning and an evacuation order. More critically, despite widespread media coverage, many did not understand a particularly dangerous situation red flag warning signaled a fundamentally different threat level than routine red flag warnings. I want to mention here, warning fatigue was brought up several times in our listening sessions and in our interviews. This is a nationwide problem. Residents reported receiving multiple red flag warnings in prior months that didn't result in fires affecting their neighborhoods. When the PDS warning came out on January 6th with language like life-threatening and destructive, many did not recognize the escalation in the threat level. There needs to be education. Another core issue, obviously, is the infrastructure failures. The power shutdowns, the cell tower failures, and ensuring analog backups. Residents consistently mentioned relying on third-party apps, such as WatchDuty, which aggregated information from multiple sources into user-friendly formats. Community Facebook groups and local influencers became trusted sources when official channels failed to provide the direction that they needed. Every session included requests for non-digital alert methods, continuing with PA and loudspeaker announcements in neighborhoods, door-to-door notifications, and investigating the possibility of sirens in some communities. While informal channels are important and helpful, the county needs to take the lead in coordinating messaging and education and become the trusted source of information. Next slide. To address these findings, the Joint Information Center needs to be established simultaneously with the Emergency Operations Center activation and fully staffed. Maintain a roster of pre-identified multilingual public information officers with backup staffing, including partner jurisdictions and other stakeholders. Develop a documented plan for coordinated cross-jurisdictional messaging strategies. You have 88 cities in this county who all have their own responsibilities as well. Develop a comprehensive public education campaign. Update and expand Ready, Set, Go with zone-specific education and guidance. Conduct annual evacuation drills with real-time alert testing. And partner with those community influencers to broaden your reach and improve messaging. Introduce community preparedness infrastructure. Expand those successful programs in from wildfire-prone area county-wide. And spread the individual preparedness education. Establish more disaster preparedness councils like the Topanga Coalition for Emergency Preparedness in vulnerable areas. Expand and formalize partnerships with faith-based organizations, schools, and community groups. Individuals are part of this solution as well. They need to take responsibility for building their own preparedness, including helping their neighbors, building buddy systems, and other community-based initiatives. The success stories were strong, where strong community relationships and preparedness programs led to effective self-evacuations, offer a model for sustained engagement and public information strategies. Moving forward, every community should have the tools, knowledge, and infrastructure to respond effectively, regardless of prior experience or connectivity. Next slide. As noted, one challenge county responders faced was a lack of a common operational picture during the response. With this in mind, our team was able to reconstruct a very high-level overview of a common operational picture, drawing on disparate data sources created and referenced during the event to form a high-level summary of realities on the ground, a tool that first responders did not have available to them in the moment they were executing alerts and evacuation efforts. Here to provide additional detail on the data informing these videos and walk through what they depict is my colleague, Ryan Amanzada.
Good morning, and thank you for your time. My name is Ryan Amanzada, Partner and Chief Data and Analytics Officer with McChrystal Group. In order to provide a more holistic and data-driven picture of how things occurred, we synthesized public data and county-furnished data from the review process to create 2 time-lapse map videos. We did this to visualize and contextualize the evacuation and alerting response in the Palisades and Eaton fire areas in the first 24 hours. As we play these, I'll reference examples tying back to our findings and recommendations. Next slide, please. And one more, please. You'll see 3 classes of data on the map. Number 1, black outlined polygons representing evacuation areas from the Genesis system, referred to as Genesis zones. These zones will turn yellow for evacuation warnings and red for evacuation orders. Number 2, the fire front and its progression is represented in orange. One important note, this data represents only the main fire front. Results of Embercast and locations of hotspots or spot fires are not included in the data provided by the satellite-based system. Number 3, the dots on the map represent 911 calls. Specifically, they represent calls referencing structure fires and specifying an address or an intersection, where coordinates on a map could be assigned to a particular location. Most of the dots are red, but you will see a few blue dots on the Eaton map. We checked for calls that were outliers in geography and time, and compared those against the county's damage inspection report. There were several outlier calls referencing addresses in areas not represented on the damage report, and these are represented in blue. I will note that not all of the 911 calls received by the county are included here, just the ones with specific locations and which are reporting fires. Additionally, there were, of course, calls coming in to surrounding jurisdictions such as Pasadena, Sierra Madre, City of LA, etc. They have their own separate systems. Our data only represents 911 calls into LA County. Yeah. If we could restart the video.
Yeah, can we start that over? I think you all jumped ahead because I think it's important to get the narrative on this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. We'll play the video once through and then go to several screenshots at critical moments in the videos to highlight items of note. So if we can hit play, please. The fire starts at 10:30 a.m., and you'll notice that as zones are placed in evacuation orders, shown in red, The adjacent zones are almost immediately sent evacuation warnings. As our findings and recommendations reference, this was an informal best practice that was utilized in the Palisades fire. You can see it's about midnight now, and you'll be able to see as more zones are put into order, surrounding zones are again placed into evacuation warnings as the fire spreads further west, and you'll see the 911 calls tracking along the fire front westward towards Malibu. If we advance one slide, please. This is still at 2 p.m. This is the initial example of the informal best practice I just referenced, used in the Palisades alerting. Zones were sent into evacuation orders, and adjacent zones were sent into evacuation warnings. Next slide, please. It's at 7 p.m. As the fire spreads and more zones are ordered to evacuate, again, we see adjacent areas all being sent evacuation warnings. I should also note here that there were multiple City of LA warnings and evacuation orders that had gone out for areas impacted by the fire as well, covering Topanga State Park and the Pacific Palisades. One additional note, the zone in the southeast in yellow, this was a split zone, is almost entirely covered by City of LA warnings as well, and then later by a City of LA evacuation order, but also an LA County evacuation order at a different time. Given those factors, we displayed it as the initial alert, but I just wanted to point out that that zone was in fact placed into an evacuation order as well. But for the purpose of this time lapse, we kept it noted that way. Next slide, please. This is 2 a.m. As the fire spreads further west towards Malibu, we can see 911 calls tracking with the fire front's expansion. And once again, we see zones further west put into evacuation order and adjacent zones sent evacuation warnings. Next slide, please. 10 a.m. This is 24 hours after ignition. No more evacuations since before 2 a.m., but this shows the expansion of the fire, as well as the corresponding 911 calls tracking with the fire front. Next slide, please. One more, and we can hit play. It's the Eaton fire. You'll see the fire starts in Eaton Canyon just before 6:30 p.m. And initially, the fire front does spread to the east, which is consistent with the eastward progression of the evacuation alerts from Eaton Canyon into Sierra Madre. You see a few early calls west of Lake that were not on the county's damage report, as noted before. Between midnight and 1 a.m., more 911 calls about spot fires start coming in from West Altadena, well ahead of the fire front. The fire front starts spreading west around 3 a.m. and crosses Lake Avenue at around 5 a.m. This sort of operating picture was not available to responders in real time, and our recommendations do note that this made tracking the spread of the hotspots extremely challenging. Next slide, please. This is at 8 p.m., about an hour and a half after ignition. We see the initial spread of the fire and the surrounding zones put directly into evacuation orders. Next slide, please. This is at midnight. A couple of things to note. The fire front is expanding east, and evacuation orders and warnings are issued for Sierra Madre to the east. However, the practice of warning zones adjacent to evacuated zones is not consistently applied here, as zones west of Lake Avenue adjacent to evacuated zones have not been sent warnings at this time. The second note here, the two blue dots, as I mentioned, represent calls that came in early about structure fires west of Lake, but the county's inspection report does not indicate any damage on the blocks from where those calls came in. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is at 3 a.m. The fire front is expanding north into the mountains, but there are also clearly 911 calls now coming in well ahead of the main fire front, representing spot fires west of the fire front, including in West Altadena. This is consistent with radio traffic referenced in our report at 2:18 a.m., reporting fires in the foothills. Next slide. This is 4 a.m. At 3:25 a.m., zones west of Lake are sent evacuation orders. And by 4 a.m., we see the fire front expanding westward towards Lake as more and more calls start coming in from that area. Next slide. It's 5 a.m. Continued westward progression of the fire front as more calls come in from that area, and zones in La Cañada Flint Ridge are moved from warning to order. One zone in West Altadena has yet to receive an alert, further illustrating the need for a formalized operating procedure that ensures warnings are sent to zones adjacent to those that receive evacuation orders. Next slide. This is 6 a.m. By 5:30 a.m., the fire front has crossed Lake Avenue, and by 6 a.m., all Altadena zones west of Lake have received evacuation orders. Next slide. At 8 a.m., the fire front is now pushing west more aggressively, and the density of 911 calls is increasing and moving southward through West Altadena. Next slide, please. This is at 10 a.m. The fire front is still progressing westward, and all evacuation warnings and orders have been sent for the Eaton fire, with the exception of Mount Wilson. That zone was sent orders around noon on January 9th. I'll now turn it back to my colleague, Erin.
Thank you, Ryan. This concludes our executive summary of the after-action review. The full report contains detailed recommendations, supporting data, and implementation guidance for each critical focus area. We're happy to take questions about any aspect of our findings or recommendations, and we look forward to continuing to support the county as you implement these improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we do have questions, but I want to give Sheriff Luna, Chief Maroney, and our Director of OEM, Kevin McGowan, an opportunity to speak. So I don't know where Sheriff Luna. He's there. He's sitting down. Sheriff Luna and Chief Maroney and Kevin. Sheriff Luna.
Well, good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to speak for a couple minutes, and I'm going to turn it over to my partners to the right. The Palisades and Eaton fires are to date the worst natural disaster in Los Angeles County history. 100-mile-per-hour winds drove flames so intense they burned underground utilities and hurled burning embers, some the size of footballs, which traveled unpredictably for miles. These conditions prevented the use of air resources and drove what was described as a hurricane of fire, making it an unstoppable force that moved quickly through urban residential areas. Keep in mind, our personnel did not have the benefit of this kind of imagery that you just seen at the time. They had to make difficult split-second decisions based on their personal observations and radio transmissions. Our personnel familiar with the area struggled to navigate through the streets filled with smoke, burning debris, and down trees and power lines that were often unpassable. Landmarks they might have relied upon to help them navigate through the smoke were gone or damaged beyond recognition. Our deputies, volunteer search and rescue personnel, and firefighters were faced with unprecedented, life-threatening circumstances. Even so, without hesitation or delay, they risked their lives repeatedly and saved thousands of lives that morning. Tragically, despite our best efforts, lives were lost. And we grieve the loss along with the family, friends, and neighbors who knew and loved them. After doing this job for 40 years, I am programmed to save lives. I do not take the loss of life, any life, lightly. Our deputies and firefighters are wired the same way. We want to save every life that we possibly can. We owe it, though, to our community, our employees, and to those who lost their lives to find out how our response to a future natural disaster of this magnitude can be improved. Internally, we have already identified opportunities for growth, including the recently approved, and I should say all of you approved it, our computer-aided dispatch system, which was about 38 years old, The new CAD system, coupled with our proposed future centralized call center, will eliminate many of the gaps that this after-action report has identified. This report is critical to our future safety. If the predictions of climate change events are accurate, there is a potential for catastrophic, unprecedented natural disasters like the one we just experienced last January to occur again in Los Angeles County or our neighboring communities. So as I wrap up and then prepare for questions later, I would like to thank Supervisors Barger and Horvath for their leadership during the natural disaster and the entire board for their commitment to transparency in authorizing this McChrystal Group's review. I also do want to thank the members of the McChrystal Group for their professional and thoughtful review, which obviously we are taking extremely serious and will be following a lot of it. So with that, I'd like to introduce my partner, Chief Anthony Maroney of the LA County Fire Department.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Honorable Board. The independent after-action review completed by the McChrystal Group is welcomed and will guide future responses, helping to make us better. I'm grateful for the leadership and support shown by your board both during and since the January wildfires. We have carefully studied the McChrystal Group after-action review, most importantly, the critical focus areas and accompanying recommendations. We have assembled a department team to build upon the proactive steps already taken to improve processes and incorporate recommendations. To date, the fire department has incorporated FireGuard, a National Guard satellite program, into our incident command management platform, and we are evaluating satellite-enabled hotspot or EmberCast tracking capabilities with NASA and NOAA. We have recently released a new computer-aided dispatch request for proposal to replace our 31-year-old dispatch computer. A new CAD will enable us to more seamlessly communicate with LASD and identify 911 calls that must be relayed to field incident commanders for those callers needing rescue. In addition to these proactive steps, we are currently updating our policies to align with LASD and OEM. We are enhancing multi-agency training, integrating tools and technology to increase situational awareness and interoperability, and we are expanding our public education efforts. In closing, we remain heartbroken that 31 lives were taken too soon by this wildfire-initiated community conflagration. All of the improvements that we will make are in the memory of those lives tragically lost, and I can commit to you and our board that we will learn, act, and improve. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members of the board. Kevin McGowan, Director of the Office of Emergency Management. 2025 has been an incredibly challenging and heartbreaking year for our county. The most destructive fires in LA County history, the Eaton and Palisades fires, claimed 31 lives, destroyed thousands of our homes, upended livelihoods, and upended our communities. To all those impacted, we remain steadfast in our commitment to this continued recovery. The McChrystal Group's After Action Report provides an in-depth examination of our collective response, and it identifies, most importantly, the areas that we are needing to improve. The OEM team and I have reviewed these recommendations thoroughly, and we are fully committed to implementing them. To us, this isn't just a report, it's the roadmap to being a more prepared and resilient Los Angeles County. To date, many of the recommendations are already being put into action. One key change is the expanded use of evacuation warnings in zones that have been adjacent to evacuation order areas. This alerting process was used effectively already in the Canyon, Hawk, and King fire incidents earlier this summer. These gave residents potentially that were at risk more time to prepare to evacuate. We applied this same principle during this summer's tsunami advisory that occurred, and then also the winter storms in early 2025. OEM also expanded staffing training for the Genesis alert system, increasing both our capacity and readiness to send alerts out quickly and effectively. As noted before, personnel have successfully deployed this system during the recent winter storms, wildfires, and tsunami advisory. Another key area of progress is the evolution of OEM's agency representative program, which serves as this vital bridge between our incident commanders at the command post and our alert and warning team at the Emergency Operations Center. We are strengthening this role through formalized training, enhanced equipment, and mandatory participation from our staff, as well as a partnership with the Fire Department and Sheriff's Department. These improvements ensure better coordination during rapidly evolving events. In partnership with the Sheriff's team and the Fire Department, we've also started to work on formalizing our evacuation strategies and policies for all the hazards that we face, of which there are numerous throughout LA County. Let me close again by acknowledging the lives that have been changed forever from these fires. The stories and voices that have been shared have directly shaped how we will continue to move forward. To the Board of Supervisors, specifically Supervisor Barger and Horvath, thank you very much for commissioning this review and having it be community informed. We welcome additional reviews that are still underway. As identified earlier in this presentation, there's a second AAR that the county's working with related to recovery and repopulation. There's also the governor's office review and a multitude of others that we as a county family will continue to remain a part of. Lastly, I wanted to thank the Office of Emergency Management team for their dedication, professionalism, and resilience to continue the work to advance our collective mission to prepare for, respond to, and recover from disasters. Thank you, and I'll hand it back to the board.
Thank you. I'm going to begin, and I just have to say, since the release of this report, I've heard from many residents, some of whom are in the audience, who've shared that this report leads to more questions than answers, and quite frankly, a lot of anger. The Eaton fire was devastating. As was pointed out, in Eaton, we lost 19 lives, 31 in total. Not a day goes by that I don't think about each and every one of those people that lost their lives and their family, that have to live with the knowledge that their loved one perished during this fire. For me, their memory is a reminder that we must collectively do better. To our survivors, I wish there were a single point of failure we could point to lead us to this outcome. However, I do think there are questions that need to be answered and uplifted. So I'm going to start my question, and I'm going to start with the McChrystal Group. Many residents shared concerns regarding the report, only reviewing the response by the Sheriff's Department, County Fire, and OEM. With mutual aid, which you mentioned, we know that there was a presence from numerous agencies outside of the county, responding to all the fires taking place that night. So my question is, what efforts were made to gather input from other outside agencies, and how did that impact your conclusions and findings?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We understand there were multiple partners throughout this disaster. We went to each and every stakeholder that was engaged with Unified Command to request an interview or to fill out a survey to provide information to be included in the after-action report. In the appendix, it lists all of the organizations that we reached out and contacted to participate in this, and none of them provided any information for us.
How did that impact the conclusions and findings that you prepared in your report?
It impacted us because we have very one-sided information. It is the county information. We know that they work with surrounding jurisdictions and that many have their own alerting systems, so they are part of the process and need to be included. But without any information, we could not present that in the report.
Very disappointing. Chief Maroney, can you speak to the efforts that led to prepare LA County for the wind event in early January? You had mentioned the fact that I think the McChrystal report, when you were doing your presentation, that it was red flag warning, but we put language in there that made it far more of a danger and alerting the public. This was not just a red flag alert. So I'd like to know what did your department do, and where were fire assets staged throughout the county? Where did you place them?
Yes, Supervisor. So I would like to characterize this extreme red flag as a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation that was called by the National Weather Service beginning on Thursday, January 2nd. So the LA County Fire Department's preparation actually started in mid-November of 2024 when we extended our lease, our annual lease of our two CL-415 Super Scooper aircraft to ensure that they were on station when this fire broke out. So we did extend the lease because we had not enough rainfall and our live fuel moisture was too low. When we were notified on Thursday the 2nd of this PDS, this life-threatening destructive windstorm that was to approach Tuesday and Wednesday, the department did begin to put together our augmented staffing plans and our pre-deployment plans. We contacted the state. They sent us resources. We had strike teams from the state pre-deployed in Santa Clarita. We had LA County strike teams pre-deployed in the Santa Monica Mountains. We also had LA County strike teams pre-deployed in Pacoima and in La Cañada Flint Ridge at Fire Camp 2. So the department was in a very good position before this event on January 7th. On the morning of the 7th, we made the call to hold the entire off-going shift of 900 firefighters. We have never done that in the history of our fire department before any fire started. And then on Wednesday the 8th, we recalled our remaining shift and had all 2,700 Fire Series personnel on duty beginning on Wednesday morning. So the LA County Fire Department was positioned to provide mutual aid to all of our regional partners. Like Sheriff Luna stated, LA is a complex environment when it comes to public safety. We have 30 different fire departments in LA County and 44 different law enforcement agencies. So it is very difficult and challenging during times of local or widespread disaster to coordinate all of those different resources. Thank you.
So how many fires were your personnel responding to as you were actively engaged in firefighting efforts in both the Eaton and the Palisades fire?
Yeah, so our first fire response began that morning on Tuesday the 7th when we responded with LA City to the Sunset 1 fire. We then responded to the Palisades at 10:30, the Eaton fire at 6:18 p.m., and then the Hearst wildfire in the San Fernando Valley at 10:30. The following day on the 8th, we responded to the Lydia fire north of Santa Clarita Valley. And then at approximately 5:30, we responded to the Sunset 2 fire just above the Hollywood Hills there and Hollywood Boulevard. And then on Thursday, we responded to the Kenneth fire, which impacted LA City, Ventura County, and LA County. So we did have responses to numerous fires on the 7th, 8th, and 9th.
So, you know, I know the McChrystal report, when you did the overlay and talked about how the fire was progressing, you were focused on the fire front. Chief Maroney, can you elaborate the difference between the ember cast fires? Because for the people I've talked to who lost their homes, fire front versus ember cast means nothing other than there was a fire in their community, in their neighborhood, burning down homes. And so I'd like you to explain why it's treated differently, because to many, there is no difference. A fire is a fire is a fire. And what informs or triggers decisions to issue evacuation orders in specific zones? Is it just looking at the fire's front, or do you take into consideration ember cast fires?
Well, today, looking back with hindsight being 2020, we do understand now that we must evacuate well ahead of not only the fire front, which is the flaming continuous line of combustible materials that are being consumed, but we also need to take into account the massive ember cast that this PDS and hurricane force winds created, throwing large embers downwind of that fire front into communities, starting individual spot fires or individual home fires. This was an unprecedented event. These hurricane force winds had not been seen since 2011. However, in 2011, fortunately, we had no associated fire. This has become what is known as a wildfire-initiated community conflagration, similar to what happened in Paradise, California, or the Marshall Fire in Colorado, or most recently, the Lahaina Fire in 2023. This fire absolutely outpaced our ability to keep up with both the flaming front and the embercast area. And in addition, the loss of aerial firefighting resources that also provide incident intelligence blinded our incident commanders as to exactly where the fire was at a given moment in time.
I understand because I know that on that overlay it showed the fire go up into the hills. We didn't have drones because we couldn't fly, so we didn't know where the fire was, and then it was moving west and came down. So I guess my question is then, why was it not decided to automatically just do an entire alert across the community, knowing that there are so many uncertainties and that between the wind and the smoke, it was so thick that actually you would err on the side of caution?
Yes, that's a very good question. So the McChrystal report does point out that our incident commanders, and we had 3 separate incident commanders, teams, so to speak. The first one at the Palisades Fire, which was now burning in LA County. Another incident command team at the Eaton Fire stationed at the Rose Bowl. And then the third incident commanders, team of incident commanders responded to the Hearst Fire. So we had all 3 teams of incident commanders out. But after reading the report, I realized that our incident commanders were operating with the best information they had. As they were alerted to a fire moving into an area, they did their very best to pivot resources into that area. However, we saw on the map that there were delays in that because we were outpaced by the speed of the fire. This was unprecedented. We have never seen a fire of this magnitude before in LA County or our department's 102-year history.
So let's talk about Farnsworth Park. I've talked to people that live in that area that talk about the fact that the incident command post was set up at Farnsworth but quickly moved. And the question is, evacuation orders did not go out around Farnsworth Park at that point, and the perception is that fire personnel knew the fire was coming, picked up and moved, and didn't alert.
Yeah, so I can actually speak to that with my firsthand knowledge, Supervisor. I responded from the Palisades Fire at 6:45 p.m. and went to the Eaton Fire. I arrived at Farnsworth Park, which was our second incident command post location, at 8:10 p.m. I spent approximately 46 minutes at Farnsworth Park, and I advised the Unified Incident Commanders, all of them that were there, that we absolutely had to move from Farnsworth Park to a larger incident command post location, the Rose Bowl. As many of us saw who visited the incident command post days after the start of the fire, it was a very large incident command post. Farnsworth Park was far too small to support the number of resources that were coming to assist us in the Eaton Fire, because I knew at about 6:45, I ordered 50 strike teams, any type, to come to Southern California to help us battle the 2 wildfires that we had at the time. I did not know we were going to have a third in the Hearst Fire, but Farnsworth Park was just too small.
So one of the questions that I get frequently and was interviewed yesterday regarding is the lack of radio calls, communication, and evacuation orders between the hours of 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. Given the intensity of the winds, the expansion of the fire, can you walk us through what was going on at that time? And again, why evacuation orders were not just blanketed across the board, knowing that the speed of the fire was such that even doing warnings wouldn't have been sufficient, because by the time the warning went into effect, you'd have to evacuate.
Yes, that's correct. So we did do some research into the first 12 hours of 911 calls for the Eaton fire. So in the first 12 hours, our department dispatch center received over 750 911 calls for and specific to the Eaton fire. For the time period you referenced between 1 and 3, we had over 50 911 calls, many of them, approximately 19 or 20, reporting structure fires. We were in unified command at the Rose Bowl. So the unified incident commanders, what were they doing? They were identifying evacuation zones, issuing evacuation orders, assigning resources as the fire progression updates were received. When incident commanders learned that the fire was seen north of Lake and moving west, it acted to issue the orders that were sent out to OEM, This, like I've said before, and this is not an excuse, this was a massive, unprecedented disaster that presented severe challenges. Visibility, no helicopters. The Eaton fire was the second large fire that we had responded to, only to be hit again by a third fire, the Hearst fire, that started at 10:20 or approximately 10:23 in the San Fernando Valley. The LA County Fire Department, your LA County Fire Department, was the only department to hold the off-going shift to staff every remaining reserve and unstaffed apparatus, and we responded to all 4 fires that day.
So and I know I heard Supervisor Horvath say that's right, and we recognize that. I mean, I know that we had personnel, and we had the Castaic fire as well. The report indicates that there was an individual interviewed who reported seeing fires west of Lake about 2:18 a.m. Subsequently, the report notes that Unified Command sent direction to OEM at 3 a.m., which is a huge gap. Many residents have stated clearly that there were multiple structures on fire prior to the 3 a.m. in West Altadena, which we saw on the map that was provided by the McChrystal Group. How do we account for that 42-minute period? What protocol was followed, and what was done to verify these reports?
Yeah, so that period of time that you referenced, Supervisor, as stated before, incident commanders did their very best to identify evacuation zones and alert based on the information that they had at the time. When Incident Command learned that the fire was seen north of Lake and moving west, it validated and acted to issue the orders that were sent out by OEM. And that took time, probably too much time in retrospect. We need to leverage technology to perform this critical function faster and more seamlessly. And that was one of the areas that McChrystal Group identified, is we must use technology to get this done faster.
Thank you. And Sheriff Luna, the report notes the lack of air support that would otherwise provide significant intelligence for evacuations, something that we now know was crucial to understanding where this fire was going. However, I've heard from many sheriff's deputies who were on the ground that night and in the morning, who were driving up and down streets with power lines down to help sound the alarm to get people to leave. Can you tell us how many deputies were deployed and speak to how they operated to alert residents during those morning hours, especially in the West Altadena area?
Without getting into specific numbers for deployment of what we do a regular night, I can tell you that as we were summoning more and more deputies from around the entire county to come and help in the Eaton area or Altadena area, that we probably had about 30 times what our normal deployment is of deputies that were coming in, that were working extended shifts. There were deputies that had worked up to 2 and 3 consecutive shifts, and some of them we were trying to order to go home to get some rest. They refused. That's just the kind of people we have. So we had about 35 times, and that didn't include all of our volunteer search and rescue teams that came in. So when I talk about them saving thousands of lives, they literally saved that many lives. We, in the field, we have a system that we normally follow, but because the circumstances of this fire, which Chief Maroney has articulated very well, there were deputies taking independent action. They didn't wait to be directed or ordered to do evacuations. If they saw a problem, if they saw a fire, they just started to evacuate folks. And again, I gotta paint this picture of the smoke. You couldn't tell what street you were on. They didn't care. There was reports of black and whites with their tires on fire. They didn't care. They just kept on pushing forward. They went to evacuate, and they did everything they could. And I gotta tell you, if they wouldn't have taken these actions, we would be speaking about a lot more than 19 deaths. 19 is already too many. But I can't speak enough about the actions that were taken. And if you look deep into what the review has said, we have limitations. We have equipment limitations, whether it's not enough cars, our radio system. I've spoken over and over about our CAD system, but all of you approved a new CAD system that I'm hoping will be in line by the end of this year. That would have been able to let our deputies know what had been evacuated, what needed to be evacuated. These men and women were just not only risking their lives, they're just doing it on instinct, trying to figure out what houses, what block to go to, whether it was in their cars pushing the siren on the PA, doing door knocks, literally taking people out of their houses. That's what they were out there doing just continuously, if I paint that picture for you.
I know you've talked about getting new cars and having a siren system that is different than the one that currently is on the cars, because I have a friend who actually, when I asked him, he didn't get a notification, which quite frankly, his phone died. He ran out of electricity, and there was no electricity to even charge it. And when I asked him, did you see or hear evacuation orders, because I knew that sheriffs were driving up and down the street, and he said, Catherine, between the smoke, which was so thick I couldn't see into the street, and the fire and the wind, the noise, I couldn't hear. So I don't know. Something that I think, to McChrystal's point, we have a lot of work to do to educate the public as well about the fact that not necessarily is your phone going to be the only way to get information, and err on the side of caution. But I guess I would ask you about that as well as LA-RICS. You know, when I think about LA-RICS, after 911, lessons learned from 911 was that there was a lack of interoperability amongst the different agencies. And here we are today, and I'm glad that you brought up LA-RICS, because I think it's important for us to look at this tool and leverage it as it relates to how it impacted us during the fires, but how we're going to upgrade to the new CAD enhanced interoperability for future incident responses and make sure that we are across the county, because you mentioned 88 cities, making sure that we have that interoperability so that we can in real time disseminate information.
That's why this review is so important, because it points out limitations that we had when we were pushed to the brink of, I'm just going to say, an absolute complete disaster. And remember, as we talk about it as policymakers, we can't only look at what happened in this after action. I think there's so many lessons learned for us on this side, on government, and our community, we're gonna have a huge earthquake. We have to be prepared from an emergency preparedness that when our cell phones aren't gonna work, we may not have water for weeks. That's what the experts tell us. How are we prepared for those things? This did push our staffing, our equipment, and our technology to the brink. And we have to focus on what we did right, but we also have to learn from these opportunities. And one of the things that I want to mention is that when we talk about CAD, for example, when I come before all of you and I talk about going to centralized dispatch, that makes a big difference in emergency response for our county, because in our system now, which is so antiquated and hasn't been taken care of for years, when we get overwhelmed at one station, it is very difficult, and 911 calls could start dropping off. And I think as we do a more in-depth look at this, we're gonna find that that's exactly what happened. But those are system failures. That's been discussed. We collectively have to get better at identifying those and get ready for the next one, because unfortunately, it's coming.
And I'm glad you mentioned 911 because, you know, and I know, again, we've got survivors in the audience. And we've seen multiple reports of the perception of a lack of firefighting resources west of Lake Avenue, including reports that there was only one LA County fire asset in West Altadena. And during emergencies, mutual aid is almost always enacted. Can you tell us what scale of mutual aid was requested and what firefighting assets were deployed to West Altadena? And also, why, when I talked to survivors who were trying to save their homes, they saw firefighters standing down versus fighting the fire?
Yes, thank you. So the report that there was only one fire truck seen west of Lake does not accurately reflect or capture the complete picture of all assigned firefighting and law enforcement resources that were in Altadena and west of Lake. As the sheriff has already spoken, we had resources, including other fire agencies and our law enforcement partners, performing evacuations and rescues throughout the night, well ahead of the evacuation order that came at 3:25. We know that we had 20 different fire departments that were in Altadena. However, the McChrystal Group was unable to compel those outside agencies to release their AVL data. The LA County Fire Department is the only department that I'm aware of that has released both our AVL data to McChrystal and local media. I believe it's an incomplete picture. Regarding firefighters standing around, I've heard that. I know that we had multiple agencies that responded. I don't know what fire departments they're speaking of, but I have had no reports that LA County firefighters were sitting idle during these two tragic events.
So what I will say, I mean, to the McChrystal Group then, you know, where I'm frustrated is that this report is supposed to be our blueprint moving forward, and yet the information that I just asked Chief Maroney about regarding the fact that there was one firefighting resource west of Lake Avenue is not accurate. So what else in this report may not be accurate? Because, look, now more than ever, we as a board have to agree on where we're gonna go. Because while it impacted Supervisor Horvath and my district, Supervisor Hahn, you see what's going on in Palos Verdes. You know, we have issues that are gonna be coming up with rains regarding mudslides, and then you talk about earthquakes. So this is not about a 5th district or a 3rd district. I welcome all of you weighing in on this because we have an opportunity to right the ship for future generations. But I get frustrated when we talk about unified command, we talk about working together, and yet we commissioned a report that was a very expensive report, which is brought up as well, but yet agencies that would have provided better information so that we could, in fact, bring forward something as the county. Because at the end of the day, correct me if I'm wrong, Sheriff Luna, you are the chief enforcement officer in a state of emergency in this county, correct?
I am.
You would think, given that there'd be more cooperation. And I'm very disappointed because one of the commitments I made to my constituents was transparency, which means providing all information, good and bad, in order to get answers. Because when I go out into Altadena and I look people in the eye who lost everything, I owe it to them to get answers. So I am incredibly disappointed. I feel that this report then is lacking in areas that would provide maybe answers to some of these questions. Like the 42-minute gap, although that does fall on the county. So I'm incredibly frustrated and disappointed. And I hope that when we do our after-incident report with the state of California, because the governor is leading that, normally Chief Maroney does it, but we are actually, the governor is asked to be the lead, working with all the agencies that responded to come up with an after-action. And I'm fine with that, but I hope that this is looked at from the state level. And since legislation seems to be popping up on all kinds of things, maybe we need to have legislation that addresses this, because to me, it is inexcusable. And I would challenge any one of those departments or any one of those chiefs to look the survivors in the eye and explain why they were compelled not to cooperate. Because that does lead to, what are you hiding? I'm gonna ask one last question, then I'm gonna hand it over to Supervisor Horvath. To the McChrystal Group. I've heard this question as well. When the draft report was put into play, you provided a draft to county departments. Is that standard practice? And can you explain why that was done and how that changed your report, if it did at all?
Yeah, so that is standard practice, and the example that you just gave is a reason why we would have done that.
Can you turn up his mic, please? Sorry. It's not you, it's them.
Okay, I'll speak closer.
Okay.
Yes, that is standard practice. The example that you just gave is a reason why we typically do that. The findings and recommendations were complete. The reason we share it with stakeholders is so that they can provide clarification, additional information, add additional context, because we want the full and complete picture of what happened. So that's why it's done that way.
But it did not change the material conclusions that you came to that were outside of grammar or context of definitions or something, because there is a suspicion now that by providing that draft report, which, by the way, within the county, that draft report was, even before I saw it, was leaked out to the press. So, you know, the fact that there are people that want to undermine the process is really unfortunate. But I want to make sure that in releasing the draft report, which is standard protocol, that substantial changes were not made to whitewash a report back to this county.
No, so the when we got additional information, we would add that as it's additive, but the findings and recommendations did not change. Candidly, I think it takes a lot of courage for the county to expose really everything that happened to an investigation like this, but I appreciate it that people might be suspicious of it, but our goal was, again, to provide the most complete report that we could, and the additional information that the stakeholders provided added to that.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, and thank you all for indulging me on this. This is,
Supervisor Barger, may I clarify on the previous point on something regarding your frustration regarding cities that may not be turning over information? I'm not aware of one city that wasn't, at least not the one that's been brought to my attention.
Look at the back of the McChrystal report.
Okay.
And they will outline who did not provide or cooperate.
I will go back and look at that, but I just want to make sure that from a police chief perspective, and I think I could speak for every fire chief in the county, if there's a decision made not to release information, that's not a police chief or a fire chief. That's usually their city structure, a la city attorney, directing them not to. So I just, because you asked if I'm the chief.
Well, I was doing that more to make a point, and that is that as LA County, while we are the unincorporated, in a time of crisis, you are, like if we have a massive earthquake, you are the umbrella for law enforcement to make sure that things happen. And, 4 in the morning when I'm listening to the news, you come on the emergency broadcast as the sheriff of Los Angeles County. That was my point. My point wasn't that you were withholding, but there were agencies that withheld information. I don't know why.
Yeah. I just didn't want our community to think that
Right.
either A, I didn't ask for help, or I asked for help and it didn't come, because anybody I asked for help, any chief of police, and even the commissioner of the CHP, they came and sent us everything they had.
Yeah, it was more to drive home a point that you are the main conduit when it comes to emergencies. Did you want to clarify?
Just a quick clarification, and thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for allowing me, because it's on the same point the sheriff just raised. Madam Chair, are you suggesting that there were county agencies that didn't fully participate, or were they other related governmental entities that did not outside of the county?
I'll look to the McChrystal Group to answer that.
Everyone within the county departments that we had questions for answered them openly and transparently. The challenge that we had was getting information from the surrounding cities and the communities that participated.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And again, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
I want to thank all my colleagues. I know our districts were impacted by this, but I know that each of our districts experience, we know what's happening in Rancho Palos Verdes. We know that there have been environmental disasters in SDs 1 and 2. So this conversation impacts all of us, while it will be informed by experience that happened this year. I want to start my remarks by naming Randall Mead, Elizabeth Morgan, Charles Mortimer, Betty O'Meara, Annette Rosilli, Mark Sterenberg, Arthur Simino, Rory Sykes, Jeffrey Takayama, Diane Webb, Hak Wong, and a yet unnamed person from Lomas Avenue, who were all victims in the Palisades fire. I too am frustrated by what I feel are areas of incompleteness in terms of this report. I think in the aftermath of, I'm glad that we released it early so people had some time, but I also know that there will, even past this conversation, be more questions and more due diligence that must be done. I know there are also after-action reports that are happening to explore other areas, but I think there will still be questions from this. And 3 areas of omission that have come to my attention, my office's attention. There are many issues, but 3 areas I want to focus on. First and foremost, personal accounts. We asked people in our districts to participate in this process. And as we know from anyone who has worked with survivors of any sort of trauma, asking them to tell their story over and over again re-traumatizes them and their experience. I know why it is necessary for a report like this. However, this report not easily linking to the personal accounts that people shared is something that is very painful to people who took the time and dug within themselves to share their stories. So where have you accounted for the personal stories that have been shared, and where can people make sure that you have accounted for them in this report.
We certainly recognize how difficult it was through the listening sessions. In some sessions, we spent many hours with them, hearing their tragic stories, sitting with them, reviewing the unimaginable. What they provided for us was direction as we wrote this report. They are throughout this report because it sent us in the direction that we needed to go, dig further, ask more questions, find the policies, identify where the gaps in the policies were. I absolutely would love to have an appendix that filled every word that they shared, because we have them all. The report would have been 400 pages long. Every word that they spoke in these listening sessions drove us to the direction that we needed to find more information. We asked the questions with the answers that they needed.
I appreciate that this report is supposed to be actionable, so it has to be focused, but we have, I don't even know how many appendices in this. I think there could have absolutely been an appendix that included the stories that were shared, so people knew that their stories were included, that they were accounted for, that people were, that we were able to consume that information, and that it truly informed this report. So I think that is one omission I wanted to raise. The second is in part what informed this particular after-action report, which are the repeated false alerts that people received, which can contribute to what we heard you identify in your report as a warning fatigue, and also contributed to misinformation. So we know that we're fighting both feeling that people were getting too much information or overly warned, and fighting that people did not have correct information and felt underprepared. So one of the contributors to that was these repeated false alerts. So can you tell me why that was not included in this report?
We were looking at the 24 days that were included in the board's motion to look at the alerts and warnings. And while we assessed the warnings and alerts that were provided between, most importantly, between the 6th and the 8th, when most of the evacuations were occurring, we understood and found that the alerts that went out were either received or caught up in many of the damaged cell towers. I am going to look to the Director of Emergency Management as well, because we did have a series of questions for the FCC and the other people that are engaged with alerting and notification, and they declined to meet with us. I know that the Senator has also done an investigation of that large alert that went out, and do want to direct people to that. We did not cross into that since there was a separate investigation for that rogue alert. The nationwide problem of warning fatigue, I wish I had a good explanation for it. It is not only happening here in California, but across the country. As alert systems have been put in place, very little guidance and governance have been put across the board for these systems. We have opt-in systems. We have systems that do not require to opt in or sign up. We have federal agencies that send alarms and notifications without providing notifications to the communities. And I wish I had an answer for you, because this is a confounding problem. When you have multiple red flag alerts daily, and then this one they need to pay attention to, it becomes very confusing for the community. And if there is not an investment in the community education and preparedness, it will continue. Because there isn't lead or guidance at the federal level or state level to sort through this. And so it needs to happen community by community.
Director, did you want to add?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. As it relates to the initial Kenneth Fire emergency notification that was broadcast across the county, and then the subsequent rebroadcast, As Aaron had stated, we provided all of the information to the McChrystal Group in addition to the congressional oversight investigation that was commissioned by U.S. Representative Garcia. And then there is that report available, which explains both the issue at the local level, which was a technological glitch within the software system, that addresses the initial wireless alert that went out. Then there's the subsequent rebroadcasting, which Aaron noted was related to the messages being cached in the cell towers that were damaged or offline. There's other explanations within it, and I would reference everyone to the U.S. Congressional Oversight Report sounding the alarm.
So I heard two different things. I heard that the FCC didn't respond to you, and I also heard that there was a federal investigation that enumerated a lot of actions. So is it both? How is it both?
We did not do the federal investigation, and the FCC did not answer our request for interview to talk about any of our alerting questions. All of our questions went through emergency management.
And where in this report and any appendices are we linking to the congressional report that was done? Is it in the report and I just missed it?
No, I can speak to that. The rogue alert that went out was not related to the Palisades or Eaton fire, and those two fires were our scope, not the other fires.
So I think that is a very frustrating answer to hear because it was happening while people were responding to Palisades and Eaton fires. They were getting evacuation notices at the same time they were getting these rogue alerts. So while I think what you're saying is that alert was initiated due to the Kenneth fire, but that was pinging while we were issuing alerts for the Palisades and Eaton fires. And so it should have been included in this report, and it should be, again, whether it's part of the appendix or some other place, whatever was actually investigated on that alert issue should be part of this report. This is an after-action report on alerts and communication, and we should not be asking anybody to be going to multiple different reports to piece together what action we are taking and what we are learning about alerts and communication at a time like this. We have that report. It should be linked in here so people can reference it. I would say to overcome the issues that we're talking about with connectivity, some of the PSPS issues that our chair highlighted in communities, are there any particular recommendations, specific recommendations on how to modernize our practices to overcome those issues?
So I think coordination with the utility companies, which I know is a challenge, and a limiting factor in this to understand when the PSPSs are implemented and what it affects. I think providing the communities the education, again, getting back to the overall preparedness and education for the community to understand what PSPSs are and how they can affect their alerting systems, but also the county looking at the analog solutions. With the PSPSs that went through the community and shutting down some of these towers and limiting the ability to receive these alerts, there needs to be multiple outlets for the community to get the information that they needed.
Did Edison talk to you about PSPS?
Edison did not respond
Okay,
to us.
so I can tell you in my communities that they do know about PSPS. They're quite informed. They repeatedly experience the issues and have routinely brought these issues up to Edison. So from my vantage point, yes, more coordination can always happen, but it is not a lack of education or understanding, and it is not a lack of communication to the utility directly how people are being impacted by these issues. So I hear you, but that is not the experience of my constituents, and for them to hear that they were not educated or properly trained is not true. They have not only gone through training, they've lived through Woolsey, they've lived through other alerts, so they know quite well. And when you talk about the analog issues, we in our district distributed thousands of NOAA radios, which are wonderful tools to use when you are without power, when you are without internet, when you are without your cell phone, when you have no other options. That was a point of information that actually my office had to push to be included in this report. It was not originally included. And in fact, my office, I asked my office to document all the things that we did in our district alone in regard to public communications. We have an 11-page report that we submitted of all of the communications from our office starting from December 30th to January 31st, and nowhere is that report included in this document. Why? How did you decide what to put in this report, and why are things like that not included?
Again, we utilize the information to direct how we put the report together. Instead of including all of the information to now provide a 500, 600, 700-page report, we took that information to help summarize and identify what each of the supervisors' districts did, and to help us really consolidate what the findings and recommendations were. We wanted this to be a readable, actionable report.
I understand, but if I'm a person who doesn't know what your process is, and I just read the report, there's a section where there's one bullet for District 5 and one bullet for District 3 about what we did. And if anyone read that, they would think that we failed miserably to inform our residents, and that was all we did, when in fact we did much more. So I understand we have to learn and we want to improve, but I think we also improve by accurately accounting for what we did and whether what we did worked or didn't. And if it's not included in part of the report, I don't think we can properly evaluate how our residents were communicated with, what did or didn't work, and what actions should or shouldn't be taken in the future, or what we should or shouldn't rely on in terms of how we communicated with our residents. So I think if we want this report to truly be inclusive of all of the things that contribute to communications adjustments we have to make, we have to start by including all the things that we did do and really understand that. So my third area that I want to touch on in terms of omission are water resources and facilities. And while I understand this particular report is focused on communications and the alert systems, you painted a broader picture of what happened throughout the fire. You showed us a map of how it moved. Can you tell me what we knew about the water resources and facilities? There's been well documented that there were challenges with water facilities and what we did or didn't know at the time. And so I heard that there were challenges with Bravo 69, that it was potentially without water. I heard that there was a reservoir in the Palisades that was without water. First of all, is all of that true? And second of all, if it is, when did we find out about those challenges?
Supervisor Horvath, I'll address the Santa Ynez Reservoir that's located within the city of Los Angeles. So the LA County Fire Department was never told or advised that that reservoir was being drained. I am aware from the press conferences that we had the first morning after the fires broke out on Tuesday that the 3 1-million-gallon tanks that feed the Pacific Palisades area did run out of water at about 3 a.m. I did connect with our Department of Public Works. They were not advised either that the Santa Ynez Reservoir had been drained. I think that is a critical line for the city of Los Angeles. I think it's 1.7 billion gallons. For 69 Bravo performed very well during the 7th. It allowed the firefight
Did it run out of water?
I think it ran out of water that night, and we had to work with DPW to get a line opened up. I believe it was District 29 and also the Las Virgenes Water District that eventually refilled the 5 pumpkins that are on site in addition to the ground refueling or refilling station. But 69 Bravo.
So there were times in the county-led area and in the Palisades that were also without water.
One more time, I'm sorry.
In the county-led area of the Palisades fire, were there times where we were without water. It's been documented that that happened in the city as a result of the reservoir. In the county-led areas, were we without water as well?
I have not been advised that we ran out of water at the Palisades Fire in County District 29 or Las Virgenes.
But you just said that Bravo 69 ran out of water, so how did we account for that?
Correct, because Bravo 69 is fed by one line and a well that refills 5 pumpkins that are on site in addition to the ground filling station. I don't know if 69 Bravo running out of water is indicative of the entire area running out of water. I would defer that question to the Department of Public Works.
He's right behind you.
Good morning, Supervisor. Mark Pastrella, Director of Public Works.
So were we without water in the county-led areas of the Palisades Fire?
No, Supervisor.
Why?
Because
we just heard that 69 Bravo was without water, so how were we not without water?
Chief Baroni is describing an isolated system not hooked up to our hydrant system, but to a specific tank at Bravo 69 that we refill through our feeder system. But it's separate from the hydrant system. So when you say, were we out of water, we did not run out of water in our hydrant system throughout the Palisades Fire area, District 29.
Okay. I think one of the challenging issues that I think our chair also touched on with regard to her comments about the sheriff being in the lead is with the decentralized response, it is very hard for anyone who's following communications, even the most diligent among us, to truly understand how people are supposed to respond and what information they're supposed to get at what time. And so those were the 3 areas of omission that we've highlighted. But I think for me, because we have, in the Palisades Fire area alone, we have the city of Los Angeles, we have cities, independent cities that contract for service with the county, and then we have the unincorporated areas. And so I need to walk through each of those areas to truly understand, because I have different constituencies who are hearing broad brush statements and need to really understand what this after action report is supposed to tell them, because there are multiple audiences that are hearing this information. So if I'm a resident in the Palisades, specifically in the city of Los Angeles, which is where the Palisades is, what alerts did I receive and from which entity?
Thank you, Supervisor. So if you are a City of Los Angeles resident, you received alerts from the City of Los Angeles, which issued them through their own authorities. They are an alert and warning authority. They have their own system and capabilities, and they were the ones issuing their emergency notifications based by unified command making a decision and then the city issuing that notification. With the other municipal cities you mentioned that
well, I'll get to them in a second.
Okay.
So if I'm in the Palisades, the evacuation warnings and orders came from the city.
That is correct.
But I know many people in the Palisades who got the bounce alert that you mentioned from the Kenneth Fire. So if they're only getting alerts from the city, how are they getting that county alert?
So the alert system has the ability to send emergency notifications to geographically targeted areas, but then also countywide. The alert that went out in this technological glitch issue went out to the entire county. So that alert went and sent into every cell, receptive, transmitter throughout the entire county. So irrespective of what jurisdiction you were in, that alert was issued. We've had that same phenomenon occur from municipal jurisdictions. Just this year in 2025, a municipal city sent out a countywide alert when it was supposed to be geographically targeted within their city. So this is not a one-time thing. Now, for the Palisades Fire in particular, the city of LA was issuing their emergency notifications for within their city. Now, the county was issuing emergency notifications, and as you said, you'll get to it, for the other jurisdictional entities within the Palisades Fire, and our alerts were going to those geographical areas.
Okay. So I understand what you just explained, but as a person just receiving that information, you can see how that's incredibly complicated for them to understand. Another part of the city of Los Angeles that is also in my district is the Hearst fire area, which was mentioned. And while it is not the focus of this particular report, I know that they too were said that residents who were impacted by the Hearst fire said that they were not properly alerted or given enough notice. So were we issuing alerts for the Hearst fire, or was that somebody else?
No, we did do emergency notifications for the Hearst fire.
Okay, and so where will that be accounted for in the next report?
So can I answer that in two parts?
However you want.
So throughout this 2025 wildfires, the County of Los Angeles issued emergency notifications and alerts for a variety of fires other than just the Palisades in Eaton. The Hearst, the Kenneth, the Lydia.
Sunset, Archer,
Well,
Sepulveda,
Sunset was
Woodley.
a city of LA.
Yeah.
So there are multiple other fires beyond just the Palisades in Eaton that sent emergency notifications. Those are not captured in this report.
So when will we have an understanding of what happened in other fires? Is that part of the broader after-action report?
We can add that to a broader.
Yes, because I believe those residents also deserve answers. Now, if I live in the unincorporated areas of 3rd District, Sunset Mesa, Topanga, Santa Monica Mountain communities like Montanito, what alerts did they receive and what entity sent them?
Those alerts were issued by Los Angeles County at the direction of Unified Command.
Okay. And those are all accounted for here in this report?
Correct.
Now, if I live in Malibu or Calabasas, Agora Hills, Hidden Hills, Westlake Village, who sent those alerts and what alerts did they receive?
The County of Los Angeles sent those alerts in coordination with the municipal cities. So when Unified Command determined that, like I'm going to use Malibu as an example. When Unified Command determined that a zone that was within the city of Malibu was going to be placed under an evacuation warning or order, the County of Los Angeles' Emergency Operations Center was in coordination with the City of Malibu. The City of Malibu has an alert and warning system. They are an alert and warning authority and can issue those. However, when these complex disasters cross multiple jurisdictional lines, it creates effectiveness and efficiency for a single organization to send that notification out. In this particular case, the county made that coordination with the City of Malibu. It was a partnership. And it was determined that for the City of Malibu and the City of Calabasas and the unincorporated areas, the County of Los Angeles would be issuing those alerts.
I would agree. In fact, I heard from a resident of the Palisades this weekend her frustration that she felt she had to go to multiple platforms and multiple places to get the information that she needed. And I think the more we centralize the information that people need to access, the more people get one voice speaking to them with what they're supposed to be doing. The more that we strengthen our communication by unifying in that way, I think is important. And I would ask that anyone who really wants to understand all of the alerts look to page 118 in the report for the timeline of the alerts that were issued, because I think that helps to tell more of a clearer picture. So why did it take 2 days to stand up the JIC?
The Joint Information Center was initially the communications that we would say are coordinated communications were being done at the incident command post level. And as the press conferences started to scale up and the amount of information started to scale up, the confluence and the requirements needed for this coordination became very apparent. At the same time, we were working with staffing challenges to initiate the support structure within the Joint Information Center. Moving forward, we're going to take this report as that blueprint to activate the Joint Information Center in concurrence with the Emergency Operations Center and make sure that we have all of the PIOs, the public information officers, engaged at the front side, not just PIOs that are at the incident command post.
You're saying these are staffing challenges inside OEM that contributed to the delay?
I think it was staffing challenges and coordination challenges within the, primarily within the Office of Emergency Management in coordination with countywide communications, and then also our departments that provide public information officers.
So you leveraged county communications and you still didn't have enough resources to launch the Joint Information Center on time?
Well, as the report indicates, once we engaged with countywide communications, that's when we were able to effectively stand up the Joint Information Center. I think the report notes of importance that there was coordination within our communication occurring at the onset of the emergency through public information officers that were at the command posts who were leading coordinated efforts, in addition to the press conferences. I think of note is there's an optimization that the Joint Information Center brings that was lacking in those first 2 days. And that was what was critical for us to be able to build out that structure.
Well, I think given what we know about the Office of Emergency Management being small and the fact that you're in the same space with communications, I don't know, I know oftentimes it's county practice that there have to be requests made if it's not within sort of your silo or your lane. But I think as we move forward, a best practice has to be that work comes together immediately and that communications should be jumping in to work with you right away, and that we need to strengthen Office of Emergency Management overall in order to make sure that we don't run into staffing challenges, that we can, from the outset, communicate. To take 2 days after the height of the fire, as the height of the fire started and was spreading, to take 2 days to stand that up doesn't mean we didn't communicate. It just means that we didn't communicate in as coordinated a fashion as we could have. And that's frustrating for everyone who was desperately trying to get information to understand how to protect their families and how to protect their communities. So I think that's a very important lesson learned.
Very much agree.
And the last question I have, at the Malibu Lost Hills Station, our sheriffs work very closely with the fire department, and I cannot thank enough Commander C2 and Chief Smith, who work together hand in glove and in order to prepare, to educate, and coordinate with our community members. So how do we replicate this practice countywide, knowing that it's fire season now? We've had a tsunami warning this year. As you rightly mentioned, Sheriff, there will be an earthquake at some point. All of our districts experience different issues. How do we replicate that kind of coordination going forward?
First of all, thank you for recognizing Commander C2. She is amazing with her partner over at the fire department, Smith. It's interesting you're asking this question. Actually, today we're having an incident management training day with OEM, with fire, and they're heavily involved, although it is focused on tsunamis. As you know, we had an incident less than 30 days ago. So a lot of the training that we have for the Sheriff's Department, which we've identified and are moving forward with, and we did find weaknesses in what we've had before. As we move forward, she, at least on the Sheriff's side, is going to be heavily involved in that training. And our Emergency Operations Bureau, and the captain standing right behind me, she's been engaged. She didn't wait for anyone to tell her. We're all just taking it and just running with it, looking at best practices, and not only making sure that our own employees are prepared, better prepared based on some of the analysis that was done, but we're working in coordination with not only other county departments, but other police departments, at least from the Sheriff's Department's perspective, in the County of Los Angeles and surrounding counties like Ventura, like Orange County, like San Bernardino and Riverside.
And Chief, is there anything that you would add from a fire department perspective to ensure coordination?
No, but thank you for recognizing Assistant Fire Chief Drew Smith. As the sheriff stated, we are doing incident command team training with the Sheriff's Department today. But I think it's just critical that we must align our policies. We must train together, and that includes not only tabletop exercises, but field exercises. As you know, in Topanga Canyon, we have an annual evacuation drill, and that's with fire and sheriff, in addition to TSEP, Arson Watch, and the Topanga community members. So I think that SD3 is a model for a mountain community that trains together and has that cross-department collaboration that is necessary for success.
Thank you. I want to restate that I know that there are multiple audiences today, so I do not apologize for the anger and frustration I am expressing on behalf of my residents who have lost so much and who are enduring the ongoing recovery process. But I know that they are not the only ones listening, and I want to acknowledge all of the members of our county family. Those who are in the 3rd District, my team is extraordinary. The 5th District team is extraordinary. The ways that people showed up, I do not mean in any way to diminish anyone's pain or suffering. And I know that members of this county family take very personally the losses that we have felt, the experience that we have had, and we continue to dedicate ourselves to doing better. And that is why we are bringing forward a motion today, and I hope there will be discussion about what we do going forward that will expand and support our Office of Emergency Management. It is essential to keeping our communities safe. It leads to preparedness work, coordination of emergency response, and support for recovery across county departments and with outside partners. In a region as disaster-prone as ours, with wildfires, earthquakes, floods, and public health emergencies, we need an OEM that is fully empowered to lead and coordinate throughout the region so fragmented communication doesn't limit our ability to inform, to respond, or to save lives. It's, I believe, time to create a standalone emergency management department with its own staffing, stable budget, and clear authority to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. Our residents are counting on it. As I mentioned earlier, I was in the Palisades on Sunday afternoon and asked very directly, what are you going to do? Not just report, not just talk, what are you going to do? Residents didn't get sufficient information, and they don't have the capacity to go to different apps and platforms to get all of the information they need and coordinate it themselves. They want to see us make change, and yes, they want us to do it thoughtfully, but they want us to do it swiftly. Our regions are too fragile to be slow. So I offer that as part of the discussion. I know the chair indicated she was bringing forward as well, and I hope that it fosters dialogue among us. But I really do want to thank the members of our county family who have responded, who participated. I'm glad to hear that there wasn't a one who declined, because the more we get information, the more that we learn, and our residents deserve to have the answers. Thank you.
Thank you, and we will have discussions, Supervisor Horvath, because I do believe, and as I said, this impacts each and every one of us, and I think it's important for us to get it right. So I am open. I don't have all the answers, and I think it's important for us to have that dialogue. Supervisor Solis.
Yes. First of all, I want to thank you and Supervisor Horvath, Madam Chair, for bringing your respective motions forward today, and it was. Also, I want to thank McChrystal Group for your analysis and your report. And given what I'm hearing today, I am also deeply concerned of what I'm finding where there may be gaps in terms of information, and a more centralized way of putting the information together. I think that's going to be very important as we move forward, because even though this occurred in Palisades and Altadena and other parts, our districts were also impacted. We had overburdened systems in place of care that were now being stretched. And some of us even offered up places for residents after the fire to come to places like even the Fairplex, Pomona. We didn't have to exhaust it, but the irony there was that they ended up taking in animals, horses in the stables, pigs, because people had ranches in the impacted area. But that, to me, should happen on the flip of a dime when things happen like this. That's one part of it, but that isn't the main part. I think what I'm more concerned about is making sure that we really get the voices of those that were most impacted. And I'm sorry to hear that not everybody participated in the surveys. So I still think there has to be more work done there. And I would also respectively ask that we make sure that we do that in a culturally competent manner, because there were many people impacted that didn't have a home but lost their jobs. They're never gonna go back, or maybe they had secondary family members that were there. That's not gonna come back, but many of them were people whose first language is not English, Spanish, or even Chinese, or other languages. So I wanna underscore how important that is. Whatever materials we give out moving forward has to include that body of evidence. And I think we know that better than anyone. And I don't know that we're really practicing it. I didn't really see that come out in the report. Maybe it is there, but my suspicion is that we need to do a better job. There's no doubt we're gonna see more emergencies and challenges that are gonna come forward. And I've seen us at our best. I will say our public safety and sheriffs, as well as our fire department, have done some great jobs, but this scale of this challenge was so different. The winds and the fact that ambers were flying, and the fact that alerts went out. I remember getting alerts at my home, and I live in El Monte. I live 15, 20 minutes away from where the fire was. And of course I didn't overreact, but immediately thought, okay, something else is occurring here. But how are we coordinating that one message or several messages so that people are not getting false alarms? I think that's what's really critical. I want to draw your attention to a letter that, and I'm not sure if the departments have received it, but Congresswoman Judy Chu sent a letter to the board outlining her concerns in the report. And I won't go over it, but I'm sure we can get a copy for all of you there. But I want to say that Congresswoman Judy Chu rightly uplifts in her own letter that she wrote to us that there's still many unanswered questions that need to be addressed on behalf of the communities that have been impacted that night. One incident that she uplifts, and we've heard from my colleagues, is from a report on the decision to wait until 3:25 a.m. to issue an evacuation order. Can any of our panelists share with me who ultimately made that decision and what the considerations were throughout the evening leading up to that evacuation order? Chief Maroney?
Chief, that's the one that I asked about earlier in terms of the 47 minutes.
Yeah, as stated earlier, the 42-minute time frame, I think incident commanders, the report stated that the incident commanders did do their very best to get alerts and warnings out just as quickly as possible. They were challenged, severely challenged that evening. You know, when they learned that the fire was seen north of Lake and moving west, it had to validate that information, and they acted to issue the orders just as soon as they could, sending them out through OEM. And that took time, and we have to do better and get those out more timely. I want to really make sure that the Fire and Sheriff's Department and OEM, that we leverage technology to perform these critical functions faster and more seamlessly, because we were challenged that evening. And I'm not trying to make excuses, it actually was a reality. We have never before responded to 3 wildfires, all burning simultaneously, with our 3 departments. We were stretched thin. People ask, why didn't you send LA County fire trucks west of Lake? We were out of LA County fire trucks. We were relying on our mutual aid partners that were there, and we know that there was over 20 other fire departments that were in Altadena with us We just don't have their data, to speak to Supervisor Barger's point. We will do better in the future, but I think technology is what's going to save us. And it's going to end up saving lives and property. Thank you.
But I also just want to add that although we can absolutely do better, and we've already are putting systems in place so that we can do better, I want to make sure that the community understands that between 1 and 3, 3 and 5, I had dozens and dozens and dozens of deputies out there doing evacuations. They weren't waiting for warnings or anything else. They saw an issue, they were taking self-initiation, and that's where I'm saying is they saved, in my opinion, thousands of lives that morning. I want the community to know we had people out there and they were working, and nobody was sitting around waiting for a decision from somewhere else. They took the initiative, they were heroic, and they did everything they could.
I have no doubt about that. I saw some of that evidenced in some of the stories that came after about what actually occurred on the ground. But I do think we have to do a better job in terms of interoperability. And I know this was raised earlier, and this was raised several months ago when we had issues with the fire and police, when your own sheriff's capability, CAD, did not function, or the previous one, the older one, and now we're upgrading it. But my question is, how soon is that going to be in place, and will it also be able to access the fire department and vice versa? Because I still don't have that answer. If those two are going to be mutually, exclusive, or what's the
So
detail there?
let me start off on that. So I think all of you are aware, because we brought this before the board, you guys approved it. When I first became sheriff, one of the immediate systems that we identified that needed to be replaced was our computer-aided dispatch system. It was over 38 years old. It kept on failing. As a matter of fact, it had failed on us on January 1st in the middle of the Rose Bowl and Rose Parade. So it has been over a 2-year process to get that going, doing it right, doing the RFP process. We approved it here on this floor.
Right.
And we expect it to be at least starting to operate, because it takes a while to implement it, by either late November, early December. And it'll start in a certain portion. We work out the bugs and it'll continue. We're hoping to have it fully online by the beginning of next year. It is a cloud-based system. Fire is a couple of steps behind us because they need one as well. Right. And we're making sure that our two departments are working with the CEO's office and our tech folks to make sure that they are compatible.
Chief Maroney, any question on that or regarding that? The fact that you're out there in the field now, right? You have an RFP out?
That's correct. We currently have an RFP that went out about 2 weeks ago for a new computer-aided dispatch. We're only 31 years old, but our CADs are not currently compatible between sheriff and fire.
Right now?
Correct, right now.
Moving ahead?
In the future, I believe that digital compatibility will be possible because they're both going to be cloud-based CAD systems. Currently, fire has a centralized CAD system. You could describe our dispatch protocol as more of a horizontal protocol, where it goes from the call taker to the dispatcher to the telephone radio operator across a continuum. I believe that the sheriffs are going to be looking at a centralized CAD system and dispatch system like County Fire has that will increase our compatibility.
So I think that was being pointed out by the McCarthy report. So CEO, what is our urgency here in seeing this completed?
Supervisor, I believe both systems are funded. The sheriff mentioned the funding allocation, I believe, happened in final changes for their CAD system. So, and then Fire's out with an RFP. I believe there's no funding issues there either. So it's really a question of how quickly they can get these systems online. But I don't want to, I just want to make sure these are enormous systems. These are very large agencies, and so to get it right, they do need a lot of technical expertise at the table to bring these systems online and do the transition. There is a staffing component to the Sheriff's Department's centralized model that we're working with them on, so it's it's an ongoing process, and yeah, we treat it very urgently, and we want this to be successful.
I would think so. I mean, we can't afford to have any lapses in our systems. If it's being pointed out in this report and we've known about it for a while, there is an urgency. So I think all of us might agree on that. I want to move on. The Congresswoman also notes in her letter, she uplifts a concern that I also share, which is that many who did receive notifications because they required, well, they did not receive notifications because they were not in a voluntary opt-in or a click a link program. And so how do we begin to address that? Because we have a lot of people who are challenged, don't have the technology, and we saw that from stories we heard in, Altadena. So how do we begin to address that?
Thanks, Supervisor. First and foremost, on the emergency notification systems, a big part of the opt-in program is going to be resting with public education coming out of this and making sure that our geographical locations, especially the county unincorporated areas, are well aware of the opt-in program. As stated previously, there are multiple emergency notification systems with municipal jurisdictions. We currently point people to the notification tool that their jurisdiction may also provide. So this is where it becomes very challenging to make sure that everyone's aware of all the different systems that exist throughout the county. The blueprint from this is to work with our 88 partners at the city level, also some of the special districts that have emergency notification tools, and come up with a solution moving forward to increase opt-in participation. The second component about emergency notifications is us leveraging the tools that don't require people to opt in. During these fires, we leveraged all those tools, the wireless emergency alert tool being the most potent as far as sending out notifications that don't require people to be opted in. And then partnerships with the third-party apps, for example, like Watch Duty, to make sure that they have seamless information from us at the government, so like the truth of information or the source of truth, that's being posted on their sites also.
And I think one of the concerns I also had was the fact that we aren't prepared for those elderly individuals and disabled, and they were being helped, assisted, I think, by maybe some of the sheriffs, but not in all instances. What kind of plan of action do we have when that comes up? We saw it in other parts of the country. I just vividly recall what happened during Hurricane Katrina. And that sticks in my mind because I was a member of the House at the time. But to see that occurring in real time now was just, I was aghast. And that shouldn't happen. And then to not have appropriate relief for them after they were taken out and they were placed in a congregate setting at the convention center. I guess that's all we had, but many were severely disabled and needed medication right away. So how do we begin to address those kind of things in a preventive mode?
Two-part answer. One, Supervisor?
I'm just saying we had a motion, Supervisor Hahn and I, but go ahead.
There's a second after action review that was, there was a motion for that includes that particular topic as a part of the after action. In addition to that, there was another motion that specifically talked about the Department of Aging Disabilities, County Fire, County Sheriff, OEM, all working together to also address this. So those two things are working concurrently, and the after action process should inform the other process in what we're doing to build capacity and capability related to that issue.
So I would hope that the McCarthy, I mean, I know we're not done, but those things, those elements are really looking at the quality of life for these individuals who maybe have not had their voices appropriately vocalized because of access issues and the fact that many of them got left behind. I actually just want to say that I do believe that we do need to empower our OEM office or a centralized body that can have the authority, the command, the respect, and the resources, and the budget. And those are the things that I think we've talked about on this board for many years, but now we have to move. And I do agree, if Sheriff, it's your authority to call in when there is an emergency or something is happening, that that obviously you play a very key role here. And moving forward, I don't know that it is always going to be a trifecta, so to speak, but that we should all be working together, fire, all of us, and to have the command, the respect, and the resources. And also really scouring and looking at all our technology that is old. And you're not the only departments where we have faced this. We've seen it in our DPSS, we've seen it in our taxing authorities, our assessments, all of that, but something that we really have to put money in. And maybe we do have to go to the legislature and ask for a reasonable amount of assistance because of our size and because we do have limitations, unfunded mandates in many instances. But I just want to say, to all the people who helped in this recovery, I want to send a special thank you, and to the families that lost their loved ones and their property, their life. And in some cases, we've heard their stories here articulated before us, because people still have to have assistance in navigating how to get out of this mess. And it is a mess, and we have to do a better job. My heart is torn just hearing in this report and what my colleagues are mentioning, how impactful this has been, and that we have to do our best to pull ourselves out of it, but do the right thing moving forward for future generations and for the county's sake, for our reputation's sake. So thank you both for bringing this forward today.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing up Congressmember Chu's letter. I thought it was very well written and highlighted a lot of the questions that our communities had, and we are going to be providing a written response to that communication. I think it's important for her to get answers, especially since that is part of our team moving forward, to your point, as we look at critical resources. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to both you and Supervisor Horvath, and particularly your staff, your teams since January, and how incredibly hard you've been working 24/7. We know we can hear the fatigue in both of your voices, because again, we've never experienced anything like this, and your teams were really on the ground from day one. And thank you to our sheriff's deputies and our firefighters and all those who really were in the thick of it. To listen to you, Sheriff Luna, talk about how incredibly difficult it was for your deputies to kind of even know where they were or what streets they were on or how to evacuate. And of course, to our firefighters who were incredible. What they were put through was unlike anything we've ever experienced. I think that's what keeps coming back and back to me, is how unprecedented this firestorm was. We've never seen anything like it. The winds, the carrying of hundreds of miles of these embers that were shooting way ahead of the fire. And the fact, the loss of lives we take so seriously, but I think we all listening to this realize that there could have been a lot more loss of lives had it not been for the, even if not perfect, evacuation alerts and system and the door-to-door. I had a friend in the Pasadena area who 3:30 in the morning was awakened by a sheriff deputy pounding on his door. So we know that that was happening. What I'm thinking, looking at the three of you, Kevin and the sheriff and our chief, if I was the public kind of watching this and maybe haven't read the report or don't really know how things work, even for me, I'm kind of wondering how exactly does an alert go out, right? It seems to me it's the fire department that is on the ground and realizing how the fire is moving, but who makes the decision to evacuate? How are the alerts decided to go out? And then it seems like it's the sheriff deputies that are then the ones on the ground enforcing or implementing that evacuation? Or is that part of the fire department's job as well? What does OEM, how do you fit into, do you make any decisions on your own, or is it all you wait until one of these two tells you how to evacuate? I just think listening and seeing the three of you, it's a little unclear how this actually works in the midst of a massive disaster in the middle of the night.
Yep. Thank you for the question, Supervisor. So for a wildfire, we are in Unified Incident Command. So it is a team effort. And the three people that are sitting before you today are also there at the Incident Command Post. And the fire department does identify the Genesis evacuation zone. We identify the protective action that's necessary. It is reviewed by the sheriff because the sheriff is the body that effectuates the evacuation as being a law enforcement agency. They actually help order the evacuation of residents, but that evacuation warning or order is sent out technologically by the Office of Emergency Management. They have the tools and the programs necessary to send those out as a wireless emergency alert, and it's communicated through cell tower systems. I think what we've learned is that in these PDS situations, these extreme red flags, as a group, as a team effort, unified command, we need to be well ahead, not only of where the fire front is, that flaming front of fire, but we also have to be well ahead of the ember cast zone. And that we got to get these orders out early, but in a perfect world, a warning will precede every order we have. We've already made that change. So in the future, we're going to do better. Thank you.
Kevin?
Thank you, Supervisor. So as Tony described, as the incident commanders are making that decision, we have a agency representative, someone from the Office of Emergency Management that's embedded with that team. Once the decision is made, they communicate back to the Emergency Operations Center to a team that is dedicated to doing emergency notifications. Once they get that information, we access a software tool. In that software tool, we craft the message. That message is coordinated with what the protective measure that Chief Maroney had mentioned is. So if it's an evacuation order, an evacuation warning, a shelter in place, there's a variety of different types of orders that we could ask the community to take. They craft that message. They select which types of emergency notification tools we'll be sending it out on. Those all have constraints. So for example, wireless emergency alerts, we have to craft a message that has a certain character limitation for a certain type of cell phone, and then a different type of message for a different type of cell phone that has an expanded character count.
Right. Are there different methods based on the time of day? Like, is there a different kind of evacuation notice in the middle of the day versus at 3:30 in the morning when everyone is asleep?
The message, I mean, the protective measure that the incident commanders are going to make are determined based on the threat and what they're evaluating as the most prudent.
Alerting people.
Yeah.
Is there a difference?
On the alerting side, we then take those messages and we use all the tools available to us, and we use that best practice terminology to set up the message, and then we issue that notification. It can go out if you're in the opt-in program via emails, text messages.
In the middle of the night, some people had already gone to bed. I know a lot of people turn their phone off. I know people put it in the other room, put it on silent. Again, do you vary how you try to alert people?
Well, those, I mean,
in the middle of the night.
The challenges around the technological limitations, we still use those
Which
tools.
is why the sheriff's deputies,
but that's why the sheriff's department and fire department go out in person and also do those notifications.
Yeah, so if we're explaining this correctly, we're in unified command, which means we're making decisions together. The fire guy is the fire behavior expert, weather, topography. We're working with them. They're saying, hey, this needs to be evacuated. We're part of that decision making. Our deputies will go out, and depending on the time of day, the neighborhoods, which mean they're more dense or anything else, they can either do door knocks. If there's enough time, they can knock on doors saying, hey, you need to go. We use the public address systems in the black and whites with the siren. And in some, we have pre-recorded messages that are out there blaring saying, we need to go, you need to leave immediately. And then we're using the siren and anything else to try and get people's attention. There's also face-to-face encounters. This is all important and in a perfect world. But remember, in specifically the Eaton side of things, one can argue, specifically if we're listening to our community members saying, well, I didn't hear that. Yeah. That is legitimate because the winds were howling at 100 miles per hour. When I was out there, it was very difficult to see and hear. So those are the things that we're looking at to make sure what other methods we may be able to use. In our new black and white police cars, they are all coming equipped with a specific high-low system that alerts residents in a different way with a PA announcement that comes out in different languages. So that may be able to help us in the future. There is no perfect system though. And I'm gonna say this because it's important. We lost lives and there's no way we can bring those back. I remember we were with our partners here doing 5 to 7 press conferences a day. And we were telling people, if the deputies, if you hear us giving you a warning or an order, please evacuate. And we still had people that refused to leave. They wanted to stay there. So if I could employ everyone when this happens again, and I get the warning fatigue, there's a lot of challenges, it's not a perfect system. There is nothing in your home worth losing apart from your life. And unfortunately, that did happen in some of these circumstances. Not in all, right. And that's why we're here, right? We want to make it perfect to 0 lives lost.
Right, right. I appreciate that, and I appreciate Chair Barger when you said, certainly it affected your district and Supervisor Horvath's district, but you appreciated us weighing in on it because you never know what's next. I have my entire Palos Verdes Peninsula that continues to move and fall apart. I was chair when we had the Hurricane Hillary, which never really quite impacted, but we were ready. But our biggest issue was evacuating Catalina Island because at one point that hurricane had a dead-on pathway to strike that island. And the only way you get off of that island is through, boats and ferries. And one of them, their last pickup was like going to be 1 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon. The residents didn't want to leave. Right? They told me, the mayor herself, she said, we've done this before, we're going to ride it out. So that is one of the biggest issues is convincing people that the time is now to leave.
To give another example, because we've talked about even in Supervisor Horvath's district where things went somewhat better because of the experience, we still lost lives there. Right. Because people refused to leave.
Right.
So it's not a perfect system.
Right.
And we just got to continue to work with our community to make sure that we lose no lives in the next big catastrophe.
I agree. I mean, reading looking at the report, listening, there wasn't one particular place that blame was laid. Again, I feel like this was a real natural disaster that we'd never seen. And just looking at it, not sure, and I don't know if Chief Moroni, you'd say something differently, that anything differently through deployment or mutual aid or having a better sense of where the fire was moving would have maybe changed the trajectory of that fire. Even I think that the McChrystal report said once it got going, it wasn't sure there was anything we could have done to stop it. So to me, it really does boil down to the evacuation and saving lives. It seems to me, and I don't know, I'm looking, I'd be interested in the report back on whether or not, Kevin, you become a department, There's certainly a need to strengthen and maybe staffing up. But it seems to me in the midst of that incredible firestorm chaos that was happening, the chief, it just seems like it's all, in looking at the three of you, I would almost wish a different entity could have been over the evacuations than you. Seems to me you were trying to fight a fire on so many levels, so many fires on so many levels. It's almost like I'd be interested in seeing what different role the Office of Emergency Management could play, as opposed to just waiting to hear, is this when we send it out, as opposed to, and maybe someday we have the kind of technology where Kevin could be looking at it and making decisions on the evacuation, and our fire chief could just focus on fighting the fires. I don't know if that's even a scenario, but it does seem like you had so many things to worry about, Chief, that night and the days after. Wondering if there could be some more help on making even the determinations.
Well, I just wanted, maybe I wasn't clear when I made the explanation about evacuations, but evacuations lie with the sheriffs. The fire department is responsible for perimeter control and structure defense.
You were making the decisions that night.
However, many of our personnel that were out in the field that night were prioritizing the saving of lives over structure defense and perimeter control. But the fire department's core responsibilities during a wildfire are structure defense and perimeter control. The sheriffs are in charge of evacuations. I identify the zone. However, we all come together when it comes to trying to protect life over property. And that night, for those 2 days, the 7th and the 8th, LA County Sheriff's personnel and LA County Fire Department personnel came together to try to save everybody who was in harm's way.
Right. So, yeah, I didn't hear that right. It sounded like you would make the recommendations, and then the sheriff, I thought you said, reviewed them, and then Kevin sent the
sheriff
out.
must review the evacuation orders because they are the entity responsible for carrying out those orders. The sheriff does it. They have the special high-low alerting on their new vehicles. We don't have that on the fire department. Our core responsibility is not evacuation. We are structure defense and perimeter control, but that night was different because we had to come together and stop doing structure defense and perimeter control to save people's lives to the best of our ability. And his deputies and my firefighters put themselves at great personal risk trying to rescue everyone.
Right. I think it's still a little confusing of how it all works, but.
So we're currently, all three of our organizations are currently working on building out a refined and detailed workflow process around this very issue on all the hazards. And I want to make special note that it is critical for us to make sure that subject matter experts are a part of that decision-making process. The Office of Emergency Management with emergency managers are not going to know the distinct differences of, say, like a flood event. That's where we rely on the expertise in Director Prostrella's, team at the Department of Public Works. We rely on the National Tsunami Warning Center for tsunamis. So the subject matter experts that lead the technical understanding of that hazard are the key in determining what the threat is, what that threat is going to impact, and then we three then execute that based on what function we are performing. So emergency notifications out of the Emergency Operations Center, protection of life and property, and enforcing evacuation. So I just want to make sure everyone is clear that subject matter expertise in those threats and hazards is the primary of
I agree.
understanding.
But for instance, the recommendation that there were warnings sent to the adjacent evacuation zones didn't happen. And that going forward seems to be, I don't know who, again, whose role that would be, but that would seem to be once that becomes our policy, then, you know, that seems to me OEM would just know if there's the evacuation zone, the adjacent one get the warning. Is that going to be like automatic going forward?
That's correct. We've all agreed that that should be an automatic, that an evacuation warning will touch every evacuation order. It'll happen automatically. It'll be a best practice that we're going to be implementing.
And the sheriff would not have to, quote, review it in the midst of a disaster?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
So you wouldn't necessarily have to review that particular policy.
Well, the conversations are taking place when we're unified command. Our people, our subject matter experts who've done this.
No, maybe you missed the policy that if there's an one of the big recommendation takeaways that I found was if a zone is being evacuated, red, then immediately the adjacent zones get a warning.
That's correct, Supervisor.
And is that just going to be
It'll be automatic.
OEM done, you said?
It'll be automatic.
Yes.
There won't be any need for review. We're going to do it automatically as a best practice from this point moving forward.
Okay.
That's correct, yes.
And I just wanted to follow up on the, I was going to talk a little bit about evacuating those who have disabilities. And we did a motion to create a voluntary registry of people with disabilities who would need extra help, because there was a pretty tragic story, one of the many tragic stories of a father who was unable to evacuate his son who had cerebral palsy. Some of it, you know, was about him not being able to lift his son into the wheelchair and then just waiting to get help. So even, I mean, and again, this was not a part of the report. I was surprised that the evacuation of those with disabilities was not a part of this report, because I really feel like that's something we have to figure out. Even if they get the alert, even if they get the warning, they're not going to be able to be evacuated without extra help. And on a night like that, I don't know how that comes, but I really think once we get the registry of people that we know within the whole county of Los Angeles that would need extra help, then we'll have to work with our Department of Aging and Disabilities, of course, with fire, sheriffs, and OEM to come up with a plan to really help those people, whether it's a landslide, a fire, a hurricane. They cannot themselves evacuate.
The second after action that we've been tasked to review, this is a very core focus area for us as the vulnerable populations, those with disabilities, and doing findings and making recommendations for that community very specifically. So we will be spending a lot of time in that area for the second after action review.
Thank you. I think that's a population that many times gets left behind on a lot of levels. I guess the last thing I wanted to talk about was a little bit clearly, you know, the building materials of certain homes made a difference in this fire. And wondering, I'm sure everybody wants to know going forward, rebuilding, are we, can we, should we mandate fire-resistant building materials for all the folks that are attempting to rebuild?
So the LA County Fire Department, in collaboration with the Department of Public Works, we are going to make sure that the people who are building new homes, rebuilding, meet the current fire code. So that's the State Fire Code Chapter 7A regarding home hardening. Every home that is rebuilt, regardless of where it is in the fire hazard severity zone, should be built with a Class A fire-resistive roof, fire-resistive siding, double-pane tempered windows, ember-resistant attic vents. We should employ some version of Zone 0, that's AB 3074, to make sure that that home has the best chances of surviving not only the fire front moving through a community, but also an ember cast. We have to make sure that we're building homes better. The Altadena area, not all of the homes had fire resistance built into them because of the age that they were manufactured. But new homes today are going to have a much better chance of surviving this type of community conflagration than homes built previously. All new homes built will be fire sprinklered. That is the requirement. And myself and Director Pastrella, as the building official, we are working together with Supervisor Barger and Supervisor Horvath to make sure that we're building these communities back correctly.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me just echo my colleagues' acknowledgement of the hard work of Supervisors Barger and Horvath and their teams, the hard work of our county departments in this unbelievable crisis. And as we talk about lives lost, it's also important to recognize that with each structure lost or even each structure impacted, that there are countless people who were affected and traumatized as a result. From homes to schools to houses of worship to small businesses. I mean, the magnitude and the diversity of the structure loss is absolutely overwhelming. You know, again, dozens of people impacted by each loss, and figuring out how we continue to support them, I think, will be an important role and function of the county and of government. I'm going to not repeat many of the questions raised, but there's one thing that I feel compelled to elevate, and we keep hearing a level of disconnect from the data presented and people's experiences. We've heard several references today to west of Lake. And so let me just kind of name the elephant in the room. You know, the diversity, the rich diversity of Altadena didn't happen by accident. The rich diversity of Altadena is because Black communities moved there as a result of redlining, a government-sanctioned practice that is not in our very distant past. So when we talk about west of Lake, we are talking about a disproportionate high rate of Black and brown homeowners who've already been failed by government, which is why they moved there, and are suspect of government's response when they were in crisis. That's why I think we have the disconnect, and why people, and we continue to hear from Supervisor Barger talking about hearing from constituents, from Congresswoman Chu's letter, from my own experience hearing from residents who feel deeply that what they witness and experience, frankly, isn't consistent to the report. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. You know, we have county family members directly who were impacted, who we've heard the stories, who went door to door to evacuate their neighbors. So we have to figure out how to acknowledge that disconnect, not diminish it. You know, I appreciate the facts that talked about the evacuations and the announcements. That was not the experience that far too many people had. And I hope that as we talk about this after action report, we don't lose sight of that and figure out how we close that gap, how people feel equally seen and protected by their local government. A couple of questions for the panel. You know, we keep saying this could happen again. Well, I'm choosing to use the term that it will happen again. We will have earthquakes, we will have fires. We just need to acknowledge that. And it's our responsibility as government to learn from these experiences so our response is better. When you know better, you do better. So we want to be in a position for the future disaster that will impact some corner of the county. So we've heard about the failure of our cell phones, as reliant as we all are on them. So Can you share more about the recommendations that specifically address cellular access during natural disasters and how we plan to mitigate this vulnerability? I represent whole communities in the 2nd District that you turn a corner, you get no cell coverage. I am driving up Stocker. I'll tell people I'm going to drop you in 30 seconds just because we know that there are communities where we don't have the cell coverage. So what can people expect to rely on? Given the fact that we know that, what are we going to do?
Thank you, Supervisor. So right now, what people can do that goes beyond just cell phones is to opt into our emergency notification programs and also the city notification programs that provide other tools for people to receive those messages beyond just their cell phones. In addition to that, the report identifies, I think the term was used as analog systems that can also be a part of an assessment moving forward to make investments in what those analog systems would be, which are independent of cellular service. So one of the steps moving forward from this is to do that analysis on these analog systems and where those would provide the most value in communities that don't have reliable access. And then a third element would be to continue to partner with the telecoms organizations and the California Public Utilities Commission to make sure that cell service is reliable, I should say, that when public safety power shutoffs are occurring, that those critical resources have backup power and are resilient to the impacts of what we're seeing with these natural disasters.
And if I may add another, in your emergency preparedness plans for your family, we talk about more food, water for a couple of weeks, medication. You have to communicate with family members in case cell phone service goes completely down. That has to be part of your plan. How are you going to get a hold of this person? How are you going to connect with them? We have to talk about those things. They're uncomfortable because we're used to technology, but this is a reality specifically in LA County because we're so prone to disasters.
I agree with you, and I don't know how we accomplish that because nobody is ready. Nobody in this room, I'm not, nobody is ready. Nobody has the water. None of us are really ready. When you couple that with the evacuation order fatigue, you couple that with economics. We saw that in Katrina. And there are people who don't feel they can leave because they don't have any place to go and any resources to pay for it. So we have to acknowledge the reality of why people respond the way they do. There are some who stayed because they felt that they were the only ones there to try to protect their one asset they have, which is their home, that may have been underinsured. People know their own experience, and people make those choices based on extenuating circumstances that they're living with. So I just think all of those things we have to factor in and encourage people to be prepared. And maybe government has to figure out a role we play in doing that. Not only encouraging for those who can't afford it to make the resource available, we have to have that conversation, but evacuation fatigue is a problem. None of us are ready, and that's a problem. It's a problem for them, and it's a problem for us as government responders. I was disappointed to read about inconsistency in the wildfire evacuation training and the underutilization of available technology tools and systems equitably countywide. So, Sheriff, what are your next steps to ensure that your staff are fully trained in evacuation protocols?
Thank you for that question. So, obviously, looking at the report and the review, we're going to be working closely with our partner county agencies to align department policies, strengthen coordination, and enhance overall emergency readiness. I think we've heard that earlier. Additionally, we're working to improve our interoperability, including expanding the use of LA-RICS, land mobile radio system, and technologies. And then while our department's fully engaged in managing the devastating natural disaster, we don't lose focus on our core mission, which is the rest of the county. But a couple of other things that we identified here in the last couple of weeks is that a lot of our higher command lieutenants and above didn't have what we believe to be the current training for incident command. So we've already identified it. We're going to start moving forward to make sure that everybody's trained. I mentioned earlier that we were involved in incident management training today regarding tsunamis. And then on top of all that, after this disaster, our Emergency Operations Bureau staff created what we call a citizen evacuation tracker. So now using some modern technology, we'll be able to identify who has been evacuated, who needs to be evacuated, and that will help us. I've mentioned several times that the new CAD system will allow us to better track 911 calls coming in, who's asking to be evacuated, where the fires are. That gives our people in the field much better situational awareness. So those are just some examples, but I cannot stress enough that the Sheriff's Department, our Sheriff's Department, needs a centralized dispatch center. So when people are calling in, they have people who are very well trained, have the experience to make sure calls are going to the right place and they're not being lost. I think several of our calls got lost because our older systems got overwhelmed. So we need to look towards the future. So when we have these emergencies that we're going to experience, that we're much better equipped, better prepared with technology. And staffing is a whole nother issue. I know the McChrystal Group identified our department as having 900 vacancies. We actually have 1,400 vacancies, not 900. So we have some challenges, but I just want to say this, that our people that were in the field responded, people that were called in from home responded. No one ever took staffing as an excuse. They just went out there, they worked their butts off, and I'm telling you, ma'am, we saved thousands of lives that day. I wish we would have saved everybody's life, but obviously we know what happened.
And I appreciate that. And I'm glad to hear that actions are being taken, because I would hope as department leaders that you wouldn't wait for a motion or wait for the report, that there are things that you have executed or implemented immediately. And so that's why I asked the specific question about training.
Yeah, and I just gave you a summarized list, and I'm not waiting for anyone to tell me what to do. We're doing it.
That. You know, you talked about the lost calls. I was in the legislature during the Paradise fires and had the forever life-changing experience of hearing 911 calls. Hearing 911 calls placed by people who didn't survive the fire, who were so disoriented when the 911 operator was telling them to go one direction, they didn't know where they were and drove into harm's way. And so, you know, 911 and emergency systems, our system is antiquated statewide. And so we're not alone. We've talked about needing support from the state legislature. The emergency systems really have to be updated. So few people have landlines. How do we pay for those systems when we don't have the tax on the landlines anymore? So those are conversations we need to continue to have at the federal level as well as the state level. Office of Emergency Management, the report includes specific recommendations for your office to explore the functionality of the Genesis system and improve training on its use. Can you share your next steps in response to these specific recommendations?
Thank you, Supervisor. Those steps are already underway. We've been working since the fire ended, going into the winter storms, to increase our training, also to increase our agency rep training. So we've already started moving forward with that, and in addition, building out capacity so that everyone is trained to the utmost. And we'll continue to do that moving forward.
I appreciate that. I'm going to move on very briefly, Madam Chair, to the report itself. To the McChrystal Group, you responded to Supervisor Hahn saying that the next report would include information with regard to our elderly and those who have physical disabilities. What are the other reports that are coming?
So based on the previous, based on the second board motion, we are looking at the evacuation for the vulnerable populations, looking at the Americans with Disabilities Act and the compliance along with that. We're also looking at sheltering as a big piece of this, this next round. We'll be engaging with Public Works as well as it relates to evacuations in the community. And I'm going to look to my staff to help with the other bullets. It's a much more in-depth look at recovery, overall recovery and repopulation. Those are just the highlighted areas that we will be very specifically getting into.
What's the timing on the release of that report?
So I'm trying to remember the date that it was. We've already had the kickoff meeting. We're already working with the work group. So it's in
guesstimate.
Probably within the next less than 6 months that you'll see that report.
Okay.
Aaron, I can jump in there, Supervisor. So currently, the way that we're tracking is the end of May, beginning of June, but that is dependent on participation and how we can get all of the input aligned.
You said end of June?
Currently, end of May, beginning of June.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I
Dependent on
heard you correctly. Madam Chair, you mentioned that the governor is leading an after-action report. Also, do we know the timing on that?
Kevin, can you talk to that? And it's being done by an outside agency, but go ahead and explain.
Thank you, Supervisor. So we have not been disclosed the exact time frame. It's a two-part report. There's a part one, which is being characterized as a detailed timeline and summary. That should be coming out this fall. Then there's a more comprehensive report that is set to be in 2026. That's the amount of information. It's led by the governor's office. It's a third-party independent review. It's an organization called FSRI.
Yes, Supervisor, it's my understanding that phase one of the Fire Safety Research Institute's report is on the governor's desk.
Okay, I asked because as I look at the stakeholders who declined to participate in this one, several of them are state agencies. Several of them are federal agencies. I think Supervisor Horvath mentioned Edison in a question, and I didn't see Edison on this list, so I don't know if they participated or not. Maybe I missed them up top. Nope, I don't see them. So I'm hoping that these additional reports will have the cooperation of LA Fire, LA City Police, FEMA, the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, Cal OES, JPL, Sierra Madre Fire Department, City of Pasadena Fire Department, OEM, and Police Department. I hope that they will perhaps cooperate with the governor.
So do I.
So, yeah. So I've pulled out the 5 critical focus areas. Then I pulled out each of the sheets with the recommendation. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 2 motions before us today. One is a report back on how to implement the whole thing. The other is kind of a report back on how to do 1 or 2 of the things.
Madam Chair and I spoke, and we're trying to combine that to make it easier for everyone.
I appreciate that so much, because my point was going to be, we have here in the audience today a number of department heads. We know that they are in the middle of curtailments.
Yep.
I'm reminded of my now 25-year-old asking me when he was a toddler if numbers were infinite. And I told him, no, numbers weren't, nor was money. And so we realize that we've got a tight budget, as does the state. And so I am hoping that we as a board, in the context of our budget conversations, are going to figure out how to prioritize what must be done first. Mm-hmm. Because none of this will be free. I appreciate its recommendations, but I just want to make sure that we engage in a process by which we determine what we can do immediately, what's even within our control. When we talk about staffing, Sheriff, you talk all the time, and we hear it from other law enforcement professionals, that recruitment is an issue. And so as we talk about staffing, it's not only money, it's finding people who want to join the Sheriff's Department, finding people who want to join the fire, finding people who have the skill set to help build out an Office of Emergency Services.
Well, if you're asking me, our recruiting is up about 36%,
well,
which we're doing good. Retention, we're having some challenges, but I'm working with the CEO's office, and I think all of you, I've had discussions on how to retain employees here.
Excellent.
And the answers are difficult, but there's some challenges, and we got to reprioritize.
And that's my point about a stack of 5 or 6 pages of recommendations that we as the board, working collaboratively with our CEO, have to figure out how to make happen. Yep. I know some of it's done already. You've taken the action. I asked those questions. Some will be motions. Some may not necessarily be motions. Some may be board letters. But I'm hoping once we get past the report back process, that we use our cluster process so everybody can be engaged. If we're talking about building out a new department, if we're talking about prioritizing issues to come forward with these recommendations, I'm hoping that it really can be a collaborative process, because we know these recommendations are going to have a county-wide impact on preparing us better for the imminent next emergency. So I appreciate you all are collaborating to figure that out. Because they're report backs, I appreciate these skipped cluster. I'm going to really ask that when it comes to the meat of a motion to create a change, a new priority, a new department, that we really use our infrastructure to make sure that we are all clear, that we all have the opportunity to inform it comprehensively, because it will have county-wide implications at a critical time when our budget isn't the most robust. Thank you very much for presenting the information, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I know Supervisor Horvath feels the same way, that we appreciate you all being involved in this, because again, while it was first and third, it could happen in any district, and it's important for us to invest in a system that is going to respond and protect the residents of LA County. And so thank you for your questions. They're thoughtful. And we're refining the motions, because we both want the same thing. And so we're just going to put that together. So while we're doing that, Executive Officer, would you please call those members of the public who signed up to speak on this item? And thank you to everyone who's talked here today.
Will the following individuals please come forward, and staff will assist you? Greg McPhee, Evan Chambers, Rosanna Tucker, Byron Jose, Dr. Ezra Rule Mohammed, and Kevin Robertson. As a final reminder for remote participants, to be placed in the speaking queue to address items set matter 1, 54A, and 54C, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now.
And I'm going to ask that the public speak first versus going to the phone. So, Evan, if you want to come on up.
Thank you for having me. There's a lot I could say here. First, I'd like to address Sheriff Luna. You said that a lot of people in Altadena died because they didn't follow the evacuation orders, and shame on you for saying that, because we never got evacuation orders. So I think you need to own that. Secondly, Chief Marone, in the McChrystal report, they recommend we get new helicopters and more fire trucks and more staff for you. But what does that matter if the firefighters that you employ don't get out of their trucks, as is obvious because of so many accounts of people in West Altadena, including my third-generation business, my family's third-generation business, where a full crew of firefighters stayed in their truck the entire time while the building caught fire and continued to burn to the ground, even while our 80-year-old neighbor asked them repeatedly for help while he hosed down the building. So what good is spending money on resources if the men and women—
Next speaker.
Evan, we'll come down and talk. I know you were talking to Susie Niemer on my staff. We will continue to talk to you, and I'm sorry. He is a survivor who lost his home.
Hi, board. Thank you for this podium, and I'm going to try to direct my questions to the fire chief and some of the things. I was just wondering, we have this third party, what the board has presented to us to give us this action plan. When is we going to get availability for the incident reports and action plans from the fire department and the police? And I don't see anybody representing the water department, because I think there's accountability here, and that needs to be adjusted. We need to hear from. I was just wondering if the fire chief can clarify when we're going to have this incident report and an action report from our fire department, because there was a unified command, and then they're saying that our communication system went down, but once that unified command, why they didn't activate the ambulance alert where it can assist these people to have us evacuate. I lost my home and all my properties as well. And we lost people, we lost entire cities. We are continually.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, board, Mayor Barger, everybody. My name is Greg McPhee. I've lived in West Altadena for about 30 years. I stayed behind as Altadena burned, as we had some fire equipment on hand, and was able to save our house and some others in my neighborhood. But I think back to the station fire and being told how many lessons that they had learned from that. I see almost no evidence of that. I see the same things over and over again. And I saw no fire trucks, no firemen, no police until long after the fire had rolled through and there were just houses smoldering. I could not get a hold of anybody at 911. I jumped on a fire truck and tried to get them to stop when they finally showed up, and they threw me off and kept going. The experience was unbelievable, and it just cannot ever be allowed to happen again. We have to do better, and if that requires replacing some of these people, so be it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Rosanna Tucker. I am a lifelong resident of LA County. The report claims that the Sheriff's Department proactively prepared for the purpose of evacuation planning in advance of the fire, but dozens of 911 calls went unanswered, resulting in 19 deaths, including 2 on my street. With a $4 billion board-approved budget, I think that the sheriff should have no problem, if they were helping with the evacuations, overturning the vehicle locator data from the first night of the fire. Personally, I did not receive an evacuation notice either on my phone or in person via law enforcement while in Black and Brown West Altadena, and I don't know anyone who did. On January 9th in West Hills, a white neighborhood, sheriffs were at my parents' door insisting we evacuate roughly 30 minutes after the start of the Kenneth fire. The contrast was revealing. The people of West Altadena deserve an adequate, independent evaluation before a single taxpayer dollar is allocated to the, quote, under-resourced LASD. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next
Rather
speaker.
than clap, if you can just hold up your hands if you agree. Thank you.
This is Dr. Mohammed. For the record, I'm a clinical psychologist on ADA protected leave and author of the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline and Care Court petitioner. For the record, I'm submitting a memorandum titled In Memoriam of Preventable Fatalities to accompany this comment, so the board has written governance record alongside today's after-action review. What the McChrystal Group calls after action, families call too late. Fires like preventable fatalities in our mental health system reveal the same patterns. Warnings ignored. Systems unprepared, lives at risk. From October 2023 until January 2024, I warned this board and the state partners that resources were being sent abroad while families here face poverty, homelessness, and childhood trauma without support. 1 year later, January 2025, the fires.
Thank you. We will now go to remote speakers. Megan Hinchcliffe-Garrick, your line is open. Please begin.
Answers and bold and empathetic, reflective leaders who are willing to take responsibility and ownership over their actions. Board members' frustrations at the results of a report that they commissioned from a group lacking capacity to compel agencies to participate is empty theater. In West Altadena, we were abandoned, and as a result, we were disproportionately impacted by death and destruction. Given West Altadena's demographics, this is an issue of equity, access, and justice across several aspects of identity, including race, class, age, and ability. We are not looking for a single point of blame. We are looking for a robust answer that accounts for all of the failures that led to this tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you. Roy Humphreys, your line is open. Please begin.
This exposure of profound, protracted incompetence and abject dereliction of duty over decades calls for an immediate culling with an Elon Big Balls Doge intervention and beg the feds to forgive and save this bankrupt state and county as a matter of national defense. You accomplish all of this while spending billions on illegal aliens for political gain and defrauding the federal government to support your criminal enterprise. Elon's Starlink communications has been available since 2015. This world is watching, to include China and Russia, who are asking, why don't we invade tomorrow? The answer is President Donald J. Trump. When I was a boy, we had civil defense drills every month. Our water guru, Roland Heights, is too smart to engage your water follies. Build bigger, better courts and jails. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 626-390, please state your name. Your line is open. You may begin.
Dear Mr. President Trump, Governor Newsom, Honorable Judy Chu, Mayor Braun, and LA Board of Supervisors,
Stand by. All right, do we know what the status of the calls are? All right. All right, can we hold it down, please? We don't have any more speakers. There's only on the phone speakers. Well, why don't we go ahead and while they're getting the phone up, we will talk about the motion. Can we get copies of the motion to hand out to my colleagues? Go ahead. Oh, I'm the only one with a speaker too. All right, let's take a 3-minute break. All right, we'll take a 3-minute break. Yeah. And I can't turn my mic off, so. It looks like we've got the power restored. So I will ask my colleagues to come back on the dais so we can discuss this motion. All right, we're going to go ahead and start the meeting. And I'm looking for, yeah. But I'm going to wait for Supervisor Horvath because we're going to hand out a motion that Supervisor Horvath and I are going to bring in together as co-authors. And it is taking the motion that I had on the green sheet and the motion that Supervisor Horvath had on the green sheet and blending them. Oh, okay. Oh, are there more people on the phone? Okay, let's finish with the phone. Go ahead.
Noel McCarthy, your line is open. Please begin. Noel, are you there? Can you hear? Your line is open.
Noel?
We'll take the next caller while we try to connect him. Caller 818-300, your line is open. Please begin. Caller 818-300, please state your name and begin. Your line is open.
Hello, my name is Lisa Page. I was 9 years old during the 1993 Eaton fire when neighbors and firefighters together helped save many homes, but we lost 100. That memory was ingrained in me. This past January, the response was completely different. Alerts were late, firefighters were scarce, and at 3:20 a.m., it was a sheriff with air raid sirens and neighbors who woke each other and tried to save homes. I lost mine and saw others burn while official help never came. Soldiers arrived the next day with guns instead of hoses, protecting property rather than saving it, preventing citizens from being able to save their homes. Firefighters said, "We will get to that if we can," when we begged for help in person. When the winds were finally down, there was still no air support. We can't afford to repeat these mistakes and could learn from the last fire 31 years ago. Only an independent investigation can ensure this level of failure never happens again in the future. That's why I believe it's time we prepare ourselves with training, self-preservation, and land management to combat climate change.
Noel McCarthy, your line is open. Please begin. Noel McCarthy, your line is open. Please begin. Noel McCarthy, are you there? We'll go to.
No.
Can you please begin now?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you please disconnect from your other device? I see you're connected twice.
Got it. Apologies. Is that better?
Okay, we're going to go ahead and start your time now. Please begin.
I just wanted to reiterate.
Okay, we're going to put you back on hold and we're going to take the next caller.
The scope of the Crystal report was quite narrow. They were tasked with investigating the alert systems and evacuation protocols. I have no doubt these things can be fixed, but now we await the bigger report, frankly, the more important investigation as to why West Altadena was left to burn. We all understand this was a major event. Altadenans were there. Altadenans evacuated themselves, and in many cases, Altadenans fought the fire by themselves. There were no heroes from the fire department or sheriff's office in West Altadena. You can't be a hero if you're not there. Even after the winds died down, no one came. Downtown Altadena, the beating heart of Altadena, was burning at 9 a.m. the next day, and there wasn't a fire truck in sight. There was one helicopter dedicated to protecting JPL and one fire truck meandering around Altadena. This is unacceptable. The questions important for the Board of Supervisors need to address: why was historically Black and brown neighborhoods?
Caller 818-645, please state your name. You may begin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from the 3rd District. And of course, there's a lot of gratitude for the work that the first responders did in responding to this fire. And I just want to remind people of the colossal fuck up by the board and the CEO's office and other jurisdictions with LA Ricks, which was a complete train wreck that was embarrassing. We spent millions and millions of both federal and state dollars circling around, infighting, going nowhere, so that in fact the communication problem that we're facing now, though not directly related to it, is absolutely related, because it's about not completing the task with the trust of the people in mind back then. Because of, where are the lobbyists, by the way, the public safety lobbyists? Let them come up and take a bow. Unbelievable. And I would say, in terms of fixing this and getting this right, let's also look to the insurance industry. I'm about to blow the whistle yet again on these unbelievable people who feel that they can just lie.
Thank you. Claudia Jerez, your line is open. Please begin. Claudia, please begin. We're going to take the next caller. Caller 626-390. Please state your name. Your line is open and begin.
Dear Mr. President Trump, Governor Newsom, Honorable Judy Chu, Mayor Braun, and LA Board of Supervisors, the Alta team was formed with Susie Wiles in 9/15 to address gun violence, combining the capabilities of the DOD, DOJ, FBI, and local police. This technology can be used for fire prevention and evacuation. With the LA Board of Supervisors joined the Alpha team to bring Stargate life support to Los Angeles County and release the $238.5 billion federal budget, and there's an incentivization plan for all public servants wishing to enroll. I presented the city of South Pasadena on 9/17 to ask Mayor Braun if we can do a pilot to show how we can prevent a shooter before they become a shooter, enhance EMS and police response. I've also asked Judy Chu, House of Rep, to join the Alpha team. Colin Campbell, District 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on these items.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify, when I was speaking about the Hearst fire, I have residents in Los Angeles, in the city of Los Angeles, neighborhoods in the city of Los Angeles who were impacted, who said they didn't receive alerts, but you said you sent those alerts. Did those alerts go to the city of Los Angeles residents?
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify. So we were in unified command with the City of Los Angeles and the County of Los Angeles. The alerts that the County of Los Angeles sent were for the County of Los Angeles areas. The City of Los Angeles sent the alerts for the City of Los Angeles areas.
So I appreciate that clarification, but for me, it once again informs why a unified system, not having to decipher who alerts are coming from and where they should go. It's just incredibly challenging for neighborhoods that border each other. They could be getting substantively different messages if county and city are not sending the same information. And I think that is also frustrating to people who are just trying to understand what to do to protect themselves.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. So you all have a motion that Supervisor Horvath and I are co-authoring. And I'm going to read what has changed. It is now that we further, on Directive 1, that we therefore move is going to be 60 days versus 90 days, which makes total sense. The second, again, we're aligning the 60-day. Where there's substantive change, it's going to be the third. We therefore move that the Board of Supervisors direct the Chief Executive Office to provide a written feasibility report and fiscal impact with next steps in 60 days to implement an AAR recommendation to initiate a restructuring of OEM's organizational framework to address the lack of autonomy and fragmented authority that currently undermines its ability to coordinate emergency management effectively. The report should consider the feasibility of moving OEM out of the CEO's office to an organizational framework that enhances its autonomy and authority. The report should include, but not limited to, 1, current staffing levels and funding within the OEM, including federal, state, and local grants, anticipated staffing levels, including surge staffing during activations space needs and funding considerations. 2, assessment of whether OEM's current structure aligns with its coordination responsibilities and best practices in emergency management. Establish clear authority frameworks and standardized operational protocols, including updates to standard operating procedures for emergency activations, messaging protocols, and partner coordination. And then 3, a high-level schedule for the creation of a new department of OEM and then transition of programs and funding with a focus on critical path milestones to ensure that the board and the public are aware of the action items and associated processes that must be completed and by when. The schedule report should include 1, a summary of county programs and functions that will transition to the new county department should the board choose to create a new county department. 2, a functional organizational chart to be refined as the process continues, and description of programs that will operate out of this new department. And 3, any proposed phasing of department operations, funding transfers, department's projected staffing needs, necessary classifications, and job duties. And then we further move that the Board of Supervisors direct the CEO to provide the following additional written information. 1, within 90 days, a preliminary summary of county OEM programs and functions that will transition to the new county department/organization should the board choose to create the new county department, including a functional end state organizational chart to be refined as the process continues, and description of programs that will operate out of this new department. The report should describe any proposed phasing of departmental operations, funding transfers, department's projected staffing needs, necessary classifications, and job duties. And within 120 days, a fiscal and staffing plan for the new department, which should include, but not limited to, all emergency programs and funding sources across departments, which will be consolidated into the new department. And then we are striking I further move that the Board of Supervisors instruct the Chief Executive Office to report back in 90 days regarding the OEM structure. We compromised on the above language. And the final, we further move is just, again, aligning to the 60-day versus 90-day. So I want to just publicly thank Supervisor Horvath and her team and my team for working on this. I think it's important for us to get this right, but also to have consensus amongst us all, because the future of our Office of Emergency Management depends upon our leadership to get it done. So with that, I would ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the item is before you as amended, and we're referring back item 54C. So with that, Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And to the survivors, I'm looking out in the audience, I see Evan, I feel when you were talking, nothing we can say is going to bring back your home, but I promise you, we all hear you. So thank you. Okay. All right, Executive Officer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will now be moving on to supplemental budget items 63 through 68. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on these items, please use the raise hand feature if you're online, or press *3 if you're on the phone. Representatives from the Chief Executive Office will make a presentation. Representatives from the offices of Auditor Controller, District Attorney, and Assessor are available for questions. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Today marks the final phase in our annual budget process, a phase that we call Supplemental Changes Budget. Our objective today is to fund essential services to the public while maintaining our legally required balanced budget and avoiding a structural deficit which would harm the county's high credit ratings and undermine the fiscal integrity that your board has established over the course of many years. Can we bring up the presentation slides, please? Thank you. Before we jump into the slides, I think it's worth noting that the county is accustomed to dealing with challenges and competing priorities. However, this year is truly different. Never before in our recent history have we faced such a relentless onslaught of unprecedented and simultaneous pressures. In addition to preparing for federal and state budget cuts, which are anticipated to grow in 2026 and 2027, we must begin making payments this January to settle $4 billion in childhood sexual assault claims. The cost of responding to and recovering from the January wildfires, a topic that we just discussed in depth, is another challenge. We have estimated the multi-year potential impact of costs and revenue losses at roughly $2 billion. This all comes as we are making significant commitments to invest in our county workforce. Although we are still negotiating with several bargaining units, we have offers already on the table today that are expected to require an additional $2 billion to fund over the 3 contract years beginning this fiscal year. Fulfilling these and other important obligations against the backdrop of historically low, locally generated revenue will require us to make cuts elsewhere to balance our budget as required by law and board policy. The fact that your board is considering this supplemental budget just one day before a possible federal government shutdown, which interjects more uncertainty into the economic landscape, clearly and keenly illustrates this point. Supplemental budget at a glance. So this slide depicts the supplemental budget at a glance in terms of dollars and budgeted positions. The total budget has increased in this budget phase by $3.7 billion from the budget adopted by your board in June, a point I will address in detail on the next slide. It is important to note that of this amount, only $48.2 million is new, ongoing, locally generated revenue. On the right side of the slide, you see the red arrow pointing downward because my office is recommending cutting a net total of 1,125 budgeted positions, most of which are currently vacant, from the budget that was just adopted in June. 930 of these positions are being eliminated as part of the 5.5% curtailments to departmental budgets to help fund the anticipated cost of living increases negotiated with some of our labor partners. The remaining 275 positions are being cut from the Health Services Department in anticipation of federal funding cuts. I want to stress that the 1,125 positions shown on this slide is a net number, meaning that we are also adding positions for some departments in this budget where necessary. However, after adding the number of positions that we're adding and subtracting the number of positions being cut, the net result is 1,125 budgeted positions being cut from the budget. I'll take the next slide, please. This slide is intended to explain what seems like a paradox, and I get asked this question often every year during this time in supplemental. The question this year is, how can we have an additional $3.7 billion in funding in just 3 months after the final changes budget in June? And where did this funding come from? The answer, most of this funding is not new funding. It is unspent funding from the last fiscal year, which is fiscal year 24-25, that is being rolled over into the current year's budget. And most of it represents one-time funding. But first of all, I'll start with some good news. The assessor's new automated system has enabled assessor staff to process more property tax assessments and process them faster. This in turn has enabled staff to add more newly constructed buildings to the tax roll and to process more property transfers this fiscal year. This speed and efficiency resulted in additional property tax revenue for this year's budget, approximately $48.2 million. As I'll explain on slide 6, these funds are largely spoken for. Earlier, I said that most of the $3.7 billion is unspent funding from last fiscal year. Typically, the supplemental budget includes funding that was budgeted in the prior budget year, but that which remained unspent at the close of that same fiscal year. So here, I am referring to the funds that were budgeted for fiscal year 24-25, but which remained unspent on June 30th, 2025, which is the close of the fiscal year. Funds remain unspent primarily for 3 reasons, which I'll go through quickly. First, positions that are budgeted do not get filled, or filled positions are vacated during all or part of the year. And it could be for a number of reasons: retirements, separations from employment, transfers, et cetera. And your board discussed hiring and vacancies last Tuesday at the board meeting. Second, some programs ramp up more slowly than expected for a number of reasons: contracting processes, time for community engagement, time to design and develop a program, et cetera. And third, multi-year capital projects. Capital projects tend to be time-consuming, complex undertakings. Funding may be allocated in a budget year, but the project may proceed at a slower pace and span multiple years. On this slide, we have 3 categories of underspend. So I just gave you the 3 reasons why, primary reasons why you have underspend in a budget at the end of the year. And I want to go through the 3 that are in this category. First, there is $1.3 billion in underspend in special districts and special revenue. That is represented by the blue bar at the bottom. These funds are typically restricted and cannot be repurposed or used for other purposes other than what they are intended for. Next, on the slide in the bottom right, you'll see there's $485.9 million in underspend in the general fund. And then lastly, in the middle, there is $427.3 million in underspend in CFCI funding. I'll take the opportunity to note here that this is not a change in the CFCI spending plan. In all unspent CFCI dollars, totaling $273.2 million, are being rolled over for CFCI to recommend for programming. I'll underscore that this increase is due essentially to an accounting transfer. It is not new money. It's existing money that's being rolled over to the current fiscal year. There's also approximately $887 million in new federal, state, and other non-local revenues designated for specific programs that was not anticipated as of the budget in June. And then finally, we are recommending that the board draw down $400 million from our rainy day fund, a rare recommendation from our office for the County of Los Angeles. I'm offering a lot of detail here to try to preempt any misinformation or erroneous information or the erroneous belief that the county has $3.7 billion in new funding to use as it pleases. That is not the case. The takeaway here on this slide is that there has been growth. That growth in this budget phase is $48.2 million and represents funding that, for the most part, has been committed and is being carried over to fulfill that commitment. I'll take the next slide, please. This slide illustrates some of the public-facing cuts to programs and services that are being implemented in this budget phase in order to help fund our investment in bonuses and cost of living increases for our county employees. Although we shared this information in June during the final changes presentation, the departmental budgets are actually being curtailed during this particular budget phase. Some departments like Parks have already operationalized these cuts. Other departments have been fine-tuning their priorities and only recently finalized their actual curtailment plans. For the public, I think it's important to clarify that each department manages its own budget and sets its own departmental priorities. The decisions about which programs to cut, which positions or services to cut to meet the requirement for a 5.5% curtailment was directed by the department heads working with their executive teams and their program staff, with my office providing guidance as needed around legal mandates, matching funds, and other critical factors. If a department provided a curtailment plan with questionable strategies or numbers that could not be validated within necessary timeframes, my office rejected the curtailment plan and instructed the department to resubmit an actionable plan. These are difficult decisions to make, to be sure, but our guiding principle is maintaining our core responsibilities to the extent our funding allows, which include health, public health, social services safety net, along with maintaining public safety, operating our justice system, and overseeing free and accessible elections. Los Angeles County is not alone in its need to implement curtailments. Counties up and down the state, and in fact across the country, are struggling with these very same issues. Unfortunately, as you see illustrated on this slide, for constituents, this will mean fewer youth programs, including some job opportunities, shorter hours for parks, fewer arts grants, closing of some probation offices, and less support for animals in our shelters. I'll take our next slide, please. On this slide, here's a closer look at the positions, some of the positions being curtailed, highlighting on this slide just the departments where the cut equates to more than 50 positions. In total, 25 of our 38 departments are cutting positions, while others have found other ways to cut costs. I want to particularly call out the positions cut from our Office of the District Attorney and our probation department because of erroneous information that is circulating that appears to communicate that only these departments are taking curtailments. That is not accurate. Details on all position cuts across all the departments can be found in a supplemental budget fact sheet at ceo.lacounty.gov and also in the board letter posted with this agenda item. I'll take the next slide, please. Now I want to turn to some of the positive changes reflected in this budget phase. I mentioned earlier that only $48.2 million of the $3.7 billion increase in this budget is ongoing, unrestricted local revenue. By way of an earlier motion, the board has designated $40 million of this total to pay wage increases for in-home supportive services workers who provide essential in-home care for many of our seniors and residents with disabilities. The remaining 8.2 balance is being set aside to cover contingencies in line with the board's fiscal policies. The one-time funding that I flagged earlier in this presentation is also being allocated for very important uses. And I won't go through each one of them on the slide, but you could see them displayed here. I'll go to the next slide, please. Another key budget recommendation is to draw $400 million from the county's rainy day fund, which, when added to the $415 million we are transferring from funds previously set aside, will pay the $1,815 million installment, which is our first installment, of the $4 billion AB 218 settlement of childhood sexual assault claims. That first payment is due in January of 2026. This is an obligation we need to meet in order to do what we can to help people who were abused while in the county's care, to help them recover, and to help them rebuild their lives. I've said before and will say again that the narratives that we hear about these abuse cases are reprehensible and they should have never happened, yet here we are. We continue to make the systemic changes needed to keep young people safe, including a new child sexual abuse hotline that is expected to be operational this year. However, The number of claims alleging sexual assault continues to grow and is now expected to exceed 14,000 claims. Under existing law, these claims can be brought by those who have left the county's care more than 2 decades ago, making it very difficult to calculate our total potential liability. Unfortunately, we were unable to address legislatively the impact of these cases on local government budgets during this most recent legislative session. But we must try again because we have no choice. We are committed to balance. We want to preserve the rights of victims to be heard, to seek redress for their wrongs, and to receive compensation for the harm suffered, balanced with preserving the county's ability to provide safety net services. We will continue to work with our legislative partners in Sacramento and victim rights advocates to come up with common sense fixes that strike the right balance. Drawing from our rainy day fund is also a tough decision in and of itself. In our history, we have tapped this fund extremely rarely, and I believe the last time we tapped into it was in 2008. The Government Finance Officers Association, which is an independent body that analyzes best practices in government finance, recommends that local jurisdictions set aside 17% of their ongoing locally generated revenues in reserves. The board's fiscal policy aligns with this guidance, targeting a 17% rainy day fund balance, equivalent to $1.5 billion as of this supplemental budget. After drawing down an additional $400 million and setting aside 10% of our one-time year-end savings, our rainy day fund balance will be $738 million, or roughly 8.1% of our ongoing discretionary revenues, far below the recommended target of 17%. To those who would urge us to pull more money out to fund programs and services, I want to again highlight that this is one-time funding, which by board fiscal policy is unable to be used to fund ongoing commitments, and that our investment-grade credit ratings rely on healthy reserves, including the rainy day fund. This is not just a technical issue of interest only to financial system insiders. These ratings are what determine our cost of borrowing money, for example, to pay the balance of the AB 218 claims, to manage cash flow, to make payroll every 2 weeks, and to support all the operations of the county without interruption or without higher costs. Take the next slide, please. Supervisors, this concludes my presentation. I know that we have speakers on the dais. I would happy to answer any questions you may have now or after department heads speak. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're gonna hear from the from DA Hockman and Jeffrey Pang, and then we'll go in order. Supervisor Mitchell will begin. Supervisor Horvath, Supervisor Hahn, Supervisor Barger, Supervisor Solis. So with that, DA Hockman, welcome.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Barger, for this opportunity to address the board. The reason I am here is to put some flesh on the bones and the muscles of these cuts, and to show you, at least as it affects the district attorney's office, how these cuts will impact public safety. Now, I've been on the job just shy of 10 months, and I've come to have a huge appreciation for some of the 3 key partners that help keep people safe in this county. There's this board, actually, and your commitment. I've had a chance to meet with each and every one of you. Your commitment to public safety I find to be profound. We have different ideas on how to execute public safety, but the core belief that every citizen, every resident of this county deserves public safety, that the #1 obligation, in fact, of government is to make sure that people are safe in their homes and their businesses, their streets and their neighborhoods. I find that we all share that unyielding commitment to public safety. The second part is law enforcement. And the third part is the DA's office. We all have to work together. Law enforcement goes out there, they investigate the cases, they arrest the criminals. The DA's office prosecutes. I don't actually go to law enforcement and tell them how exactly to do their job, nor do they tell us how to prosecute the cases once they reach the courts. And the board plays that third part of a sort of a three-legged stool, where you're in charge of helping us set priorities and then funding it. So when it comes to funding it, that is why I am here. In 2020, when my predecessor, Gascon, took office, there was roughly an allocation of over 2,300 budgeted positions in the district attorney's office. 950 of them were for prosecutors. When Gascon left office in December, roughly, of 2024, the number of prosecutors, and I'll focus on that part of it because the support staff and the investigators are sort of proportional to the number of prosecutors, had dipped to 750. So 200 prosecutors had effectively been lost in the district attorney's office because of attrition and the failure to attract enough new talent who wanted to work for the LADA's office. So when I became district attorney, I was very excited because I knew we had a whole bunch of budgeted vacant positions that I would now be in charge of filling with some of the best and brightest people from this county and actually from surrounding counties, even from outside this county. We have had applications coming in from, again, some of the best and brightest lawyers from across this state and even nation that want to be in the LA County District Attorney's Office and work as prosecutors. And we've been hiring. I was able to hire probably about 73, and there was some attrition in there until the recent budget cuts. First, the 3% budget cut, then the 5.5% budget cut. Roughly, instead of my budget either staying the same or going up to deal with an ongoing crisis in some respects that we're having in various aspects of our public safety, all of a sudden I was told that we were going to lose over 100 positions. And in fact, those were the positions we were in the process of trying to fill. Now, why is that important? Why do we actually need these positions? Let me give you a couple examples. Sex crimes and domestic violence. We have suffered an over 25% decrease in the number of prosecutors who are assigned to sex crime and domestic violence, while facing an almost in the same time period, almost 20% increase in the number of cases that we're being asked to consider. So what that means is that I'm asked prosecutors to do a lot more with a lot less people. And I also inherited, when I started, an over 10,000 case backlog. In other words, these are cases that have been presented over the last couple of years at the DA's office because of a filing system that my predecessor implemented that was failing, created a 10,000 case backlog. If you can imagine what that is 10,000 or more victims waiting to see whether or not their case was going to get prosecuted. That was 10,000 or more law enforcement officers who had investigated the case and waited to see whether or not their case was going to be prosecuted. So not only are we dealing with the over 180,000 criminal cases that we file on every single year, I had to get after this backlog because this backlog had a lot of important cases in it, and we have tackled it. I've been offering basically comp time and whatnot to get people to work nights and weekends to come in and reduce that backlog. It went from over 10,000 cases, and in just less than 10 months, it's under 5,200 cases. So again, when I say we are doing more with less, we are getting less, we have less resources than just 4 years ago, and we're actually dealing with a higher case log. And I know each one of the supervisors here have expressed to me their concerns in particular areas of public safety, whether it's Supervisor Solis and her concerns with human trafficking prevention, environmental protection for disadvantaged communities, hate crime, prosecutions. I say yes to every one of those areas. I am actually prioritized a number of those areas. I have personally worked as a prosecutor in those areas, but I don't have the additional positions right now to help increase those areas with staffing. What that means is that when we go to law enforcement, we say, okay, the DA's office is now open for business. There is no longer a political agenda that precludes us from considering any case based on the facts and the evidence. That again, I don't have additional prosecutors to staff it, so I will ask the ones there to do more with less. But if I had the more prosecutors, each one of your priority areas would get additional attention. For Supervisor Mitchell, we've had great discussions on street takeovers and street racing issues, the effectiveness of homeless court, and how to direct people to treatment instead of incarceration. Again, I need resources. I need bodies to actually staff these type of efforts. We actually went ahead and did a street racing takedown operation. We got one of the biggest promoters, someone who had promoted 16 different street racing basically street racing intersection takeovers, and they are now facing criminal charges. We actually prosecuted someone whose street racing, he was driving during a street racing incident. His car went out of control. He killed a beautiful 24-year-old, and he is now doing 13 years behind bars. We are happy to focus on street racing as a priority area, but we need resources to do it. With Supervisor Horvath, we've had great discussions, as well with Supervisor Barger, on wildfire crimes. A whole variety of crimes that I didn't think was even an aspect of criminal law when I took office, and then within a month, I figured out we have to focus on wildfire crimes, whether it's price gouging, looting, whether it's different types of arson. Now we're dealing with financial scams that are coming through the door as billions of dollars is coming into these areas to rebuild, dealing with unlicensed contractors who are taking advantage of people in this area. Everything I just described requires resources, and we are more than happy to go ahead and dedicate what we can to these crimes. In fact, I've retasked certain people to become experts effectively in wildfire crimes, and sure enough, they are. But that means that they're not doing as much work in other areas that we need them to do work in. But again, we will deal with the priorities as they come through the door. With Supervisor Hahn, we've had some fantastic discussions on our juvenile population. You and I have both been out to Los Padrinos. I've been to Barry J. Nydorf as well. And we are dealing with a juvenile justice system that I think is just flat out broke or broken. It's broke and broken. I know that there is litigation right now to potentially even appoint a receiver to be in charge of our juvenile facilities because the probation office has not been able to accomplish the task. I am more than happy to work with you on all these juvenile justice issues. And I've stretched the resources of our prosecutors who are handling more juvenile cases than they've ever handled, and very serious ones. As you well are aware, a lot of the low-level juvenile cases don't even reach the DA's office. They get diverted right to the probation office, then put into diversion. So the ones we're dealing with are juveniles who've committed some very, very serious crimes. We want to both make sure that they have adequate facilities that are healthy, sanitary, offer them the rehabilitation that the system is supposed to be designed for. But also I need the people to make sure those cases are dealt with in a timely and very fair and just way. It requires more resources. And with Supervisor Barger, we've had some great discussions on, well, everything. Everything dealing with criminal justice, including illegal cannabis. And what we can do with all the illegal cannabis operations that are popping up in all the districts that are not only going ahead and creating health problems, because the regulated cannabis industry has regulations dealing from seed to sale to make sure it's grown appropriately without toxic elements, to make sure it's sold properly, marketed properly, and everything involved. But you and I are both aware of a recent takedown where we went after a whole organization that in part had two butane labs where they were manufacturing illegal cannabis products. Problem with an illegal butane lab is that it's incredibly flammable. These two blew up and murdered 5 people in the process. We then took down, through 9 different search warrants, 9 different facilities, and confiscated over $100 million of illegal cannabis product. That was one day. One day in the district with a big takedown operation, and we put at least somewhat of a major dent in a $2 billion illegal cannabis industry in this county alone. Now, what I've just described takes a huge amount of resources.
I'm going to ask you to wrap it up only because we've got Jeff Prang and we've got a lot. No, because we was given 5 to 7 minutes, but this is something that is very important, and I appreciate DA Hockman's, outlining the importance of it. But out of respect to the public and all, I'm just going to give you like 2 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Barker, and I will wrap it up. I very much respect this board's philosophy of care first, jails last. But with respect to that, I want to make sure.
Can we hold it down? Excuse me, DA. Go ahead.
I want to make sure that we again take our basically joint commitment to public safety and provide the resources to actually get there. And I want to thank you very much for this time today because, on paper, it looks like a 8.5% cut, $24 million, a bunch of positions. But I want to do my best to translate what those cuts look like into the public safety we're not going to have if we can't figure out some way to restore the funding for these type of positions.
Thank you very, very much. Assessor Prang.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. Appreciate your continued support in our efforts to ensure that the Assessor's Office can fill its essential role for the county. In the initial budget, counterintuitively, my department had requested additional positions, and those were recommended for 33 additional appraisers. I know it's somewhat counterintuitive at a time when other departments are being asked to make cuts. But let me explain to you why that is important. The work of my office is not simply administrative. It is foundational and essential for the fiscal health of the county. Property tax revenue is the fiscal backbone of the county. It supports our basic.
Well, that's nice.
I didn't know that I was going to have a soundtrack.
That was to ease and calm you.
It was a bit of a musical interlude.
Go ahead. Sorry for the interruption.
Thank you. But as I was saying, obviously property tax revenue is the backbone of supporting essential county services from public health, first responders, infrastructure, in so many ways that the Assessor's Office is one of the most important local government agencies because no other agency can do its job until we've done ours. And if we don't do our job thoroughly, then revenues which should be going into our departments is left on the table. That work is at risk when the resources are stretched thin, and I wanted to just illustrate this with an example. This year alone, we are not going to complete the processing of 120,000 new construction permits. These 120,000 permits represent $50 billion in assessed value. That means that $200 million in property taxes will be delayed, will not be in this year's budget, of which about 27% would directly support county services. This is not an issue of efficiency, but of capacity. And with an annual attrition rate of 40 to 50 appraisers and a 2-year training period for new hires, recovery from staffing shortages is slow and difficult and leads to exponential reductions in our work product. To help address this challenge, our office is hoping to be able to hire an appraiser training class of 100 in the spring of 2026. This is a much needed group of trainees that will offset the attrition rate and ensure that we can continue processing revenue generating transactions. One of the other challenges from reductions in staff in my office is that the law requires me to prioritize revenue reduction work over revenue producing work. Things such as assessment appeals and exemptions have legal priorities over revenue production work. The fewer people I have, the more people are transferred into revenue reduction work. Amid this financial uncertainty, I think our office has already clearly demonstrated what effective government can look like during the January wildfires. Our recently completed technology modernization project enabled us to process value adjustments for 17,000 victims in fewer than 90 days. Furthermore, the time saved by disaster relief processing through these upgrades allowed us to complete assessments that recaptured nearly all of the lost assessed value due to fire damage. I want to assure you, I think the IT system doesn't like me this morning.
I don't think it likes
They, they knew it was the tax guy here.
So what I'm going to do, once you're done, Jeff, I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a 5-minute break so we can get our act together up here in terms of the audio system, so we're not getting interrupted. So try to, if you can summarize.
Sure, I just wanted
why
to.
you need
I just wanted to reassure you and this board that I am laser focused on being as efficient and thorough in our production as possible. While we are not a revenue department per se, revenue is the byproduct of what we do. And my goal is to ensure that we get that work done, to ensure that this board has all the resources that they're entitled to in terms of property taxes. I need these additional positions in order to accomplish that goal. I appreciate your time and attention. Happy to answer any questions.
It's back. All right, then we will move forward with Supervisor Mitchell. I'm hesitating only because, but good luck.
I'll stay away from the mic. Let's see if that works. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Okay, thank you. It looks like we're live on our screens as well. Thank you, CEO Davenport, for your presentation. As you know, I pay very close attention to them. And for your work and the work of your budget team and all of our budget staff that the lead up to the supplemental budget phase of the process. I also want to thank our Ledge Affairs and our Intergovernmental Relations team for their stellar budget advocacy work on behalf of the county at the state and federal level. This fiscal year marks the 3rd year of slowing growth for our locally generated revenues. And yet, as you depicted, and as you've told us time and time again, in addition to slowing growth, that we've got, for the next 25 years, our budget will pay the price for the harm some of our county institutions inflicted upon our youth under our care. Harm that led to massive sexual misconduct settlements. And as I heard you say today, those numbers are increasing. I'm clear that we are going to have to find solutions to our fiscal challenges, and that's going to be a challenge. You know, I think for me, it's a cautionary tale when we look at across-the-board curtailment strategy, where we're looking at all departments to cut the same percentage, particularly when we recognize that some of those departments have a over-reliance on NCC compared to others. It is a strategy, but again, I would just say a cautionary tale. In response to the district attorney, I would say that I, with all due respect, have to disagree with your 3-legged stool notion of public safety, because what you didn't mention at all was prevention. The critical element to public safety in my community, sir, is prevention.
You guys,
so when I
go like this, if you agree, put your hands up and we'll see loud and clear, no clapping, please. Go ahead, Supervisor Mitchell.
So when I look at this chart, when we want to talk about public safety, cuts to your department aren't singular. We're looking at about 1,100 budgeted positions eliminated in other departments that perform prevention services. Public social services is a prevention department from my perspective. Recognizing that poverty is the #1 driver that sends children to foster care. The Children and Family Services Department is receiving a cut. Public health is receiving a cut. I have taken to referring to public health as a form of public safety also. I remember COVID painfully. The public defender, probation, the health services department, all have health services leads our violence prevention efforts. Again, focused on prevention. So I appreciate that all of these department heads, many of whom are here today, have similar stories they can share, having had similar conversations with all of us, and like you can articulate our priorities for our districts. And all of us and all of them are feeling the pain. It is an unfortunate position we find ourselves in. But if I look at parks after dark, prevention. Arts grants, prevention. Regional parks and lakes, the cuts to probation offices, extended pool hours, prevention. So I, for one, Madam CEO, have been paying very close attention and understand the circumstances we find ourselves in, and look forward to continuing engaging in conversation about how we make very tough, thoughtful, strategic decisions that are in the best interest of every county resident across the board. Again, cautionary tale about kind of a equal percentage across the board. I know that's what government does. That's what every level of government does when our back's against the wall. I get it. But I also recognize that some departments will feel a disproportionate impact compared to departments that have more diversified funding sources. I am relieved that we do have a rainy day fund that we can tap. It's tragic that we haven't had to go there since 2008, but it is also tragic what actions from the federal government have done to the people of Los Angeles County. So at least we've got that money we can fall back on. I am also clear that we must ensure our financial stability, that we've got to protect the financial integrity of our institutions. And we also have to ensure that whatever damage, frankly, is done through these cuts isn't irreversible or truly detrimental to our statutory obligations and to the people who call LA County home. So I am hoping that when we make these cuts, we make them with an understanding of the consequences to our communities and how we can best mitigate them in a way that upholds what we value and what we have committed to as a county. I appreciate that we have done these budget presentations, hopefully for the general public as well as the departments to understand how we got where we are. And I'm clear that as the level of government that provides services of last resort, public health is a perfect example of that, that we're going to have to continue to pay close attention to how we manage our resources in a thoughtful way. I mentioned the fact that I see public health, for example, as a public safety function. And so I'm hoping that we can shift how we prioritize the Department of Public Health as we think about our resource allocation. Much like how we fund any other traditional public safety entities, I think public health is essential to keeping our neighbors safe from disease, particularly given the fact that the federal government has abandoned any understanding or notion of what public health is or should be. So I think it's even more imperative that the county step up its support of public health, given that lack of focus or prioritization. The new Department of Homeless Services and Housing was created under the premise that we would streamline and optimize services and programs, and unfortunately, we won't see the new department reflected until next year's budget. I am clear, and I understand that it's due to the timing of its launch, which was mid-fiscal year. But this lack of alignment, I'm concerned, can create kind of a blind spot for the overall county's budget and intersections with other departments. And so I appreciate that for this year, La Casa funds will allow for continuity in prevention services and tenant legal support through Stay Housed LA. But given how vocal we've been on this issue, I expect to see measurable success from this administrative change in the future. I'll just touch base on one second district specific issue and then just touch base on CFI as well. I was disappointed in this version of the document to hear that Magic Johnson Park and Wishing Tree Parks in my district are the only two parks countywide that are what are considered, quote, understaffed, where both parks are in areas identified by Park and Rec as priority areas for increasing access to regional recreation, yet newer parks have received more optimal staffing. I do appreciate the one-time solution for staffing these parks provided through the Department of Youth Development, but it's troubling to see that we lack ongoing funding and positions to resolve this inequity. This means second district and county residents using these parks will not see the same level of services as they do in other parks, and I think that's unfortunate. Because I worry, as do many park attendees that we hear from, that temporary and time-limited positions funded by one-time dollars aren't what's feasible in our effort to attract, top talent into the Parks Department who need permanently funded positions. So I look forward to the continued conversations between the CEO and the Department of Park and Rec and my office to ensure the best long-term solution to this equity issue. I'm encouraged by the progress of a motion I brought forward to strengthen the integrity of the CFCI process. The CFCI board and committee, which includes board-appointed members from the community and various county departments, now has much more input on unspent balances, including the $245 million available in this supplemental budget. And so I look forward to their recommendations and seeing whether the changes will result in those unspent dollars getting out the door and into community more quickly. Another tangible example of true prevention. I know that we're, as a board, are going to have very tough decisions to make. We still don't know what we don't know, what will come down from the federal government with a looming shutdown. But when I think about HR 1's impact that we had presented several weeks ago, the impact to our Medi-Cal constituents, 850,000 of them who call the second district home, the impact to our Section 8 vouchers, the impact to CalFresh and our departments, and the impact to their admin rates in an effort to trying to keep up with the ever-changing policies coming out of the federal government, all of which seem to be causing us nothing but harm. I'm clear that this budget document will unfortunately continue to be fluid as we continue to try to figure out how we respond in the best interest of the residents of LA County. To the department heads, I heard from many of our boards and commissions, everyone from the Inspector General to a number of them. I hear you and I get it. And I think this is an example of all of us are going to have to give a pound of flesh in this budget because of all of the circumstances that the CEO has painstakingly laid out to all of us very publicly, week after week after week. If we could get to a point where we could look up, can devise a strategy a little more nuanced that doesn't resort back to the typical government reaction, which is across the board unilateral cuts, I would really love to be there. I think my fear is the depth of these cuts for this budget is so deep. I know that you all are using a scalpel approach versus a jackhammer. And for that, the constituents I represent and I appreciate you and look forward to continue to stay in dialogue. I think we all as elected officials have a responsibility to listen, to hear from our constituents, to understand the true impacts all these cuts will have accumulatively. And I know that the CEO will continue to help us operationalize those in a way that I hope causes the least amount of harm to Los Angeles residents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking everyone involved in the budget process for their work, including the CEO, her budget staff, all of our departments, and of course, our board staff. I know that the budget takes a lot of work and most of the year to complete. A $52.5 billion budget with many complex funding sources is not an easy feat to accomplish. I want to thank the advocates, members of the public, and other stakeholders who have been involved in the budget process and who are here today to have their voices heard and will continue to be in the future. Your perspective and input are invaluable and are needed in the budget process so that we can continue to work together to create a budget that improves the lives of all our county residents. Today, we're considering supplemental budget changes to the county's adopted budget from June, and these changes are the final phase of our fiscal year 24-25 budget. This year's budget has been different and difficult to say the least. We have faced many challenges, including new ones that have only emerged this year. To address those challenges, we're implementing actions such as curtailments that we have not had to take in many years. We never want to be in a position where curtailments are necessary, so I want to thank the departments and the CEO's staff for carefully working on these curtailments to lessen their impact to the greatest extent possible. I believe that in most cases, we've been able to do this because of the curtailments to vacant positions and non-program funds. But in some cases, our offices have heard concerns from departments about curtailments, particularly when it relates to work they're required to perform, such as the public defender and alternate public defender, which I know Supervisor Hahn also intends to touch on. To our CEO, my understanding is that some of these concerns have recently been worked through. So can you explain where we started with the cuts to public defender and alternate public defender and where we are today?
Yes, thank you. So let me start with where we started. Earlier this year, in recommended budget, we requested departments submit curtailment plans at 3% curtailment. Those curtailments were taken in a recommended budget, and for the public defender, that included $8.5 million and included the elimination of 32 vacant deputy public defender 2 positions. Then, in supplemental changes budget, we asked departments to submit additional curtailment plans for 5.5%, and for the public defender, that's $15.5 million, and includes the elimination of an additional 52 deputy public defender 2 items, plus 5 non-attorney items. As a component of supplemental budget, we have been working with the public defender and to figure out a way to see if we could mitigate the impact on what they described as their pipeline hiring program. That is a program that they use to hire law clerks who are coming out of law school, they pass the bar, and they work their way up the ranks. And so what we did is my team worked with the public defender's team, and essentially what we found was there is a structural surplus in that program. And what that essentially means is that the program was funded at more than what it actually needed to bring on the law clerks, to promote them to Deputy Public Defender 1, and to promote them to Deputy Public Defender 2. And so what we have done is we've worked with the departments on an interim solution, and then we also have a permanent solution that we will be recommending in a later budget action. Essentially, the solution that we have developed will allow them to do 2 things. One, they will still be able to meet their 5.5% curtailment target for supplemental changes. And 2, it will allow them to preserve their pipeline hiring program. Essentially, what will happen in a later budget phase is we will right-size the positions that are allocated in the department's budget. So for example, if they have, I'm just making these numbers up as an example, if there are 20 law clerks, we will allocate to them 20 law clerk positions rather than 20 of the higher level, more costlier positions. If they need 20 Deputy Public Defender 1 positions, we will allocate 20 DPD 1 positions. Right now, the program is funded at the higher level for all of the positions, even if they are being filled by a lower level position. So that is where we landed, and you will see those coming forward in later budget actions. So it will allow them to do both.
Supervisor Hahn might have follow-up on that in her remarks. I just wanted to highlight it because we are required as a county to provide these services. And so understanding exactly how we are making sure that we're not cutting services that we are required to provide, I think is critically important. And to that end, I want to thank both our assessor and our district attorney for coming and sharing. I know that each of you is elected in your own right, so I understand why you would come to advocate to the board regarding the respective allocated budgets. I know in particular, I also expressed concerns when Prop 36 was passed because it was passed without a budget. And so I think that those were additional impacts as well that we now are, that contribute to the budget challenges that we're facing. And I know, especially for the district attorney, cause you to have to make choices around which cases you're going to focus on. So I appreciate you both being here today. This year, some departments were exempted from curtailments, such as some of what the assessor talked about and the reasons why, since they generate revenue for the county, as well as public works and regional planning because they're leading wildfire recovery, and the Sheriff's Department, given their role in public safety and significant staffing shortages. Regarding the Sheriff's Department, I understand that curtailments may not make sense for every department in every way, but every department does have a role to play in being as efficient as possible as we face unprecedented challenges and their budget impacts. So with that in mind, Madam CEO, what are you doing to work with the sheriff and make sure that the Sheriff's Department is making efforts to be more efficient given the size of their budget, either in terms of resource deployment, reorganization, or staffing improvements to make sure that they are contributing to solving our county's budget challenges? As we're hearing from other departments, you know, they're feeling it, and I know that we have to make sure that everybody is helping the county focus our resources where they need to be focused.
Thank you. One of the things that we do, my team actually meets with the sheriff's administrative team either weekly or every other week. And one of the things that we constantly put on their radar screen, because we know that they are dealing with a lot, is they have to take the initiative to look internally at their budget, at their operations, at their policies, processes, and procedures to start to figure out that work in terms of how they're going to streamline, what they're going to do better, what they're going to stop doing, do more of, or less of. With that said, however, we are working with them on a number of mitigation efforts to address their structural deficit. I'm not going to read all of these, but just to give you a sense. We're doing a continued analysis of sheriff's overtime. So when they have a high level of vacancies, but they still have to provide the services, the way that they provide those services is by having existing deputies perform the work on an overtime basis. We need to have a better understanding of what is the level of overtime that's appropriate and what is the level of overtime that is associated with discretionary, what I will say, things that the department doesn't necessarily have to do. For example, the contract with the community colleges district. They have deputies that are deployed under that contract, which if they were deployed within the department, that could potentially cut down on the need to work on an overtime basis. Some of the other things that we do include, we are collaborating with the department to make sure that we get it right because we've done this before. We're collaborating on completing a scope of work for an organizational assessment to streamline departmental operations. That's basically process. We are in the process of assisting the department in identifying non-mandated functions that can be downsized, consolidated, or eliminated to enable the department to focus on its core mandates. One of the other things that we are looking at is over the years, the department has positioned a number of sworn staff and positions that don't necessarily require sworn staff, like your personnel director. And so we are working with them to do this comprehensive analysis. Which positions in your department are being implemented, are filled by folks that are sworn, where being sworn isn't a necessarily condition to be able to do the job. So those are just a few of the things that we are doing, but to place a finer point on this is we can do all of these things with the Sheriff's Department, and if we don't have a better line of sight into their budget, their actual expenditures, then we can't really ensure, I think is the word that you use, that our efforts will be successful. And what I mean by that is we are moving in the CEO's office with the development of a new budget system to what we call program-based budgeting. And once that system is operational next year, it will provide us an unprecedented amount of access into departmental budgets where we're not just looking on paper what's happening, but we could actually see it in the budget, the timing, the scale, the scope of expenditures, and the spend down. And I think that type of access, along with these other operational changes that we're working on together, will help us to reduce the sheriff's deficit and mitigate the structural deficit.
One area I didn't hear you mention, but I would strongly encourage you to work with the sheriff, because I know ultimately he's in charge of the department as the elected sheriff for Los Angeles County, is settlements. And we know that the impact of settlements have taken an unprecedented role in how our budget has shaped up from a different department, but we know that the Sheriff's Department has consistently had quite sizable settlements that have also contributed to their budget challenges. So I would strongly encourage that we, given that we have seen how settlements have impacted our budget so significantly this year, that we do all we can that's within our power to address that. We've talked a lot about the curtailments that are being made this year, but I also want to mention what the curtailed funds are for. As our CEO explained, our curtailed funds are being used primarily for two purposes: to help fund AB 218 settlement costs and to provide cost of living adjustments and other benefits for our county workforce. Our AB 218 settlement costs are unprecedented, but we are finding a way forward. A portion of the curtailments will help us manage those costs in the future so that we can continue to have balanced budgets, but ideally we aren't solving for these settlements at all. Our workforce is critically important, and I'm glad we are able to provide costs of living adjustments even at a time when we are facing so many challenges. This board does prioritize the work of our labor force, and we certainly appreciate the work that is being done to provide those services. Even though we weren't able to add many new expenditures during this budget phase, I'd also like to highlight a few that we're seeing in the supplemental budget. $600,000 for the Marine Mammal Care Center, $5 million in funding for the Department of Public Health, and $20 million in one-time funding to establish an emergency fund for the department for the reasons that Supervisor Mitchell highlighted. $25 million for wildfire debris removal, $1 million for septic system repairs at Point Doom and Zuma beaches, $3.75 million for fire rebuild fees and regional planning, and the addition of 3 new positions within the fire department to proactively address invasive pests which destroy our trees, leaving them vulnerable to fires and contributing to those issues. While we're facing many budgetary pressures, we're also implementing new budgetary processes, namely public budget hearings, which were included in Measure G. While lengthy at times, these budget presentations provided the opportunity for everyone to be in the room together and to begin to discuss a department's needs. I believe this is more transparent and invaluable. We're able to hear from department heads, to ask questions of them and the CEO, to hear directly from the public, all before the CEO makes her budget recommendations to the board. And as with everything new, we'll need to make refinements to the process, and I look forward to the recommendations from our Governance Reform Task Force to this end. Madam CEO, are you engaged with the Governance Reform Task Force on this topic? I know that this is something they're working on, and I just want us all to understand if you're working with them to refine that process going forward.
So they have reached out to us. My team has met with them and provided them information and stand ready to provide any additional information that they may require. My understanding is that they are charged with setting what the process will look like for those public hearings in 26, 27. So I'm putting out there in the Ethernet that we are always in budget. We will start preparing for budget for next year's budget in the November, December timeframe. So it will not be helpful to us to get a request in December to do something different with those public budget hearings once the budget instructions go out to the departments.
And with the challenges we're facing, will the budget process change next year? Will your instructions to departments be different than in prior years, given what we're facing?
What I would say today is not at this time. We had a recent discussion at the department head meeting about, the various curtailment exercises we have requested the departments to prepare. Departments have prepared another curtailment exercise at the 5% target level, which we are not asking them to implement. We thought we may have had a need at the time we made the request, but we do not need to implement at this time. But because the situation is dynamic and we don't know what may happen, or I guess I'll say, as the federal landscape clarifies, and some of the projected funding cuts that we are looking at come to bear, then the directions may change. But right now, we are not requesting any additional curtailments from departments.
Okay, and as we're moving forward with next year's budget, I would also ask that we closely examine departmental budgets for other places where efficiency adjustments can be made. I would agree that probation is broken, but I would not consider them broke. It's my understanding that the probation department still has a large number of vacancies and funding that they have not yet allocated to the work that needs to be done to invest in our young people. Well, many of these positions are not funded with NCC. My staff has been told that there are still over 100 vacancies funded with NCC. So do you have an accounting of how many current probation vacancies are funded with NCC, Madam CEO?
Yeah. So probation is cutting about 262 positions in this curtailment. After that is done, they will have a total of 1,279 vacancies. And of that amount, 124 are NCC funded.
And is there a reason we would continue to keep them as vacancies in the department, given that this funding is so critical to so many other departments at this time? And I think that we certainly know that there are places that need investment. We've heard from a couple of departments here today. Yes. I know a lot of people are interested in using funds that aren't being used.
Yes. So I think there are two things that the CEO needs to do. Once these curtailments are in place, we know that there are two things that are happening. The department uses some of its savings from its NCC funded positions to essentially fund what we call the services and supplies portion of the budget. That's the budget for consultants and contracts and programs and things like that. We also know that they use the funds for other purposes. And so what we want to do is, after these curtailments are implemented, we want to right-size their budget. We need to stop the practice of transferring funds from the salary and employee benefit bucket and transferring it to the services and supplies buckets. That's essentially what's happening on an annual basis. Wow. And so we need to right-size that number. And then once we right-size that number, then whatever number of vacancies that are left and the amount of funding that's associated with it, then the board would have, I think there's a clearer path to decide whether to cut those and then how the board will want to reallocate them.
Well, I would say it's not only a matter of right-sizing the budget, but also making sure that there's transparency. If you're saying that they're spending something in their departmental budget on something other than what it is allocated in the budget, I think people will be interested to know what that might be and why it's being spent that way. I hope that we can take a very—
If I could just say, just to that point, that is not a rare practice. Departments do it all the time. So they might come up short in one bucket in their budget, and they'll transfer funds from another bucket. The question is, if it's happening every year, then that means it's structural that we want to address and fix.
And to the tune of more than 100 positions, I know that there are departments who are fighting for even a dozen positions, while this department has more than 100. So I would hope that we take a very close look at situations like this. So as we move forward with next year's budget, as being able to identify inefficiencies will mean that we can fund other programs and services. We faced budgetary challenges this year, but as we adopt our final supplemental budget, we will have a balanced budget that has limited program cuts and layoffs of filled positions. And so I appreciate how we've tried to be thoughtful in that regard. I do hope that we are continuing to build out the climate budget that we have put in the framework for in our budget, and that we are continuing to invest in gender-based violence prevention, which I know has been a priority that we've outlined. And especially at a time such as this, gender-based violence in all its forms is certainly showing up in conversations around our homelessness funding and DV locations and so much more, human trafficking and so much more. The department I get asked about the most is our new homeless services and housing department. So how are we making sure that regional input is being included? I know that there was recently an issue raised at our executive committee for regional homeless alignment table about the process to allow the leadership table to make their recommendations, have it come to ECRA, and then have those recommendations come to the board. There was a request that there be more time given to that process, which I know impacts what you do in drafting next year's budget. So given that we're in a new space, we're establishing a new budget, and we have all these new tables to account for, I want to make sure everyone's clear about what space they have to participate in public discussion as it relates to our new department.
So Supervisor, I will communicate with Director Mahan and then Cherie Todoroff from CEO HI to make sure that we are intentional about socializing developments at those various tables. The other thing I will say is, in CEO, we call the budget, it's a budget production schedule. And we have this very long timeline with the number of tasks. And it's very important for us to hit our production targets. Normally, we bring the homeless budget to the board. I'm sorry, not the budget, the spending plan that normally comes to the board in January pursuant to a motion from Supervisor Hahn many years ago, so that we could get money out to providers sooner. And so although I don't think delaying that timeline would be helpful, I do think we can work better on making sure that all the tables are sufficiently socialized with the latest updates.
Well, since you brought that up, my last topic actually addresses exactly that. CFCI funds we often hear about at our budget hearings, and I expect that we will hear more today. There are many service agencies who would like to know what their allocation is going to be, whether it's going to be continued, and how CFCI funds will be allocated to them in order to provide service. Some of these organizations are smaller and so need to build out their infrastructure accordingly. I know that the CFCI committee has sent you their recommendations. You have now communicated back to them. And so that has left some organizations hanging in the balance, including some who are funded by ARPA funding, which ends today. So for those organizations, I know there's one in particular who that is, for example, working on immigrant services and support. They have reached out saying that the county built this beautiful infrastructure with the ARPA funding that is more critical than ever, and yet we're now in a place where infrastructure exists and potentially no funding is coming in until a decision is made from CFCI. They were recommended in the letter that went from CFCI to your office, so there's an expectation there, but how are we bridging that gap? And especially for those that are ARPA funded, how are we going to make sure that they're able to continue providing those services? Because I don't think they can wait till December.
Yeah, so very important question. Couple of things on the CFCI process. You are correct. My office did return the CFCI Advisory Committee recommendations to the Advisory Committee because of the lack of specificity and essentially actionable data. This is the CFCI budget as we move forward each year and more money is allocated, it is becoming a very complex and complicated endeavor, and we need to make sure that we're able to track funds. And so that was part of our concern in adopting their recommendations, because we felt it would detract from our ability to do that going forward. Number two, on the ARPA funding, I had a conversation with the chair of the third-party administrator and had a conversation with him about whether notice was given to folks at the time that the ARPA funds were allocated to various CBOs. Were they notified that these are basically one-time funds which will expire on date X? He assures me that yes, that information was provided. But on your specific question about what to do now, so the advisory committee has a process. One of them requires, I believe, that their funding be, solicited. So before they make allocations of funding, that they go through their own solicitation process, not a county process, a process that's been developed by the third-party administrator. And so we would need to go back to them to understand when is the next solicitation. I don't know if you said that this particular program was included in the initial funding recommendations from the advisory committee.
It was on the CFCI list.
Okay, on their list. So I think the question is to the CFCI advisory committee and then to JCOT, what, if anything, they can do to expedite the process. So they're supposed to come back. In my letter, we requested that they get back to us by December, I think mid-December. They don't have to wait until December. But I think a separate question for them is, if they have organizations that are funded with ARPA funds that ends today, what, if anything, can they do and are they willing to do to expedite their process?
Yes, and recognizing that that the ARPA funding ends today, is there anything that, any sort of consideration that can be given or to the organizations that are seeking this funding outside of the process that they will engage, the two-step process that you've identified?
Do you mean consideration using CFCI funds?
Well, that's where that is the allocation,
Yeah.
and they were included in the CFCI letter to you.
So we would have to, again, we would have to go back to the advisory committee and ask them, are you willing to, let's say, bifurcate your process? You have this larger plan that you're going to bring back in December, but you have these community-based organizations whose funding expires today. Is there something you can do between now and then or before then in order to ensure that they receive continued funding? And then,
but if they were included in the CFCI letter to you, and you're referring it back to the committee,
because their plan was not actionable, and I don't know this specific program, but their plan included, for example, options. Like this program could be administered by, a county department or the third-party administrator. It could provide this type of service or that type of service. That is a stark departure from the prior plans that the CFCI Advisory Committee has submitted to my office. And so if they've done, let's say if they've done the pre-work, then I guess the question on the table is, how long would it take them to turn it around to actually make the data actionable? If they know the organization, their plan did not include funding amounts for specific programs for the entities that they intended to fund. So if they could turn that information around quickly, then that's certainly within their purview to do it.
Well, I think, this board has affirmed, obviously, that the CFCI committee consider how all of these allocations go. But I think this experience shows something that needs to be addressed going forward. So we know that there are service providers that are now hanging in the balance with this referral back, and sort of in this process, I suspect that we'll hear some comments today regarding that. And I think that's a challenge for organizations that are trying to figure out, what do they do? What are they able to do going forward? So with that, I would say, as we continue to face challenges, it will be our duty to continue to limit program cuts and layoffs. And we'll need to do this by looking at ways to make our work more efficient, identifying creative solutions, and working together as a community to produce a budget reflective of our values and goals. And I hope that we always keep in mind that there are service providers who are looking to deliver those services urgently, and especially at a time such as this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know how much longer we're going to have the DA or Assessor Prang here. I'm sure they've got a lot going on, but I did want to, Mr. DA, I did appreciate your, which we've heard from all of our departments, right? My cuts, you know, are really going to impact county residents, and I think those are the tough decisions we had to make, and we're really going to see how all of these really do impact our county residents. And I appreciate your affirmation that we all care about public safety. Maybe we look at it differently. And I will say, one of the things and you and I have talked a lot about our juveniles who are in custody in LA County, and we don't always agree on their pathway forward, but I will just say, with all respect, one of the ways I wish that you would deploy your resources is to not use your DAs for them to file the transfer motions to send our young people to prison. And we've talked a lot about this because, you know, the law does allow them to be rehabilitated in juvenile system. And I firmly believe that, you know, they're going to get out one day. And for me, the public safety at the end of their journey will be, what are they going to be when they are finally sent back home? I believe they have a much better chance of being rehabilitated in our juvenile system than our prison system. And I also have watched up close and personal these transfer hearings and how lengthy they are and how time-consuming they are and how they use resources not just in your office but in probation for the transportation back and forth to the courts and endless continuations and the disruption of their whatever stability they're clinging to in our juvenile detention facilities gets disrupted, as you know. So I'm just going to say that on the record, and I really believe that I think those resources in your office could be better used to go after all those other really high-level crimes that you talked about that really are having such a detrimental impact in our communities. And we can talk about that a lot more. And I appreciate you going out there to visit our young people. It didn't have the exact desired effect I was hoping it would have, but again, we can continue that discussion. But I just wanted you to know that's how I feel. Mr. Prang, and we love your department because you are bringing in the revenue. You had mentioned before during our budget cycle about there is some technology that will help you capture several $1 million in ongoing revenue as it relates to our aircraft. And I guess it's some technology. And I'm understanding that there is a separate IT investment board that I didn't really know existed, but I've only been around here 9 years. I'm learning new things through every budget system. Have you approached them with this idea, and do you feel like that's a place that's going to get funded?
We did make a presentation within the last week, and as far as I understand, that Mr. Nikita is very enthusiastic about the proposal, and we're optimistic that they're going to fund it. We believe it will pay for itself in year one.
Excellent. Fesia, did you?
It's looking positive, Supervisor.
It's looking positive.
Looking
Okay.
positive, yes.
Is there anything else that this IT investment board is looking at actively in terms of, and is this board just to fund technology issues throughout the county?
Yes.
In all departments?
Yes, and so we actually have a list, Supervisor, that's prepared by our CIO's office, and it's a list of all of our mainframe computer systems, you know, some of the systems that are on the cutting edge of 1970, and so we have mapped all of those. Some of the departments will come in, so for example, Sheriff with CAT, we did not have money in the budget to fund their CAD system, so we eventually referred them to the investment board, and that is how they got CAD funded. And so we have a list of projects.
How much money is this CAD board sitting on? I mean, this IT investment board sitting on?
Okay. So we think there's between about $10 and $20 million. We allocate a small amount of money each year, and then the departments submit requests. We already have more requests than we can fund, but what we do try to do is look at it with an eye towards the ones that are most critical. So it's not necessarily first in time, first in right. It's let's look at what's crucial and what's critical.
Right. Thank you. So this supplemental budget is different from any that I've seen, mainly because for the first time, we're not growing our workforce, we're shrinking it. And that's, I think, where a lot of the pain is happening. Now, just for the public, I know we all know what this means, a position. You said 1,125 positions are being eliminated that are vacant. How, for everyone to understand, how many people are actually losing their jobs with the county under this budget? I don't want to hear, not positions, not vacant, filled. How many people are losing their jobs?
So we think between about 7 or 8 folks.
Okay, that's not as bad as I thought.
So, correct.
It's bad for those 7 or 8.
So when we talk about positions, which for non-county folks, that basically means jobs. The job could either be filled or unfilled. So the 1,125 number, that's 1,125 jobs, most of which are unfilled.
I know.
Yeah.
That's why I just wanted to get clarity. But does that take into account, for instance, our parks are not rehiring their seasonal next year? I was told, like, they've told them we're not hiring more lifeguards. We're not, you know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like, it doesn't, is that as if they really lost their job, but they know that they don't have a job next year.
I do not believe so, and I'll confer with the team, but there are different types of jobs in the county. Some are permanent, and then some are what we call seasonal.
Right.
And so by definition, the seasonal job isn't permanent. You wait to be called back every year. And so what I would say is that number, I do not think includes folks who have seasonal jobs where they wait to receive a call every year to come back and provide a service.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about our health department. I want to thank our health department leadership and staff for taking on the task to make difficult decisions involving deleting positions and holding off on hiring to minimize the impacts that the budget cuts will have. But something I've been paying attention to is the number of deaths we've had in our jails, and many of those deaths have been related to drugs. So I was worried when I saw earlier in the year that the jail's medication-assisted treatment program was being cut. And this program provides people inside our jails with life-saving addiction treatment. And this is probably not the right time to cut that funding. So I'm relieved to see that that program is receiving funding in this budget. So I don't know if you know, Fuchsia, I was going to ask Dr. Galley this question. Has the funding been fully restored for this program? And is there a plan in the future to grow this program to address this urgent and growing need?
So the funding has been restored using an alternative funding source. I don't know if we're growing the funding, but we have restored it at existing levels.
Okay.
That's the intention in a budget.
Okay, and I would keep an eye on it, that we probably need to grow it as well. And so to public health, I know that this board supported the creation of an emergency reserve fund for our Department of Public Health. What are our plans to use this emergency reserve fund? Is it set aside for another global pandemic like COVID, or are we planning to use it for other health emergencies that the federal government is creating by cutting funding for HIV and measles, for instance?
So I think to get this, well, first of all, it's a $20 million reserve fund to be used on an as-needed basis. I don't think there's a specific detailed plan. The second thing I will say is, unfortunately, the scale, scope, and magnitude of the cuts that the Department of Public Health is facing will not be addressed with a $20 million reserve fund. I do understand that the department, and I've heard Dr. Ferrer say this, that she would like a certain amount of funding, and I think we're using the other fund that we're establishing, the $5 million fund, but she would like a certain amount of funding so that she can move people around in her department. But the intent of, from my perspective, of the reserve fund is not to backfill the losses of federal funding because it is woefully insufficient when you consider the scale and the scope of the curtailments they're looking at.
I would like to just maybe just have regular updates, maybe from Dr. Ferrer on this emergency fund and how she sees the priorities to spend
I'm
it.
going to agree for Dr. Ferrer to provide that.
Thank you. And I know, Supervisor Horwath, thank you for bringing up the...
It's already required, my team is
it's
telling
already
me.
required, okay. Have we had an update on that reserve fund?
No, it's required with the establishment of the fund.
Oh, got it, okay. Thank you, Supervisor Horwath, for bringing up the issues with our public defender and alternate public defender. And you sort of answered it, but I just wanted to remind everybody that we as a county have a constitutional requirement to provide defense for those who can't afford it. So if our public defenders are unable to take on more cases because of these cuts to their department, then we have to pay these bar panel attorneys to provide the defense. And these attorneys are paid by the hour and are so much more expensive than our own in-house public defenders and alternate public defenders. So reiterate again how you've briefly how you figured that out in this budget, so we don't have to hire the more expensive bar panel attorneys.
I believe you're referring to the alternate public defender. They've declared unavailable. We have an analysis that is underway. The data that we wanted in order to assess what does it actually cost to go unavailable, and is it in fact more than the positions that are being curtailed? That work is a work in progress. We want to make sure that we're getting quality data. And so we're working very closely with the court and the panel and APD.
So you don't take it for granted that these bar panel attorneys are more expensive?
I think, no. So we're doing an assessment, but what we are working with APD to do is to basically establish a stabilization plan, which is essentially to give them additional ordinance items to get us through the next phase of the budget. And then by that time, we hope that we will have the analysis completed so that we know that we're comparing apples to apples.
So there's no budget action that you're going to take to address that issue? You're going to wait till you get the analysis?
Correct, but we won't. They will be allowed to maintain service, and so we are providing them ordinance items upon which they can hire. we're going to have to closely monitor the hiring on those ordinance items to make sure that they don't spend more than what's in their budget. So let me explain it again. So the budget recommends that we take the curtailment so that they can hit their target. And the question is, what do we do in the meantime while we're studying the panel costs? In the meantime, what we will do is give them items that will allow them to hire, and they will have to use their existing savings to pay for the cost of those items, those jobs that we would be adding, allowing them to hire on.
Okay. Kind of following up on the CFCI issue that I think Supervisor Horvath brought up. This is about Office of Immigrant Affairs. You kind of touched on that, but I was going to just bring it up again. When we voted on the original CFCI unspent dollars, we had hoped that the CFCI committee would approve the Office of Immigrant Affairs application to maintain and expand Represent LA program. I mean, this is so urgent. Well, we need legal representation for our LA County immigrants now more than ever. The Office of Immigrant Affairs applied for $2.8 million of the CFCI dollars to sustain and expand their program, but the committee only recommended $300,000. But now there's like an extra $245 million in CFCI, and I know that obviously they're getting more money sent back to them for recommendations. And I know County Council has already determined that the Represent LA program qualifies for these funds. Is there any reason why the Office of Immigrant Affairs can't be allocated this full $2.8 million they're requesting?
Based on County Council's prior assessment that there's the proper nexus between the program and the original purposes of CFCI, which is direct community investments and alternatives to incarceration, it literally is, I believe, an issue of the advisory committee recommending additional funding or funding for that program.
Right, and we're gonna.
I guess what I'm saying is I don't think it's a capacity issue in terms of the amount of money that's available, and we know that there is a nexus to the purposes of.
So I'm hoping that they will get that because I think we're seeing the need there every single day out on our streets. So with that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief only because I know that we've got a lot of people in the public that want to weigh in on this. But, you know, I just have to say I want to express my appreciation to Mason Matthews and his team, Fezia. I know it takes a lot of work to put this together. And, of course, our department heads who each, with passion, talked about why they felt their programs needed to be protected. And I think that, you know, and I appreciate Supervisor Mitchell, you bringing up Parks After Dark. I, through the fires, have seen firsthand the impact that a park has on a community. And I want to publicly thank our Parks Director for her work and her team's work in making sure that the community of Altadena has a place to come, even though they may not have a home to come home to. So I think each department head can plead a case that is compelling. I know that the budget's grown to $52.5 billion, but yet our county employee has not, which to some doesn't make any sense. You might want to just kind of talk about why the budget grew, but the number of positions did not.
Yeah. So this is where the budget sometimes becomes complicated because it's somewhat of an accounting issue. And so I would describe it this way. We have two major pots of money. We have our locally generated revenue, which is generated by our assessor, primarily property taxes. We call that NCC. And then we have all the other funding that we get from the federal government and funding that we get from the state government, funding that we get from cities that pay for services that we provide. Our issue during this budget year has been on our locally generated funding side of the house. It's been on our NCC. So when we're taking curtailments, we're asking the departments to implement cuts to their budget. They're cutting jobs, vacant jobs that are funded with that local revenue. But at the same time, even though we have these storm clouds on the horizon at the federal level, we're still receiving federal funds. We're still receiving some funds from the state. We're still receiving grants. Those funds fund a different type of position. So it could be a position for, let's say, Department of Mental Health or the Department of Health Services. The key is that the funding source is not our local revenue, and that is what's being cut.
Thank you for that. I also want to highlight, I mean, coming on the heels of hearing the McChrystal report and hearing about the technology, it seems as though we always put IT on the back burner, yet we know with our assessor, Jeff Prang, the reason why he over-realized this year was because of his investment in technology. And so I hope that we begin to look at that side of how this county moves forward with a different lens, recognizing that it's an investment that will pay back in dividends.
Understood and agreed.
Yeah. And then, and I'm just going through this pretty quickly because I want to hear this, but you talked about the CFCI. I just want to make sure that departments are not backfilling with these dollars. Can you make that assurance that as money is cut and they're getting CFCI, that they are not backfilling in order to, because that was not the intent of CFCI.
So I agree that the intent of CFCI was to direct efforts related to alternatives to incarceration and direct community investments, using primarily, but not exclusively, a community-based model. And what I mean by that is that the intent was for funds to flow through and to community-based organizations so that they could provide services directly. What's happening here is departments are curtailing positions, for the most part, vacant ones. And so I do not anticipate, nor am I aware of departments that are using their, or planning to use their CFCI dollars to reinstate those positions, because they would actually have to request the positions in the budget, and then my office would have to recommend them to this board for approval.
Or fill departmental gaps. I mean, it may not be an employee. I mean, I just want to be cautious because, again, the intent is to invest in the community, and I think it would be disingenuous to allow that to occur, and I think it's deceitful.
Understood.
All right, well, I don't, on this AB 218, I mean, it's a gift that keeps on giving, and I think the most frustrating part for me, I mean, I understand the state now has a lawsuit pending, so it'll be interesting to see how, that's what I've heard. It'll be interesting how that plays out, but there is no question that the victims need accountability and need to be aware of the fact that we hear it loud and clear and are going to provide the resources to help them, especially for those that truly did have trauma as a result of being either in our probation or DCFS. So I'm not discounting that. But I just would ask the state in the future to work with local government on any legislation to find out what the impact is going to be to the local. Because oftentimes, you know, I say when Sacramento sneezes, we get pneumonia. In this case, we're going to be on life support based on their actions. And this county, I tell people, almost 3/4 of our budget is health and welfare, which are for the most vulnerable, those that have no place else to turn. And that is what we're looking at in terms of cuts. And it's just truly unfortunate, truly unfortunate. But again, Mason, good job. Really appreciate you and your team, and to the department heads that are out there, thank you for your teamwork. I think now more than ever, we have to work together and speak with one voice and recognize that we need to leverage all of our resources to help each other to make sure that we don't let the vulnerable people that we are here to serve slip through the cracks. So with that, Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. A lot has already been said by my colleagues, but I too want to join my colleagues in thanking our CEO and our county department heads and your staff, our budget staffs, for putting the budget together. I know it takes a lot of work, and it's especially difficult this year given the curtailments. And there are several unknowns, as we all know, whether it's receiving billions of dollars from the federal or state funding that we rely on every year that may not come through, and then the impending closure of our federal government. The CR may not happen, and we just got word, I think, from Lair regarding that. So that's going to have an added dose of bad news for us here at the county, because as your staff is outlining, there will be, if this is prolonged, there will be impacts directly, again, on our most vulnerable, whether it's SNAP, whether it's Medicare, Medicaid, whether it's healthcare related, housing, vouchers, and things of that nature. All that's going to happen. I would hope that when we have an opportunity, that will also be presented to us at our next budget update when we come back, or as soon as we know more data. And I feel for our constituents, because the not knowing is really, I think, problematic for many of us. Just trying to understand what our residents are going through. Many of them have come up here time and time again talking about not having enough to be able to pay for rent, for housing, food assistance, or loss of employment, and coupled with no health care. And these are all signs that we know are happening here, but it does take a toll on our county workforce, I know that. And I also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge our labor partners, because we have also been going through negotiations, collective bargaining with them. And I know that it's been an especially tough time and period for us. And those challenges are real, but I hope that we can face them together. And I would continue to ask our labor and management, you, our CEO, to continue to stay at the tables and to get through this. And I know that there are many asks that some of our bargaining units have yet to come forward with fully, but I can appreciate that, but let's see what we can come up with. But before us today, again, is our supplemental budget, which is $52.5 billion and about 116,000 budgeted positions. That may sound very reassuring to the public, right? As we've been discussing here. This is a $3.7 billion increase from the budget we adopted last June, but it's a reduction of 125 vacant budget positions, which you explained. So I hope the public and the community really understands what that means. So we are trying to keep full-time positions. It's not something that often I think people may not fully appreciate or understand, because in other situations, other cities, they are also being impacted, and other counties around the state of California. I want to give thanks to our assessor, Jeff Prang, who reported a 3.91% increase from last year. It's a modest one, but nonetheless it is, and he did help us find an additional $48 million. It also helped us close the gap with the in-home healthcare service workers, 2015. That was very good. Those are good things to talk about. I just wanted to talk quickly about some things in the district and for the residents that I represent. Wanted to first note the $2.2 million in one-time funding for the Represent LA program to provide legal defense to immigrants facing deportation. The program I've long been a supporter of, and now more than ever, we need to hopefully secure more funding. $340,000 in one-time funding from none other than the City of LA to support immigrant communities. Thank you, City of LA. $24,000 in one-time funding for language access, a motion that I authored to ensure that regardless of language that people speak, that they can receive services and be able to access that. $24,000 is a penny. We need to do much more, and I would hope that somehow our CEO, we could get our budget, our different departments to do more and maybe outline that in what kinds of services they're providing, translation or what have you, for purposes of the public knowing that they are being listened to and that we're speaking their language. I also am proud to say that services that are provided by the County Office of Immigrant Affairs, we know was established in the first Trump administration and is embedded in the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs, a very important program. And while this is a good start, I know that they are also going to go through some curtailments in this budget. I'm not happy about that because I think now more than ever, their services are very essential, and they provide a lot of services even to the city and cities of LA County, helping them understand what the rules and regulations are and where support services can be found. I want to just also say that we have to invest services and programs that protect our immigrant communities, who, as you know, are the backbone of our country and in this county. And I know that 245 million in Care First Community Investment Funds, or CFCI fund, is available for allocation, and that's been talked about by other members on the board. I want to urge CFCI Advisory Committee, and some of them are in the audience, to strongly consider funding Represent LA program at the full amount that they requested, an additional $3.6 million that will go back to our community through CBOs that serve our community. So I wanted to underscore that, as well as to fund the Department of Economic Opportunities request for $5.5 million for the Small Business Resiliency Fund, which supports small businesses impacted currently by ICE raids. We know many of our brothers and sisters, small mom and pop stores and others, have been impacted by the raids. They're either shuttering their doors or they lost employees and they can't pay their rent. This request can help them stay open. Also wanted to say that according to LA Economic Development Corporation, a group that we work with, they note that 40% of workers in construction trades in the county are undocumented workers. 37% are building and grounds cleaning and maintenance. 28% work in the production industry. 25% in food preparation and serving, and 21% in transportation and material moving. And I note that because I think it gets lost on the public that the undocumented community and workers contribute an estimated $278 billion to California's gross state product. That's GSP. Undocumented workers in LA County account for roughly 57.5% of the statewide GSP contribution, and that's attributed to them and their labor. So as you can see, I know that it's very important for us to keep them moving, and hopefully, again, request that CFCI supplemental funds are provided to DEO in the amount that was requested, 5.5. And the initial 1.8 million that DEO identified for this program, this resiliency fund, is just a drop in the bucket. I think they can only support maybe 300 businesses at roughly $5,000 or less. So we know that the need is going to be great. There's a lot of enthusiasm in the community, but I think we can make that sacrifice and do that. I also want to urge us to look at the $10 million for the Food Justice and Nutrition Equity Program. We might think $10 million is a lot of money, but when you think about people, children, families, seniors who are starving, who are having to go to more pantries, but finding the pantries' shelves are vacant, there is a great need in our community right now, and it isn't just our immigrant community, it's all of many segments of our low-income, poverty-impacted areas. So I would ask us to please do that. Again, I would ask the CFCI Advisory Board to please take these plans under consideration, because it isn't going into a department, it's going directly to the people that they represent and that we represent. I look forward to seeing what we can do when we get back again in a couple of months to see where we're at. And again, want to thank my residents, the residents of our county, and all the people that have been helping us move this agenda forward, our budget forward, to help so many people that live in poverty, that live on Skid Row, that live in MacArthur Park, that right now are really looking to the county for assistance. So again, I want to thank you and the rest of my colleagues. And with that, I'll end my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Executive Officer.
Members of the public, We will now go into public comment. Those who are participating remotely in the boardroom, you will receive 90 seconds to address the board on all budget items. Please, for our executive office host, please call those members of the public who are signed up to speak on these items.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Ani Arutunians, Max Leva, Katerina Masison, Chris Carter, Lindsay Etchenberger, Felicia Carbajal, Diane Velez, Andrea Jaramillo, Anthony Corletto, Sofia Ventura Cross, Mia Hendricks, Dr. Ezra Mohammed, Iba Leah, Maurice Richard, Michael Charles. As a final reminder for remote participants, to be placed in the speaking queue to address the budget items, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Caller with phone number 213-905, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Melendrez, and I'm a resident of District 3. I'm also here representing PWC, the Filipino Workers Center, as well as Immigrants RLA. I'm here to speak on the supplemental budget and ask that our public dollars truly reflect the values of justice, care, and community investment. I urge the board to cut the 3,000 vacant positions in the Sheriff's Department and the 1,200 plus in probation, to stop gutting oversight like the Office of Inspector General and commit to closing the men's central jail. Instead, restore funding for public defense, expand diversion and youth justice programs, and protect TGI wellness and community violence protection. I want to also highlight I want to urge the support of the renewal of the capacity strengthening grants for immigrant-focused community-based organizations. These grants successfully served over 66,000 immigrants annually, providing vital legal and case management support. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Yesenia Cox, your line is open. Please begin.
Good afternoon. I'm Yesenia Kush, speaking on behalf of COFEM and the Immigrants RLA Coalition. With the release of the supplemental budget today, local support for immigrant communities has never been more important. The federal government is equipping ICE with billions of dollars, increasing threats to our communities, and LA County must continue to prioritize programs that provide safety, stability, and opportunity for all residents. We will continue urging the Board of Supervisors to support immigrant communities by expanding the flexible housing subsidy pool and the BREATHE Guaranteed Basic Income program for undocumented seniors. Many immigrant families face housing insecurity every day. Skyrocketing rent and limited access to assistance force families to make impossible choices. And also, undocumented seniors face a different but equally urgent struggle after decades of contributing to our communities and economy. Many live in financial insecurity without access to the social safety nets that others rely on. We will continue engaging with all 5 offices to ensure immigrant voices have a seat at the table and work together to support these initiatives to protect our families, seniors, and communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 718-928, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Yvette Olay for Lido with Reimagine LA, speaking in opposition to items 63 to 68. We're in a devastating moment, supervisors. Families are not only being ripped apart by ICE raids, our own fear-mongering district attorney is charging protesters for simply exercising their constitutional rights. Yet our public defenders are so severely defunded that they don't have enough staff to fulfill their constitutional mandate. The jail numbers keep rising, and yet hundreds of millions of CFCI dollars remain unspent, and health and social services departments face significant budget cuts. The 3 pillars of public safety must be community resilience, constitutional rights, and social services, not law enforcement. What's most egregious is that the community is now having to bear the brunt of probation's systematic abuse of children, costing Angelinos billions. We not only bear the burden of probation's failures, but also the millions of dollars in settlements for Sheriff's Department abuse year after year. How much more money do these departments have to cost LA County before they are brought to account? I appreciate the CEO highlighting that
Okay, are we back? Yeah. Good. Okay, let's continue. The person who, can we go back to that caller that was cut off? Yeah. And then we'll go.
Caller with
again.
phone number 718-928, your line is open. Please begin.
Hi. But what's most egregious is that the community is now having to bear the brunt of probation's systematic abuse of children, costing Angelenos billions. We not only bear the burden of probation's failures, but also the millions of dollars in settlements for sheriff department abuse year after year. How much more money do these departments have to cost LA County before they're brought to account? I appreciate the CEO highlighting that 124 probation vacant positions are funded by NCC, but how many of the over 1,000 vacant positions are funded by AB 109? I implore you to not only right-size NCC-funded positions, but also probation positions that are funded by dollars that can be used for community-based services like AB 109. Instead of balancing the budget on the backs of vulnerable populations, the county must reimagine its priorities, cut funding to the departments that are our largest liabilities, and invest in real public safety, sustainable community-based solutions. Demonstrate leadership, supervisors, with the courage and the political will that this moment demands. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, Roy Humphreys, your line is open. Please begin.
Your continued enslavement by non-English language isolation must end. Supervisor Solis' disingenuous stating of monies to the economy by enslaved illegals as compared to what they should be paid, and the employer patron enslavers with their economic gains and the aspect of the criminal failure to pay the federal, state, and local taxes if these people were in a legal status is an abomination and disgraceful that you treat these persons with such disdain. You're disgusting, to say the very least. Thank you.
Thank you. Amelia Vernon, your line is open. Please begin. Amelia, your line is open. Please begin.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Amelia Vernon, a constituent of SD2, and I'm speaking on item 63-2. I urge the Board of Supervisors to prioritize funding for essential programs like SNAP Ed, also known as CalFresh Healthy Living in California. The recent passage of H.R. 1 defunded this vital program, which helps low-income families improve their health and manage food budgets. Through my work with Asian Pacific Islander Forward Movement and through my own experiences growing up in South Central, I've seen firsthand how deeply food insecurity impacts our communities. I've seen how crucial SNAP Ed is for elders in Chinatown that don't live near grocery stores and for Pacific Islander families throughout the South Bay, providing them with much needed fresh produce. And without continued funding, the health and equity gaps throughout LA County will only grow. So I ask the board to prioritize future funding for life-changing programs like CalFresh Healthy Living. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 818-645, your line is open. Please begin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn. This is a chaotic process because I was still focusing on the last report from the CEO, Hoffman, doing his little vignettes with each of the supervisors and their priorities, only to be slapped down by a supervisor reminding him that everybody is taking it hard, not just him. And everybody loves praying. Let's put him in a truck and roll him out in a parade. I mean, this guy he brings the revenue with the tech, and that's what we love. There's no reason to hide it. Now, as for the shameful probation AB 218 payouts and the unbelievable failure ongoing, I would recommend closing the halls. Close the halls. That's it. Close the halls. And the people who work there poorly no longer show up, and the individuals are, received in the community, probably getting arrested eventually, but maybe not. Maybe, and that's what we have to do. And also, I just want to say that Measure G feels like a crazy idea. We can't be bulking up on additional supervisors. Everybody forgot about that train wreck. Let's find a way to put it all forward so that we can ensure Measure J and clarify Measure G, up or down, because I think now is not the right time to be bulking up. And that's my point for today.
Thank you.
I'm going to keep going. All right.
Juan Hughes, your line is open. Please begin.
Hello and good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Juan Hughes, a constituent of District 4, and I'm a distribution coordinator with Asian Pacific Islander Forward Movement, speaking on item 63-2. It is vital for the Board of Supervisors to prioritize future funding for life-changing programs like SNAP-Ed, CalFresh Healthy Living. The passage of H.R. 1 by the U.S. Congress earlier in July defunded USDA Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. SNAP-Ed, also known as CalFresh in California, promotes physical activity and supports community-level changes to help low-income individuals and families make healthier choices and manage food budgets more effectively. From personal experience, I have seen firsthand how the collaboration between APIFM and CalFresh Healthy Living has made a positive impact on those impacted by the justice system and those who are underserved in our communities. Again, I ask the Board of Supervisors to prioritize future funding for life-changing programs like CalFresh Healthy Living. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 818-602. Your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Camacho with Inclusive Action for the City. We are one of the 6 co-chairs of the Immigrants Our LA Coalition. This year, our community has experienced some of the most dire challenges ranging from the wildfires that have displaced Black and Brown community members to the ongoing immigration enforcement raids by ICE and Border Patrol, where ICE is routinely profiling, kidnapping, and disappearing people to prisons. So many neighborhoods across the entire county, from South LA to the Valley to the East Side, are suffering daily from these raids, facing extreme economic instability and an overall lack of feeling safe and having the resources they need to survive. What we are seeing right now is a humanitarian crisis that affects all of our communities, and the federal government will continue to attack our communities. We are very grateful for the temporary programs and funds that the county has created to address these crises, but we need long-term permanent investments. For example, we need increase in funding for the Care First community investment, a participatory budget process that we need to continue to expand. We strongly support CSCI and groups like the Reimagine LA Coalition, as racial justice and immigrant justice are one and the same and must be fought together every step of the way. We support the reduction of the sheriff's budget so that we can grow county funds for vital social services like a guaranteed basic income program that is permanent for older immigrant adults, and creating long-term housing subsidies for immigrant communities to prevent them from being houseless. These are where our county funds need to be prioritized now more than ever.
Thank you.
IRLA looks forward.
Caller with phone number 815-450. Your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Maya Hendricks. I'm with the Reimagine LA Coalition, and I'm a resident of SD3. Using federal budget cuts to explain why this budget is so harmful is such a scapegoat. Even before federal budget cuts, the board and CEO have prioritized spending on incarceration over DYD, Care First Jail Labs initiatives, immigration defense, TGI wellness, housing, and more. Our communities are suffering. People are being ripped from their homes, while the LA County Sheriff's and Probation Department have been costing the county billions in liability, enforcing layoffs in other critical departments, providing essential services that support our marginalized community members, like the public defenders and their ultimates. The county recently agreed to a $4 billion and growing settlement due to sexual abuse at the hands of probation officers and DCFS employees over decades, impacting over 6,000 people. That doesn't sound like keeping people safe like DA Hoffman suggested. The probation and sheriff's department should be held accountable and should cut vacant positions to allow the county to invest in Care First strategies. Cutting these vacant positions could free up over $180 million to support our community members. It's time to put your money where you say your priorities are and invest in Care First. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to our in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Anya Aratunians, speaking on item 63-2. As the Director of Nutrition Services team at the LA Regional Food Bank and a registered dietitian, I want to underscore the vital role of the County Department of Public Health as federal funding cuts now threaten programs at our community level, programs that help prevent diet-related chronic disease. In LA County, with 832,000 households, 1 in 4 individuals face food insecurity, and nearly 41% face nutrition insecurity. Every distribution delivers fresh produce, lean proteins, heart-healthy staples, cooking demonstrations, tailored nutrition education, supporting the dignity and long-term health of our families. Our partnership with public health provides administrative support, shared data, evidence-based strategies, fostering collaboration and opening doors for future funding. Without emergency support, CalFresh Healthy Living will sunset today, disrupting countrywide food distributions and education and impacting over 1 million Angelenos annually. Public health is the backbone of prevention and equity in Los Angeles. We urgently request emergency funding to sustain these vital services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Carter. I'm also with the LA Regional Food Bank, and I'm speaking on agenda item 63-2. We would like to highlight the critical importance of the CalFresh Healthy Living program in LA County. The program is called SNAP-Ed nationally, and it was eliminated by Congress in the recently passed H.R. 1. In LA County, 1 in 4 residents faces food insecurity, and these programs are a lifeline. Since 2020, through CalFresh Healthy Living, Category 4 and Category 5 funding, the Food Bank has provided nutrition education programs countywide, and the Food Bank has distributed 5.5 million pounds of fresh produce to over 1 million people across all 5 supervisorial districts. We urge the board to support efforts to continue the work of these vital programs through the Department of Public Health for the neighbors we serve in LA County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Katerina Masesson. Hello, everyone. My name is Katerina Masesson, and I serve as the Nutrition Education Supervisor at the Los Angeles Regional Food Bank. And I see firsthand the impact our public health programs have across the entire county. Every day at our partner pantries, from Skid Row to Woodland Hills, we meet families, seniors, and children who rely on our healthy food and nutrition services that we provide. Our partnership with the Department of Public Health is critical. It allows us to collaborate, innovate, and reach more vulnerable Angelenos effectively and with dignity and respect. Since 2020, through CalFresh Healthy Living, the food bank has provided over 5.5 million pounds of food to over 304,000 households. That's more than 1.1 million Angelenos. And those aren't just numbers, those are real lives. Without supplemental funding, these critical programs will be jeopardized, like my colleagues have stated, putting countywide nutrition services and food distributions at risk. Public health is the backbone of prevention and equity in Los Angeles. We urge the Board of Supervisors to prioritize the number 2 part of the public health funding so programs like ours can continue to nourish, protect, and strengthen our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, I'm Miss Loretta Lorraine. You already know me. Council Ladies Mitchell, how you doing? Look, this is people. Life. That DA needs to stop because the police department always got a lot of money corrupted. They need to be investigated because there's always, he didn't mention the transgender community. They don't do for us. A lot of our transgender community died in jail, in prison. Do they investigate? Why they don't go tell their mothers, the mothers of those young people that died in their hands, and their mothers are still asking questions from this day. Where is my child? Why you don't investigate my child? They didn't bury their child. They're here right now, painting this beautiful picture in front of y'all, but it's not the picture they paint. This is the people that California needs to be cleaned up. Also MacArthur Park, Lord have mercy. All that needs to be cleaned up because Los Angeles was one time beautiful. Your father was in office. One of your fathers was in office a long time ago, but I remember. And it's beautiful that California can come back if we can do for California and take away from those corrupted cops because you got corrupted and you got good ones. Law and order I respect, but not corrupting. I do not indulge with corrupting because that's what they do. They've been doing it for a long time. People of color, transgenders, and all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Max Leyva, and I am here from Community Health Project, Los Angeles. I'm a case manager, and I'm here to speak on the supplemental budget and to demand that our public dollars reflect the values of justice, care, and true community investment. I oppose this budget as it stands and urge you to commit to Care First, Jail's Last agenda. I want to say when I first started as a case manager, 70% of my caseload was unhoused. It wasn't until they got into CFCI CFCI programs that all my clients were able to get housed. And majority of my clients that were transgender women have been unhoused since they were 13 years old and weren't able to get housing until they were in their late 30s. That's ridiculous. And a lot of the funding needs to be going into the housing vouchers, the programs that we need here for CFCI. And let me tell you, when my clients are in an emergency, they don't call the police, they call me. When there's a DV issue, they call me. When they're having an anxiety attack, they call me. When they've been robbed, they call me. All of these people that you see in here, we're the first responders. We respond first to everything. And so it's ridiculous that we're not treated like first responders. We're not paid like first responders. And yet, I'm not even here to ask you here for a raise. I'm here to ask you to fund the programs, because our people are dying. How many more people need to die houselessness until you guys actually get it together?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, board. Byron Jose with the Trans-Latina Coalition and Reimagine LA in opposition of this budget. I'm a little blind, so I have to write notes, but I'm setting a reminder to contact SD2 next year's budget presentation. The CEO continues to not publish it on the agenda, so it's really hard to know what is being discussed, or maybe when we put Measure G back on the ballot, we can put in writing for the CEO to post this presentation within 72 hours, so we don't have to be jotting down notes. Almost $2 billion of the share is $4 billion is NCC. 693 million of the probation's $1.1 billion budget is NCC, and the DA's 293 million, so more than 50% of his budget is NCC. So we want to make sure that since CEO is going to continue to miscalculate Measure J and refuse accountability to our dollars, that this board is doing its job and ensuring that, one, TGI communities demand $20 million from Measure A and La Casa funding towards our rental assistance program for vulnerable populations, as well as a $10 million in vacant positions, as well as AB 109, GRAC, and other fundings towards a reentry pillar as part of our TGI Wellness and Equity Initiative. We want to make sure that we continue to work with Supervisor Mitchell, who continue to uplift the need to prioritize our NCC dollars during this stage of the budget towards care and not carceral systems. And we look forward to working with Supervisor Horvath and Han to make sure that we're able to work on this budget and the rest of the board. Thank you. And I guess we're running out of time based on this.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Eichenberger with the Arts for Healing and Justice Network, and as a resident of SD3. I'm here to oppose this budget and to urge the board to divest from the systems that have been proven 100 times over to cause harm and suffering to LA County youth and their families. These systems are built on foundations of subjugation and abuse and are beyond reform, and the time to divest is now. Probation is sitting on over 1,000 vacant positions they have no meaningful intention of filling, hoarding $128 million annually, while YJR continues to not be invested in. Community alternatives to punishment and incarceration have been mobilized inside and outside of this building since this morning, showing us that a different reality is already here if you want it. There are young folks here that spend a lot of their free time coming to speak to y'all, and I hope you know how lucky you are to hear from them. Community is ready and waiting for meaningful investment from this board, and we continue to show up and embody what is possible. It's time for you to make good on a long overdue promise to invest in all of LA's youth. Stop shielding probation, stop passing the buck. Care delayed certainly is care denied, but it's not too late for you to change course. Fund YJR, fund Measure J, free the 50, close the halls. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Diane Velez, and I am a resident of Baldwin Park and a program director at Active San Gabriel Valley. I'm speaking in regards to item 63-2. I'm here to ask that you prioritize funds that support public health systems that include food and nutrition security, given the economic vulnerability that many Los Angeles County families and individuals find themselves in. I have led the CalFresh Healthy Living Project in the San Gabriel Valley for the past 5 years, serving over 400,000 individuals, including and during the height of COVID, and have seen the increase in food and nutrition insecurity and how programs under SNAP-Ed offer a safety net for people to find a level of relief. The cut of these funds includes essential produce distributions, nutrition education, and essential services. I ask that you continue to include food security programs when considering your public health budget, given that food is a tool to build community, equity, and most importantly, is a human right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Andrea Jaramillo, and I am a resident of District 1, and for the last 5 years, I have been a CalFresh health educator in the San Gabriel Valley. I am here to ask you to prioritize funding that support public health systems, including food and nutrition security. As a health educator, I have seen firsthand the desperate need for food security in our county, as well as the positive impact nutrition programs have had on our community, particularly young children and the senior population. Nutrition education is key to socioeconomic justice and gives our community the tools to take preventative care measures for their families so that they can thrive. Taking this funding away will have both immediate and long-standing effects on our community's most vulnerable populations, and if we believe in building an equitable community, we must prioritize public health funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Felicia Carbajal, a member of Reimagine LA Coalition, CFCI grantee until end of day today, resident of District 3, and the formerly incarcerated executive director of the Social Impact Center operating in District 2 and 3. We are in opposition of the supplemental budget and stand in agreement with the demands expressed and that will be expressed by my colleagues from the Reimagine LA Coalition, from protect and expand Measure J CFCI funds, to restoring cuts to public defense, to investing in youth gender expansive care, TGI wellness and housing, community violence intervention, and real alternatives to incarceration. All demands shared today are crucial to be met now more than ever. When Measure J passed, I was hopeful, proud, excited, rejuvenated, and a little piece of me that was harmed by Los Angeles institutions felt healed, which has made it even more heartbreaking, disappointing, and embarrassing 5 years later. The lack of intentional follow-through and haphazard bureaucratic mistakes with zero accountability we have seen surrounding true funding implementation and codification is astounding. Thankfully, across the county, we are filled with where there is a will, there is a way community members. A community who will not fail because we understand it's our duty to not just—
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Sophia. I work at the Urban Peace Institute, where I have the privilege to train frontline practitioners to advance LA County's Care First and YJR strategies. We train practitioners within ODR's LEAD program, DYD's Youth Pre-Arrest Diversion program, and the Credible Messenger program. I have seen firsthand not only the dedication of these frontline workers to the individuals they serve, but also the effective and life-affirming services they provide. Whether it be through their person-centered care plans, the connections they provide to resources, or really just the quality of their heart and the relationships they form. They and these programs transform lives, and through that, they make us all safer. These are the programs that suffer from your continued choice to further bloat the funding of the very institutions that perpetuate violence, namely the Sheriff's Department and the Probation Department. The damage these systems inflict are well documented, and the continued investment in strategies rooted in those institutions, the ones that, mind you, created this budget crisis, feel not only misguided but senseless. So I ask, what problem are we really trying to solve? If you truly believe in a care first, jails last approach, as you publicly claim, then cut the thousands of vacant positions in the Sheriff's Department and probation and reallocate those funds to fully support CFCI and YJR. These are the strategies that build safety, justice, and healing in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Aba Laye. I'm the president of Whole Systems Learning. We're a CFCI grantee under the JCOD Amity program. We have two 24/7 youth centers, one in the 2nd district and one in the 4th district. We are the only two centers that 24/7 centers where a youth could come in the middle of the night. We do what LA County doesn't do. I oppose the $452 million take-back of CFCI funds that was unspent funds by county departments, not by community-based organizations. Those county departments obviously do not care or are not capable of spending funds. Those funds should be reallocated to the community-based organizations who are. In the last 2 years, over 68,000 youth and adults have been served just by the small amount that is given to the community-based organizations at a cost of $2,000 per person. That compares to a $10,000 cost per person by county agencies. Give those funds to the community-based organizations that are doing the work that the county departments aren't, so that the people can continue to benefit.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Maurice. I'm speaking for JCOT Amity CFCI funding. I'm a case manager here at Whole Systems Learning. I've been incarcerated for the 10 years. I went to jail when I was 15 and came home when I was 25 years old. Whole Systems Learning gave me my first job that I ever had. Here at Whole Systems Learning, we have a gym, we have a podcast, we have a game room, we have a place where you could come through 24 hours and sleep if you don't have nowhere to go. If we have more funding, we will be allowed to have more games, people, more opportunities. We have people to start. We started a business. We have more opportunities for people to come to our center. We have more funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Michael Charles, and I'm speaking on behalf of Whole Systems Learning to JCOD Amity CFCI funding. I'm part of the TRIBE program and the leader of our youth council, where we help shape the future of our program. JCOD Amity CFCI has given us the chance to be creative and even launch our own clothing brand. More than that, it's created a safe space for me and over 200 other young people. For me personally, it was there when I had nowhere else to go. At 16, I was volunteering at the facility. 2 years later, I ended up being abandoned. The program stepped in for me. Whole Systems Learning used grant funding to buy me clothes, provide food, transportation, job placement, and so much more. The classes helped me face my family trauma and take care of my mental health. This program is more than funds, and with the funding continued, we can keep thousands of people off the streets. Instead of taking back the funds county departments haven't spent, they should be given to programs like ours. If we get more funding, we can save more lives and create more hope. Thousands of youth can have a safe space instead of being vulnerable to the streets and their environment. If this funding were expanded instead of cut, we can do even more to serve and uplift our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is Anthony Corletto. I'm a longtime resident of SD2 and Program Associate at the Veer Institute of Justice. It is important that Los Angeles County remains committed to the Care First, Jails Last vision as our North Star, especially as community members are continuing to die inside of the county jails without the care and services they need. The majority of Los Angeles jail population is being held pre-trial, even though many are considered appropriate candidates for diversion. Promising data also suggests Care First programs are 3 times more effective at reducing recidivism than incarceration, making those investments both urgent and necessary. Our budget should reflect the issues the board has chosen as priorities. Closing Men's Central Jail without a replacement facility, funding mental health care for people post-release from Los Angeles County Jail, investing in pretrial and reentry non-custodial services and treatment, restoring full funding for staffing and resources previously cut from public defense, staffing the departments and workforce to help LA County meet its decarceration and diversion goals. We must also increase the transparency and accountability for Care First community investments, funding. Community members fought for Measure J and they deserve, community members fought for Measure J and they deserve to know how these funds are being used through regular reporting, clear spending plans, and timely implementation. I thank the supervisors for their time and ask that you all allocate budget funds into Care First programs that provide proven solutions to reduce recidivism and build safer, stronger communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mohammed, the record, author of the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline, Care Court petitioner, and clinical psychologist on involuntary medical leave. Reframing public health as the foundation for safety reflects the Bureau Care Pipeline Prevention First thesis. Yet, truth, equity, and provenance is missing. This cluster of deferred items, including housing, public health, immigrant resilience, small business relief, and transition age youth prevention, are core standards already established in the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline. Just one question: why was community framework aligned investment prohibited until April 2025? Since the Mental Health Services Act, which was conceived more than 2 decades ago, 20 years ago, Bureau Care has outlived multiple child fatalities a $4 billion systemic sexual abuse settlement, and a culture of silence that justified exploitation and displacement. For the record, I also submit to the board the memorandum entitled In Memoriam of Preventable Fatalities Honoring Children Lost Under Preventable Conditions in Los Angeles County. This document is both a memorial and a governance record. It shows how bureaucratic delays and
Thank you.
silences.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Lupita Martinez, Shannon Camacho, Deanna Pittman, Bryce Bonas, Cherish Tatum, Stephanie Alcantar, Lena Mallet, Raquel Derfly, Melinda Kakani, Shai Damus, Lazara Holiday, Nicole Brown, Derek Steele, B. Curiel, Maya Daniels. We will now go to our remote speakers. Caller with phone number 213-760. Your line is open. Please state your name and begin. Caller 213-760. Your line is open. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Kiana Tyson, and I am a resident of SD4. I work with Brilliant Corners, and I'm part of the Reimagine LA Coalition. We are in dangerous times with funding cuts from the federal government. Now more than ever, our local governments have to commit to supporting community services and protecting their citizens. That is why it is crucial to fully fund Measure J and to protect Measure J. Measure J is at risk because of how Measure J is at risk because of how Measure G is being implemented. This will leave critical housing, health, and reentry programs vulnerable to shifting political priorities, with funds at risk of being redirected back into jails and policing. I urge the board to fully fund and protect Measure J. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Alicia Carr, your line is open. Please begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Annalisa Carr with the Los Angeles Food Policy Council, a collective impact organization focused on ensuring food is healthy, affordable, sustainable, and fair for all. Federal changes have disrupted and dismantled core safety net programs within food security. Changes through the Budget Reconciliation Bill H.R. 1 to SNAP impose harsh work requirements on seniors, people with dependents, and excludes refugees, asylees, and others from eligibility. This at a time when 1 in 4 Angelenos is struggling with hunger. Effective today, the SNAP Ed program has been defunded. This federal action ends over 30 years of evidence-based programming. In LA, this means a total of $14 million less for our Department of Public Health, which currently supports 18 cross-sector partners to implement food security screenings, healthy food pantries, food distributions, and nutrition and physical activity education. We urge you to prioritize food security efforts through this supplemental budget, in future budgets, in CFCI funding, and to explore future revenue-generating opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 562-881. Your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Hi, thank you. My name is Olivia Gleason. I'm a community advocate with Californians United for a Responsible Budget, CURB, Reimagine LA, and Critical Resistance LA. Speaking in opposition to Agenda Item 63, at a time when federal and state resources are under threat, the county should be doubling down on strategic community-rooted investments, not balancing the budget on the backs of already underserved communities. This body has a real opportunity to back up rhetoric of community support with actual concrete investment and action. Our LA communities have been hit so hard by the fires earlier this year, ongoing ICE raids, and continued hoarding of funds for jail sheriffs and probation who continually contribute to public unsafety and harm. Slashing critical care funding while maintaining sheriff and probation funding and continuing to close Penn Central Jail is only making lives harder. This is preventable if you invest in the care first investments that so many here are speaking and have been for so long. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Caller, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Yes, good afternoon, all. My name is Mel Bailey out of District 2. I am glad to hear that a lot of people are talking about care first. And with that being said, I just wanted to know if there was any thoughts of the budget identifying care for your employees and your for your county constituents, specifically employees of probation department, child support, DMH, DCFS. You know, the vicarious trauma that those employees experience on a daily is something that I really don't hear identified and discussed often enough. So it would be nice to see if money could be allocated for the care of not only your employees, your representatives, but also your county constituents. I recognize that a lot of money is going to DYD. Unfortunately, I haven't seen statistically the number of the youth who are being arrested reduced at a significant number to warrant all of the money that are being allocated to DYD. And it would just be nice to see that come full circle. And then lastly, you know, money to be set aside to assist the parents of those young folks who are on probation as it relates to transportation, getting to them, and just being able to share the resources that are available countywide. All right, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 661-346. Your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Susana Martinez, and I'm a resident of the District 3. I'm here to represent Nature for All, and I'm here to express our support in the Supervisors Harbor's motion to establish urban nature weeks. The lack of green space and street heat and flooding in our communities is a threat. I've seen firsthand when we take communities out into nature trips, how their light switches and how joyful they are to be in nature. Our communities truly deserve safe walking and biking paths, access to green space, and safe connection to nature. We urge you to adopt this motion and to work closely with community partners to bring this vision to life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for the budget items is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
We've had to fight at every step just to hold the line for CFCI. And out of that fight came the May 6th motion giving us process. Out of that fight, the advisory committee implemented allocations. And out of that fight, we showed up at every meeting mentioning CFCI or Measure J. And that's because we wanted to make sure that we show what commitment to Measure J looked like. Now we see the truth. It's not just $219 million unspent funds. It's $427 million. That's nearly double. To be clear, CFCI leadership was told the reason the recommendations were coming back to us was miraculously they found more money. But the community has been on point the entire time. It's cool though. These funds being positioned, coming back to the advisory committee is the right step. And trust, it won't take till December. At Matt Johnson, at our next meeting, we'll get right to work to get to the recommendations back to the board because the lives are in the balance and community is in the balance. And y'all heard Hockman? He's new here, so maybe he didn't get the memo. It's Care First Jails last around these parts. And sheriffs tried to explain themselves about the fires, but the people felt like they failed. But nonprofits, we showed up and have been stepping in all along. The sheriffs are even helping out ICE, and we are the community members and community organizations that are protecting the community. The Care First agenda is working. And meanwhile, the sheriffs and probation are being exempt from the curtailments, while Care First programs are being cut. Vacancies and probation alone could cover what's being starved. And that's waste, plain and simple. The conversation about unspent funds and safety dollars
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Maya Daniels, pronouns they, them, here with the Transitina Coalition, the Immigrants RLA Coalition, and the Reimagine LA Coalition. The time is now. The time is here. The last CFCI meeting, I heard through public comment the data, which the CEO claims is non-existent, although she's never attended a meeting. I heard the data of lessened gun violence, lessened criminal offenses, and improved attendance in schools in the areas the Tier 1 community-based orgs recipients provided services to. There are only two ways our future is leading towards: community-led care services or incarceration, deportation, and criminalization by local and federal government. If the CEO leaves the CFCI funding alone, in time it will solve most, if not all, of your budgetary problems. Y'all are ahead of the game than most counties, cities, and states by already having laid the groundwork for the people to provide life-altering programs and services to community. The time to be meek is long gone. The time to mince words or be palatable has been over. We are under attack, and it's only getting worse. Put your money where your mouth is, match your words with actions, and protect CFCI funding. Defund the empty positions. There should be 0 departmental layoffs with over 1,000 empty positions in the probation department. Having the curtailments be based off of NCC funding is not equitable across the departments, and if fairness is what the CEO's office was going for, why are there departmental exceptions to the curtailments? I would love to know the actual—
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Testing. Good afternoon. My name is Chichi Navarro, a resident of District 1, here with TLC, based in District 2, and a proud member of the Reimagine LA Coalition. We're here because our communities deserve care, not cages. Despite historic drops in crime across LA County, this board approved a $9.5 million increase to the LASD budget while cutting funding to health services, youth programs, and public defense. That's not prevention, it's punishment. It's a choice to jail and imprison our neighbors instead of investing in care. We've heard the talk of using CFCI funds to support community programs, but let's be clear, those funds were created to uplift, not to backfill carceral overspending. Don't touch CFCI. Redirect funds from LASD vacancies, bloated overtime, and jail operations into housing, mental health, immigrant legal services, and youth development. LA County is also drowning in legal settlements, billings and payouts, many tied to misconduct and abuse in county-run facilities and departments like LASD. These lawsuits are draining our budget and harming our ability to serve those suffering today. And let's be honest, we cannot talk about justice while Men's Central Jail remains open. That facility is a symbol of harm and neglect. It's time to close it and invest in real alternatives that center healing, dignity, and safety. Measure J was a promise to our communities, especially Black, Brown, and TGI immigrants and low-income residents. Let's make it a practice. Safety comes from support, not incarceration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, supervisors. My name is V. Curiel, here as the Manager of Policy and Training at the Trans-Latino Coalition. Currently working at SD2 as a constituent lives in SD5. I'm here today to talk about the budget and to echo many of what our colleagues have already reiterated and said. The Trans-Latina Coalition is uniquely poised to serve immigrants and a lot of system-impacted communities, and can tell you that those two needs are very different. They do intersect though, right? In times of budget crisis, I often talk about what I refer to as crumb politics, which is the ways that our communities have to fight each other for just small pots of the budget that are supposedly allocated for a lot of our unique needs. I feel like this mic is giving out. Y'all hear me? Okay. All right. So in an effort not to dilute our issues and to just refer everything to Care First community investment because it's there, I urge you to uniquely address these needs in a sustainable and a unique ways as they deserve, right? As the communities have fought for. We are first responders, right? When crises happen, when we face the crises of ICE raids, we call upon each other to support, and we need sustainable solutions for each of our unique communities that we serve. So thank you for your support, and we look forward to continue working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Brown. I'm the Policy Director with the Urban Peace Institute, also with Reimagine LA Coalition, and constituent of SD3. First, I'm here to urge you to protect CFCI and Measure J funding. This not only means making sure that Measure J is fully funded, but also that the CFCI Advisory Committee, not the CEO's office, be the body to recommend how these dollars are spent. I appreciate that you have all asked the CFCI Advisory Body to fund many important things today, but I want to point out that we have been here for years talking about the structural budget issues and the bloated budgets of the Sheriff and Probation Department, and we have seen no changes over the years, and so it's a lot to ask of the CFCI to be the only ones to fund these critical services. We need to have a serious look at our own budget. Second, thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for raising the importance of prevention. And to that end, the county must increase investment in community violence intervention. The county's budget is 3 times the size of the city's, yet you only invest $7 million a year in the Trauma Prevention Initiative. Meanwhile, the city invests $40 million in the GRID office, and they have seen massive results. We need to invest in our safer communities, and we need to invest in peacemakers. Third, the probation department has over 1,200 vacant positions, which amount to over $100 million annually. The chief has already said that they only need 400 to 600. We need to invest in Youth Justice Reimagine and do right by our youth.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Deanna Pittman, and I'm a resident of the Best District, aka SD2. And I'm also representing the Young Women's Freedom Center. I'm here today to speak on the possibilities that have not been considered in the supplemental budget. And I'm also here to demand that our public dollars truly reflect justice and care. Every time I get up here, I say this sentence over and over. In 2021, this board made a promise to decarcerate girls and gender-expansive youth that are locked up in our juvenile halls. This promise has been broken, and instead, we're funding a department to exacerbate the incarceration of girls, not to mention a department that is at the center of a $4 billion sexual assault $4 billion for sexually assaulting children detained in our care. The situation is so dire that a receiver is now being considered to take over our halls. I oppose this budget, and I urge you all to truly invest in the real work that's being done today to free our youth and get them out of these dangerous halls and camps. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Shout out to Deanna. Good afternoon. My name is Emilio Sapien with the Youth Justice Coalition, RELA, and Liberation Fund. Probation currently sits on roughly 1,200 vacant positions, which amounts to nearly $128 million in annual spending. Probation uses vacant positions as a slush fund for their dysfunction, while other life-saving county departments are forced into layoffs. These wasted tax dollars need to go towards CFCI, YJR, and Rio Care First. For the same cost as about a couple dozen full-time probation officers, we at the Youth Justice Coalition run a youth center, a high school, a legal clinic, a substance abuse education program, a community garden, 2 youth fellowships, trade programs, and monthly food drives for our neighbors in South Central. The people speaking today are Care First. We are doing Care First every day. I see in this budget that parks get cut, public defenders, youth jobs and internships, arts grants, but not sheriffs and jails. Cutting vital youth resources after a $4 billion child abuse settlement impacting thousands of people is crazy work. It's clear that your budget reflects your values, and it's clear that instead of valuing youth and our futures, we value policing, sheriffs, and jails, which also means cells, handcuffs, and racial profiling. You know who else is law enforcement? ICE agents.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Stephanie. I'm a resident of District 1 and I work at Urban Peace Institute. In 2019, the board committed to prioritizing Care First vision of LA County, one which recognized that, as former Supervisor Kuehl stated, the carceral system is ill-equipped to respond to human conditions such as homelessness, poverty, mental illness, and substance use dependencies. Yet here we are for another year begging for crumbs compared to the bloated LASD and probation budgets. So where is this continued investment in human caging and policing gotten us? LASD and probation departments have been costing the county billions in liability, forcing layoffs in other critical departments, providing essential evidence-based services that work. Further, 38 people have died in LASD custody just this year, making it the deadliest year of in-custody deaths so far. And who are the people being caged in these deadly facilities? 83% of the jail population is Black or Latina. 48% of LA County's jail population has mental health needs, up 21% since 2020. 54.8% of the jail population is pre-trial, meaning they haven't been sentenced with any crime and are simply there because they can't afford bail. So we see that continued investment in harmful and oppressive systems isn't working. The time is now. We cannot keep incarcerating our way out of these systemic issues. The people and children in these facilities need care, not cages. This is why I oppose this budget and urge you to truly invest in Care First.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Antonia Aguilar, Paula Khan, Jessica Saxton, Olivia Shields, Chichi Navarro, Tanawa Downing, David Henson, Queen May, Nina Moore, Jacob Jackson, Peter Bernal, Ruby Lizarraga, Tyreek Ship. Next speaker, please begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Shai Demas. I'm a policy coordinator with UPI. Voters spoke clearly. At least 10% of the unrestricted county funds must go to the Care First investments. We need to keep Measure J intact and ensure dollars are allocated through the CFCI Advisory Committee with true community voice, not redirected elsewhere by the CEO's office. The county needs to increase investment in the community violence intervention. While the city invests $40 million per year in GRID, the county has a budget over 3 times larger than the city, but only invests about $7 million per year in OVP's trauma prevention initiative. Probation is carrying millions of dollars in their budget through the vacant positions. Instead of allowing the troubled probation departments to determine how to spend these funds, we should reinvest them into Youth Justice Reimagined, youth diversion, healing centers, and reentry supports that actually work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Lena. I'm with CDF, Layup, RELA, and the people behind me. We come to these hearings knowing well that the decision has already been made, that your ever-powerful rubber stamp dripping with blood has codified yet another year of violence, another year of displacement, another year of the city's most vulnerable and acute needs being trampled. This budget has been cruel. This budget has been murderous even before the federal cuts came down. Your budget has left our neighbors face down on the sidewalk while their only remnants of safety are swept away by your sheriffs. Your budget feeds the belly of the deadliest jail in the county, with 38 in custody deaths and counting, setting the most abhorrent national record to date. Your budget fortifies facilities that have been operating illegally for months, gives bonuses to officers who neglect the youth under their care, and abuse them when they choose to acknowledge their existence. This is not care, this is callous. Unilateral cuts across all departments desecrate the promises and priorities this board has made to community. You have the power, you have the authority, and you have the responsibility to make sure that policy priorities are aligned with the budget, especially when we're faced with these kinds of decisions. Instead, you've slashed oversight bodies while leaving the Sheriff's Department untouched. You've slashed public defense and educational programs for system-impacted youth while allowing for probation to sit on over 1,000 vacant positions, resulting in just under $150 million that, regardless of source, can be used for community care. Earlier today, Ben Taco, a longtime violence intervention leader, said care
Thank
is
you.
just a
Next speaker, please.
Melinda Kakani with Children's Defense Fund. Your, in quotes, public safety Care First budget is really only communicating one thing, which is how do we protect bad, harmful behavior while limiting oversight, accountability, and transparency. On the one hand, we protect hundreds, if not thousands, of decades-long vacant positions in probation's budget. Yet on the other hand, we're gonna cut 1/3 of the Office of the Inspector General's staff, some of which were actually filled. On one hand, we're gonna protect the Sheriff Department's entire budget without any interrogation of who does what. P.S. You've got 6 sheriffs out there by the scanners, 3 of whom are busy giggling over memes on their cell phones. On the other hand, we're gonna contemplate cutting the Civil Brand Commission. It's like the question presented here is how do we limit liability? And your CEO, in her brilliance, decided to cut the accountability and protection and transparency of our most vulnerable folks that comes from the OIG, the PD, the APD, etc. Instead, we're gonna lean into systems that literally push people so far outside the margins that we will never know how many people you've managed to abandon. At the very least, cut every single NCC-funded position in probation's budget. Don't stress, because it still leaves them with thousands of vacant positions that will cover their millions in overtime and their lawsuits for causing abuse to young people. And what bums me out is that you're gonna approve this budget anyway, because none of you will ask the tough questions and hold your CEO accountable and
Next
protect
speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Raquel Durfler, Campaign Coordinator of Cancel the Contract in District 5. This board committed to Youth Justice Reimagined in 2020, but has lost sight of this vision amidst the peak of the crisis in our youth justice system. Before another life is lost in probation custody, this board needs to seriously double down and actively invest in DYD and alternatives to arrest and incarceration. I will now read the following statement on behalf of Juanette Colors. Chair, Catherine Barger, and members of the board. I am the Executive Director of the Wildflower Project. We are a nonprofit located in the Antelope Valley where we bring health, wellness, and agriculture programming primarily to the children in our community. And we are also a CCI grant recipient. I was a strong proponent for Measure J, and those funds are crucial for our Antelope Valley community organizations like WOW to be able to continue to make a difference within our community. I call on the board to restore reallocated funds and to establish a dedicated funding mechanism to guarantee long-term protection to ensure CFCI resources stayed rooted in our community. Let this board act boldly to protect, restore, and strengthen Measure J for the future of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you for having me. My name is Maya Chapman, and I'm here on behalf of Chapter 2 and all CBOs throughout Los Angeles County. I wanted to address the DA, but he's not here. Being 10 months on the job, so let's talk about skin on the bones. So when you talk about skin on the bones, you're talking about us, the community CBI intervention workers that do our own policing in our own community. The other part of that is our community. We take care of our own community. We get out there, we're boots on the ground. With my job, we feed 385 families a month. Okay, so when you say doing less, more with less, that's what we do. Also, when you talk about sex trafficking, let's talk about it. We giving away food, and we have 2 young ladies come up to us, and they need to get home to Texas. We didn't have nowhere to go to get no money. My CEO came out of his money, out of his pocket with that money. We walked those ladies to the Union Station, stayed there with them until they bus after hours to make sure they got on that bus and was not harmed by those that brought them here. So let's talk about it. Let's do facts. Facts don't lie. You guys saved over $150 million over the last 2 years with what we do in our own community, which is taking care of our own. Not that we're putting a damper on law enforcement, because you guys are needed as well. So also, when you say to our CEO over here, you have $20 million to do what you want to do with it. If you got a move fund, make it possible with the other funds that you're holding on to, and quit making it so hard for us to jump through to get that money.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Jessica Saxton. I'm a civil rights advocate and litigator from Washington, D.C. I am here to provide public notice. This is in accordance with USCS rules of civil procedure, as well as Rule 17 and Rule 20 of the United States Supreme Court. The Constitution for the United States is the overarching requirement that every state must follow. I don't think that any one of you here would disagree with that. States are not able to enact their own alternative legislation and substitute that for the guarantees of the Constitution. That would mean that your state laws are more powerful than the Constitution, and that is simply unlawful. Clause 1 of Amendment 5 to the United States Constitution says that no person should be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on presentment or indictment by a grand jury. Unfortunately, your state has enacted a law in its inferior constitution that is permitting your public officials, your law enforcement officers, and your prosecutors to charge by way of information as opposed to indictment, and that is simply unlawful. There are 2 areas of the Constitution that reinforces what is called an emolument violation. An emolument violation is when you pay public officials to commit these crimes. The first is Article 1, Section 10. That's where it says that no state shall create any law that shall impair the obligation of a contract. Your police officers, your sheriff's department, your judges, your prosecutors, you guys, you're all under a contract. That's a contract to perform based on the oath or affirmation that you took to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. The second area regarding an emolument violation and paying public officials to commit a crime is the 14th Amendment, and that's where it says that no state shall create or enforce any law that shall abridge the privileges or immunities of United States citizens. And I'm going to hand this over to Mr. Downing. He's going to finish this notice.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
So my name is Tanner Downing. I'm the civil rights litigator that Ms. Sachs was just leading into here. So the privileges and immunities of United States citizens are at a minimum those that are enumerated within the first 10 amendments to the Bill of Rights. They cannot be impaired. I think we can all understand that. There was a case, 2019, United States Supreme Court, Timms versus Indiana, that said just that. So when a state creates a law that directs their agents to disobey that law or to abridge the obligations that they have codified in the Constitution, that would be an unconstitutional act. So I'm preparing to litigate this at the United States Supreme Court on behalf of the more than 700,000 people that are currently in prison here in America illegally and unconstitutionally because the states have failed to follow the very basic procedures and process codified in the Constitution for the United States, or for the adjudication of a crime. Now, We're here today to just provide notice to you guys, letting you know that if we continue to allow your public officials, whom you all pay, to abridge the obligations that they have codified in the Constitution of the United States, that criminal sanctions can come from that. We don't want to head down that path. Please, don't make us have to do that. But you have to be made aware and notified that you guys are paying for people to abridge the obligations that they have in the Constitution of the United States, and you can't do that. That is an emolument violation. It is illegal, and it is a crime. And so we're asking you guys to please take a look at Clause 1 of Amendment 5, confirm the things that we're saying to be true, and then direct your agents to act in a lawful constitutional manner that is consistent with the obligations that they have codified in the Constitution of the United States of America. I have a notice here that I need to provide to the record, and thank you guys so much. God bless.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my people. My name is David Hansen, and I am Cherokee. In regards to the Public Health Services budget, keep in mind that Child Protective Services only protects 5 to 25% of the population, given which statistic you prefer to use. The rest of the population are children and families that are exploited and traumatized by this profit-driven enterprise. Caseworkers, judges, etc., are indoctrinated and incentivized to bypass and violate most family constitutional rights under the color of law and state codes and policies. This is engineered to convert child and family services into a financial revenue stream. These systems use predictive behavior coding systems to determine guilt, innocence, who they can coerce into parenting classes or plea bargains in order to establish revenue for the county. This selfish system destroys lives, destroys families, and generates lifelong lawsuits against the county for abuse. This entire family separation system that is designed to create revenue at the expense of destroying families' lives exists under an arbitration process called ADR. This alternative dispute resolution process subverts many aspects of the judicial process and citizens' guaranteed rights. This ADR process turns your courts and child protective services into the largest civil rights and human rights epidemic in human history. It is responsible for the unchecked abuse and trafficking of 80 to 90% of the American public. This also violates the treaty that we call the U.S. Constitution and destroys the cultures of our families that are ripped apart by this system. And as a Native father, even ICWA can't protect us from this system.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm a resident of LA, community advocate with Young Women's Freedom Center. I have been directly impacted by what you call a system in your eyes. But to us, the people you see here today, it's a form of oppression that's only growing at the end of the cash tags with the billion-dollar Bs. I mean, especially where if we're leaving it in your fate, if we're leaving our fate in your hands. Are you feeling the fire burn under your feet like we do every time there's a change of plans on your end of this land? The board currently in the office here today doesn't make unity-based decision when it comes to our funds. Trouble don't always last long when it comes to God's righteous people. I oppose this budget and urge you truly invest in Care First Jail's last budget.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Urban Peace Institute, Elliott Uprising Coalition, and Reimagine LA Coalition. We are in a moment of crisis in LA County, one that we have not encountered before, and that is the direct result of incorrigible malfeasance by probation, the Sheriff's Department, and DCFS. We have a juvenile hall operating illegally for nearly a year at this point, and these youth still experience abuse and violations of their rights inside. We need a paradigm shift, and we need to fund care. I personally am exhausted of coming in here year after year after year, questioning the inane bureaucracy that results in issues like $200 million of unspent CFCI funds while people struggle with steady housing and lack of mental health supports, demanding for the CEO to divert dollars out of probation into youth justice reimagining efforts and seeing no substantive changes. Community safety looks like investing more than a measly $7 million per year into trauma prevention initiative. I've gotten to know many of our CVI superheroes who put their lives on the line daily to bring safety to our Black and brown communities, and they are the reason we have seen a 50% decrease in gang-related homicides and shootings between 2023 and 2024 in LA City. Community safety looks like ensuring residents of color, low-income residents, immigrants have access to public defense, particularly in the wake of Prop 36 and the election of DA Hochman. It looks like cutting at the barest of minimums, $11.3 million of taxpayer money that is sitting in vacant positions in probation's department's budget and reinvesting them in diversion and wraparound reentry services. It looks like what we do every day, how we show up for each other, how we heal each other. Hochman talked about kids who have done the most serious things, but what he left out is those same kids have experienced the most serious violence, trauma, neglect imaginable, and we have not invested in them like they deserve and they need. Listen to the brilliant voice.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Community violence interventionist with Toberman Neighborhood Center. I figured the best way to advocate for CVI funding would be to lay out what we do day in and day out to keep Los Angeles safe as intervention workers. Monday morning last week, my partner and I provided safe passes to 1,600 students heading to school in fear after threats of a shooting was posted online. Monday afternoon, we sat down with members from rival communities to discuss and uphold fragile peace agreements in hopes to hold back the tide of recidivism. Tuesday morning, we met with a local store owner looking for reassurance after his store window was shot out in a drive-by shooting. Tuesday night at 9 p.m., I received a call from a community member who asked for help to feed her kids so they wouldn't go to bed hungry. Saturday morning, 2 a.m., we sprung from our beds to stand with the grieving parents at a murder scene of their youngest son after he was gunned down heading home from a night out with his fiancée. I lay this before you to show how we as peacekeepers are so uniquely integrated into Los Angeles' public safety that I find it perplexing that we still have to beg for proper funding when all the data proves that the work is working. I would employ all of you to think hard on what public safety in Los Angeles would truly look like without sustainable community violence intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Liberation Fund and the Los Angeles Youth Uprising Coalition. This is not business as usual. This is not business as usual. We have federal attacks on Los Angeles by Trump, and your response is to cut funding for youth communities and make negligible cuts to probation and the sheriffs. Meanwhile, as many speakers have pointed out, it's the largest sexual assault settlement in history, bigger than the Catholic Church. But Feezy at Davenport, you want to cut accountability measures for probation. We want to leave it up to the Sheriff's Department to let us know how they're going to cut funds. It's unacceptable. And I might need some help on this one, but it is our duty to fight for freedom. In the spirit of Assata Shakur, we ask that you put care first. In the spirit of John Horton and Brian Diaz, we ask, how long will we have to come back here and tell you to give the kids to us? To allow them to come home, to reallocate that money to communities and to parents. Instead of being in probation department that continues to sexually assault and abuse young people. It's asinine, it's crazy, and it's wild to see that we can all just sit here on the board and receive the CEO's recommendations as that's acceptable and adequate.
Next speaker, please.
Great. Sorry. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Danielle Lafayette. I am the Executive Director of Unite a Nation and a proud member of the Reimagine LA Coalition. I am a Year 1 CFCI grantee speaking on item 63. I am a native of South Los Angeles, and I have experienced divestment my entire life. I am also a mother of 2 sons, raising them in the same community I grew up in. I still live here because I believe in building South LA, but it is heartbreaking to see that after all these years, not much has changed to make our neighborhoods sustainable for the people who already live here. So I have to ask why? Why aren't you listening to us? Why don't you hear us? Are you too far removed from the reality that we face? Are you not bothered by what you see on our streets? Should you have to go hungry or homeless to understand? Should you have to worry every quarter about whether you'll be paid like many of us do before you act differently? Meanwhile, the county keeps creating more departments instead of fully funding the nonprofit organizations that are already doing the work. If probation has over 1,000 vacancies, why not fund 1,000 community positions in Black-led organizations like ours, where the work is already being done? Year 1 grantees like ours were burdened with requirements, data entry, payroll, HR, audits, taxes, administration, without fully funding.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes our time for public comment on these items.
Executive Officer, please announce what we're going to be voting on.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Chief Executive Officer Feezy Davenport will now introduce item 63.
Thank you, Executive Officer
Supervisors, agenda item number 63 consists of 5 reports back by my office as directed by your board, addressing a range of topics and funding issues. They include affordable housing, public health, Represent LA, economic resilience, and La Casa funding for transitional age youth and prevention. I'm happy to answer any questions that your board may have regarding these reports.
Seeing no questions, item 63 is before us to receive and file these reports. If there are no objections, that will be the order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on to item number 64. Item number 64 is the Auditor Controller's final budget adjustment for fiscal year 24-25. This is largely an administrative and technical adjustment needed to close out fiscal year 24-25's budget. The Auditor Controller, Mr. Oscar Valdez, is available to answer any questions that the board may have on this item.
All right. Hearing no questions, item 64 is before us. Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Supervisors. Moving on to item number 65. Item number 65 is the Department of Health Services final budget adjustments for fiscal year 24-25. These 3 appropriation adjustments are administrative and technical adjustments needed to close out the department's fiscal year 24-25 budget. There are 3 actions being recommended. The first action is to approve the year-end appropriation adjustment for the Department of Health Services. The second action is to approve an appropriation adjustment to realign funding within the Measure B Special Revenue Fund. And finally, the third action is to approve appropriation adjustments to adjust long-term receivables for the cost-based reimbursement clinics, the enhanced payment program, the quality incentive program, and managed care rate supplement revenues at various DHS facilities. The Director of Health Services, Dr. Galley, is available to answer any questions your board may have on this item.
Hearing no questions, item 65, sections 1 through 3 are before us. Moved by Supervisor Horvath. I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on to item number 66. Item 66 is the Auditor Controller's budget resolution supplementing the fiscal year 25-26 budget, which was adopted on June 23, 2025. This resolution establishes the actual fund balance for all budgetary funds since the adopted budget included estimated fund balance amounts. The Auditor Controller, Mr. Oscar Valdez, is here and is available to answer any questions you may have.
Seeing no questions, item 66 is before us. Moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve this item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on to item number 67. Item number 67 reflects my office's fiscal year 25-26 supplemental budget recommended adjustments to the 25-26 adopted county budget and provides authorization to execute a funding agreement. There are 2 actions being recommended by my office. One, the first action is to adopt the supplemental changes to the county's fiscal year 25-26 adopted budget as reflected on the attachments to the board letter. The second action is to authorize the Director of Beaches and Harbors to execute a funding agreement with the Marine Mammal Care Center in an amount not to exceed $600,000 to provide year-round rescue and rehabilitation services for standard marine mammals throughout Los Angeles County. I'm happy to address any questions that you may have regarding the supplemental budget request. Otherwise, this item is before you.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you. When we had the Marine Mammal Center here and we talked about the motion, we talked about them raising it, us trying to help them identify fundraising dollars. Do we know what or how much was raised? Because I think we were going to try to get them to 600, but didn't want to have to put all county dollars in it.
Yes, Supervisor, I do remember that discussion. I do not have that information at my fingertips. We are recommending this particular item because it was considered ready for implementation and funding under the Fiscal Resilience Protocol.
So if someone from your department or our own fund development department can get back to me to find out how much was raised, because we strongly encourage them and even tried to help.
Yes,
So that'd be
I remember
helpful.
that discussion. We will do that, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Hearing no other questions, item 67, sections 1 and 2 are before us. Moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. To approve the item, Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Down to our last item, item number 68. Item number 68 is the final item in the fiscal year 25-26 supplemental budget. This is the Auditor Controller's final budget resolution, which confirms the supplemental changes to the county budget for fiscal year 25-26 for all items that were approved today. The Auditor Controller is available to answer any of your questions that you may have.
Seeing no questions, item 68 is before us. Moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Solis. To approve the item, Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn? Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Now we're going to call up item number 19. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I also just got a note on the last issue I raised. Hermosa Beach committed $35,000, Redondo Beach $60,000. Organization asked Manhattan Beach to commit $50,000. So I'm hoping some of the other coastal cities will step up and do the same. Just putting that out there in the universe. So thank you. The motion seeks to remove barriers for individuals with hearing loss so they can fully engage in their lives and in our community. And I want to acknowledge the departments that have helped shape this initiative, particularly the Department of Aging and Disabilities and the Department of Economic Opportunity. But most importantly, I want to thank the Commission on Disabilities, who's been vital in developing this idea and steering our county toward greater accessibility. Today's motion directs our two departments to develop a closed captioning ordinance for unincorporated LA County that will require businesses and public facilities to activate captions on their televisions. The motion aims to address a simple but critical gap in accessibility. Since over 800,000 residents in Greater LA have some level of hearing loss, and we are home to 1/3 of California's entire autism population. Research has shown that closed captioning doesn't just help those who are deaf or hard of hearing, it also benefits people suffering from autism, those taking medications that affect hearing, English language learners, and anyone in noisy environments. When captions are on, all benefit. An inclusive society is a stronger society, and accessibility lifts all of us. This motion takes a thoughtful, partnership-driven, and education-first approach. Efforts have been successful in several other jurisdictions that have already implemented a similar ordinance. One simple action, activating captions, can remove barriers from multiple communities facing systemic challenges. Again, people with disabilities, immigrants navigating language access, and neurodivergent individuals. When we center those most impacted by barriers to information access, we create solutions that improve life for everyone. So I look forward to the report back in 90 days to see how that's implemented. I'd like to thank the ASL translators who have been with us all day, Rosalind Hyatt, Amanda Rose, and Catherine White. Thank you so much for making today's meeting accessible to those who are hearing impaired. With that, Madam Chair, I ask for an aye vote.
Okay, any other members? No one wishing to speak. Let's go to public comment.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Byron Jose, Michael Aguin. As a final reminder for remote participants, to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 19, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Caller with phone number 323-684, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Hi, good afternoon, supervisors. I want to thank you for putting this motion in effect. My name is Carlos Benavides. I want to say I'm in favor of it because I want to acknowledge that deaf and hard of hearing community has equal access to news, emergency, and general communications when it's going into effect. Captions serve as a valuable tool for individuals learning English, allowing them to read along and connect with spoken word to text. It also improves comprehension, attention, and memory for viewers of all ages. It benefits children and adults developing literacy skills as well as people with certain neurodivergent conditions. And it also, if this ordinance passes, the county meets a higher standard of accessibility and reinforcements to the principle of inclusiveness, communication, and all residents and visitors regardless of abilities. So with that, I want to thank all you supervisors, and hopefully you will be able to pass this motion.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for item 19 is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hold on. My name is Michael again. Agent, and I live in District 2, and I live in the area of Compton, in the ASL club. I'm involved with the ASL club in Compton, and I approve the motion for closed caption because the general public and in various centers, because it'll provide access for many deaf people who live in the county of LA. And not only that, it allows people with disabilities, hidden disabilities, mental issues, and autism, and people who speak English as a second language, they can also be included in that. So we want that access of closed caption. It's needed for many different people, and it'll give people a better experience, first of all. And as well, it'll give people the opportunity to have more exposure to educational language, to the culture, and that everyone can work together and be unified. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. Item 19 is before you.
Thank you. It'll be moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Executive Officer.
We will now move on to public comment on items not held by supervisors, including the closed session matter. We will also take general public comment at this time. Please note that closed session item 2 will be continued 1 week to October 7th, 2025. Also, Supervisor Horvath releases her hold on item number 21, and it will also be taken at this time. These consent items will be acted upon with one motion. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on these items, please use the raise hand feature if you are online, or press *3 if on the telephone. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Adal Rios, Anna Grande, Andrew Burns, B. Curell, Byron Jose, Cedric White, Chichi Navarro, Claudia Ribolar, David Diaz, David Hansen, Diana Molina, Derek Steele, Dr. Ezra Mohammed, Dr. Critical Truth Bay, Iba Lay, Eric McCoy. We will now go to remote callers. Roy Humphreys, your line is open. Please begin.
Okay, thank you for all the good things you do, and thank my wife who allows me my effort to bring truth, integrity, and pride to the good parts of America. The dictionary definition of fascism states an extreme right-wing political system or attitude that favors a strong central government, which we have to actually change that to the left wing, because that's exactly what has happened in California, and we have a testimony that was the Babylon B court decision with your friend there, Gavin Newsom, and what's stating on that. And all of the other legislation that has come out of our Sacramento government with all this left-winging, restricting everything. And of course, you want to chop off penises, deny parental rights, and all that other stuff. All the thing we have is one school district that is challenging states because they haven't got the funds to champion the right attitude towards American freedom and so
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Caller with phone number 818-645, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Thank you. It's Eric Previn from Studio City. And I was right. Public comment is about 5 o'clock. I wrote about this last week. I mean, this is where you get to see the supervisors showing up for work and rolling up little sleeves and doing the hard work of moving around the funding in such a way that hopefully most of the good county employees will survive. This is a big victory for Davenport, who pushed through all the little tweaks, and here we are. But the thing that I would really urge you to do regarding your promise about decarcerating and fixing probation is to shut down the camps. I know it sounds crazy, but it's the only way to go. It is the only way to go. So once again, step forward, make good on the promise, and let's get Ferrer down here for a nice presentation.
Thank you.
We can do it the way we...
Christina Cortez, your line is open. Please begin. Christina Cortez, your line is open. Please begin.
Hello, everybody. This is Cristina Cortez on item 14. I am a member of the Domestic Violence Homeless Services Coalition to support Supervisor Solis's motion. Domestic violence and intimate partner violence are cross-sectoral issues that cannot be distinguished from homelessness, public safety, criminal justice system, women's rights, and LGBTQ rights. The numbers for survivors are stark. 95% of incarcerated women report histories of physical and sexual abuse. And in LA County, 42% of people experiencing homelessness report a history of domestic violence or intimate partner violence. For unaccompanied women, the rate is even higher at 60%. We urge the county to create a response that is survivor-centered, trauma-informed, culturally responsive, and that means stable funding, cross-sector collaboration, and workforce pathways to create lasting independence for survivors. Thank you all for your support for TV survivors in the county.
Thank you. Anthony Arenas, your line is open. Please begin.
The Justice LA Coalition and Dignity and Power Now, born and raised in Van Nuys. Since the start of 2025, 38 people have lost their lives in sheriff custody, and that's the fastest rate of in-custody deaths in the last 20 years, and over 1,800 letters have been sent to the Board of Supervisors to date this year alone, and some most recently to the Community Safety Implementation Team ahead of their presentation, and the community is still waiting for a timeline to close Men's Central Jail. Our county jails, particularly Men's Central Jails, are dungeons, conditions so dehumanizing you have the Attorney General suing the county, suing CHS, suing LASD, suing Luna. We have the community members going on 4 years attending court hearings for a loved one still languishing in jail pre-trial. We had Martin Ordonez, who died in custody just 3 days after arriving at Men's Central Jail.
Thank you. Caller, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Yes, Mel Bailey, District 2. I just wanted to put something on your head to consider, that it costs a lot less to retain employees than it costs to recruit. to recruit people, there's publications and you have to do background, and we've heard that discussion about some departments and background checks and then onboarding and testing and training and acclimating, and then hopefully everyone that you have recruited stays with the department, with the county, versus just retaining people, meaning you actually listen to the actual people that do the work, line staff, the line workers, no matter what department it is, and see what it is that they need your help with as the leaders of our county. And I just think that, a lot of the budget discussions would be saved if we allocate those funds to retention versus looking so much into recruitment. Thank you, and hope everyone has a beautiful evening.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 562-201, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Hi, Supervisors. My name is Chris Wilson with the Los Angeles County Business Federation. We are opposed to item number 61 and 62. While BizFed shares the intention of protecting hotel employees, these items do not accomplish that. 61 proposes extreme financial burdens on hotel operations at a time when hotels are already under a lot of financial pressure to operate. Item 62 will create even more confusion and uncertainty for employees during a time when agility is of paramount importance. We are particularly concerned that these items will burden employees with additional time and costs spent on compliance, expose them to litigation, and restrict businesses' ability to make employment decisions based on competency and skill set. For these reasons, we ask you to oppose items 61 and 62. Thank you, Supervisors.
Thank you. Amelia Vernon, your line is open. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Amelia Vernon, and I'm here on behalf of API Forward Movement to speak in strong support of item 21, the Urban Natureways motion. Urban Natureways will create a new park typology that transforms underutilized land into a connected network of green corridors. This motion is critical because the communities we serve face the daily impacts of air pollution, extreme heat, and limited access to green space. Residents consistently share that they want shaded sidewalks, bus stops that have shelter and seating, and protected crosswalks, especially near high-traffic main streets. These improvements would make daily life more accessible, healthier, and safer. Urban Natureways invests in green infrastructure that reduces extreme heat and connects neighborhoods. Most importantly, it prioritizes equity by focusing on communities most burdened by pollution and climate change. This is not just about parks, it's about public health, climate resilience, and quality of life for our communities. We urge the board to pass the Urban Natureways motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for these items is now concluded. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Go ahead.
Hello. I would like to say first to Holly Mitchell, nice to see you in person. I left several messages. I grew old leaving you voicemails when you was on the Coliseum and Figueroa. But nice to see you in person. How you doing, Holly Mitchell? I came to address the issue with my son being kidnapped from me from DCFS. I'm a single mother of 4. And this is my son, my only son. And I've been addressing this from DCFS. There's so many red flags, and my son should have never been separated from me. When are you guys going to address this issue? Because I'm being violently stalked by law enforcement agencies, and I've been through a lot, and there's evidence being suppressed. And so when am I going to get my son here, back to his family, me, his mom and dad? Because it was not a crime that was committed, and I'm still waiting. His birthday was August 19th, and every year I go through the same trauma, and he's being traumatized because of your guys' programs and government. I don't know if it's third parties now, private, public, or whatever it is called, but I mean, there's so much proof that these systems do not work, and I want to be part of abolishing it. And if there's true child abuse, they leave it in the law enforcement.
Supervisor Mitchell, we have somebody over here that can. Okay. Next speaker. Excuse me, next speaker.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker.
Next speaker, please begin.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Deanna Molina, and I'm here on behalf of the Trust for Public Land. We want to express our strong support for the Urban Natureways motion before you today. Los Angeles County is facing the realities of climate change every day, extreme heat, poor air quality in communities without access to safe, healthy public green spaces. At the same time, in many neighborhoods where land is scarce, building large traditional parks is no longer an option. That's why this motion is so critical. This is an opportunity to transform underutilized single-use infrastructure, especially flood control channels and utility corridors, into vibrant, multi-benefit greenway corridors. But most importantly, this motion is about equity. The county can once again put park-poor, underserved communities at the front of the line, places where families have historically been left out without green space and where the impacts of the heat and pollution are most felt most severely. By doing so, Los Angeles County can deliver the cooling, health, and recreational benefits that these communities urgently need. We urge you to adopt the urban waterways because this is about
Thank you. Next
Thank
speaker,
you.
please.
Yes, my name is Aba Laye. I'm the president of Whole Systems Learning. We are located in District 4 and in District 2, and I am in support of line 58 to protect Measure J. This is essential to organizations like mine that are funded by the JCOD Amity CFCI grants. Our 20,000 square foot youth center that's located in District 4, if anything happens to the Measure J funds, then us and the thousands youth that we are projected to serve our youth will be out on the street. We serve the most vulnerable youth, gang involved, gang impacted, probation youth, and we want to make sure that we're around to keep serving. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Jade Nguyen, a project manager with Nature for All and resident of the 1st District. I'm here in favor of item 15, establishing a green economy workforce development center at the Environmental Justice Center on the site of the former Puente Hills landfill. We at Nature for All are so excited that the EJ Center has broken ground and the county will be fulfilling this need in our community. We feel strongly about including our local community in the green jobs economy and the need to inform and connect our K through 12 youth and neighbors of all ages and abilities in these opportunities in the green workforce. Thank you for considering this investment in our community, and for these reasons and more, we support this motion. And then regarding item 21, we strongly support item 21 of the motion is to establish urban natureways. At Nature for All, we work to protect equitable access to nature while we also connect and protect our most vulnerable communities to public lands. This motion is a critical step forward and calls for a new typology.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is David Diaz. I'm the Executive Director of Active San Gabriel Valley. We're an environmental justice and public health nonprofit focused on creating more sustainable, equitable, and livable San Gabriel Valley. I'm here today to express my support for the Urban Natureways motion, item 21. Our organization started with a simple, family-friendly community bike ride around the Emerald Necklace, the San Gabriel River, and the Rio Hondo, where people had an opportunity to connect with each other and recreate. Traffic violence, sharing the road with cars, continues to be one of the top concerns of why people do not bike more often. And so greenways and natureways provide people with that opportunity to safely walk, bike, and roll to places of opportunity, and the opportunity to connect people and communities. Many of these channels, just like freeways, have divided our communities, and so it's time that we take this opportunity to reconnect people and communities through nature. So with that, please support the motion. Thank you for your time and attention. Have a good one.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Sheila Richardson, Exclusive Systems, and I am also former Supervisor Staff Assistant of this wonderful entity, 5th District. On last Thursday, I had the opportunity to communicate with DMH and their commission. It's a wonderful thing what DMH is doing. Lisa Wong and Janice Han, I am in favor for your motion for making October Disability Awareness Month. Wonderful. In my communications as Exclusive Systems President and CEO, constituents' concerns has always been my profession. It's just always what it is. I have some wonderful forms and a forms request. I would like each and every one of you to have a copy. Should you have any questions or concern and wish to order, by all means, I would like to see these forms in all of our departments. All of our departments and community, we have a very diverse community, and it's important that we understand the constituents' concerns. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Honorables supervisores, mi nombre es Joana Villamil y trabajo en el West en Buenaventura. Soy residente del distrito número 2. Les pido que apoyen al artículo 61 y 62, protecciones cruciales que los trabajadores necesitamos.
Honorable Supervisors, my name is Joanna Villamil, and I work at the Westin Bonaventure. I'm a resident of District 2, and I ask that you would support Articles 61 and 62, which are crucial protections as workers that we need.
Las recamareras como yo, que trabajamos solas en habitaciones de huéspedes o limpiando baños donde hay testigos ni cámaras, enfrentamos riesgos únicos de conductas amenazantes, incluyendo agresiones sexuales y otros delitos.
Housekeepers such as myself who work in hotel rooms, guest rooms, cleaning restrooms where there are no witnesses, neither cameras, confront risks that are unique. And they're threatening to us. It includes sexual aggression and other crimes.
Yo creo que merecemos herramientas para poder protegernos.
And I believe that we deserve tools in order to protect ourselves.
Con el artículo 62, garantizar que los trabajadores sean reincorporados cuando los hoteles cambien de dueños o hay un despido en sentido común.
With item number 62, it guarantees as workers that we will be reincorporated or rehired rather if the hotels change ownership. And also after, and that common sense will be put into practice.
Y saber que tendríamos la oportunidad de regresar de manera tranquila.
And that we would know we can go back to work in a calm manner.
Por favor, voten sí en ambas protecciones. Muchas gracias.
So please vote yes on both of these protections. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, supervisores. Mi nombre es Blanca Aldana y trabajo en Fort Point. Soy residente del Distrito 2.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Blanca Aldana, and I work in 4 Points. I'm a resident of District 2.
A las recamareras se nos asignan cuotas excesivas de limpieza de habitaciones y horas extras obligatorias inesperadas.
For housekeepers who are assigned excessive quotas for cleaning rooms, we have extra obligations and often unexpected increases in our hours.
Lo cual afecta nuestra capacidad de limpiar adecuadamente las habitaciones e interfiere con nuestras obligaciones familiares.
This affects our ability to effectively clean the rooms. It also interferes with our family obligations.
Las horas extras deben de ser voluntarias y se nos obliga a limpiar una cantidad excesiva de espacio.
So overtime should be voluntary if they are obligating us to clean an excessive quantity of rooms.
Más de 3,500 pies cuadrados durante un solo turno.
The limit of space cleaned should be 3,500 square feet during one shift.
Debemos ser recompensadas por esas cargas pasadas de trabajo.
We need to be compensated for these heavy burdens that we have at work.
Adoptar esta protección nos daría las herramientas para protegernos de agresiones sexuales y garantizar un pago justo por cargas de trabajo pasadas.
So adopting this protection would give us the necessary tools to protect us from physical assault and also to guarantee just wages for the heavy workload that we have.
Por favor, apoyen también la retención de trabajadores, artículo 62. Muchas gracias.
Please also support item 62, which guarantees that workers would stay on board. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Honorables supervisores, mi nombre es María Alday y trabajo en Collar Marina del Rey por 3 años.
Honorable supervisors, my name is Maria Alday, and I have worked at Courtyard Marina del Rey for over 3 years.
Apoyo el número 61 y 62.
I support numbers 61 and 62.
El trabajo de recamareras es muy diferente.
The work of housekeepers is very different.
Prácticamente nos obligan a trabajar todos los cuartos que nos han dado.
They practically obligate us to work all the different rooms that they've assigned us to.
A veces no agarro mis break por completar mis cuartos.
Sometimes I don't take my breaks so that I can complete my rooms.
Es muchísimo los cuartos que nos dan.
It's a whole lot of rooms that they give us.
Esta ley, por favor, esta ley es sorry. Este ley nos da una paz y
So this law, this law would give us some peace,
y nos complace a ustedes, por favor, voten sí.
and it would be we would be very grateful for you. So please vote yes.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hola, muy buenas tardes, honorables supervisores. Mi nombre es Graciela Gómez.
Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. My name is Graciela Gomez.
Y trabajo en el Yun Hotel.
I work in Yun Hotel,
Soy residente del Distrito 2.
and I'm a resident of District 2.
Por favor, apoyen los artículos 61 y 62.
Please support items 61 and 62.
La mayoría de los trabajadores de hotel somos mujeres inmigrantes de color.
The majority of hotel workers are immigrants, and we are women of color.
Y estamos pidiendo protecciones básicas en el lugar de trabajo que ya existen en otras ciudades como Santa Mónica.
We are asking for basic work protections which already exist in other cities such as Santa Monica,
Long Beach, la ciudad de Los Ángeles,
the city of Los Angeles,
West Hollywood,
and
Glendale. Y estamos pidiendo ser protegidas contra agresiones sexuales y otras conductas amenazantes.
We're asking that you would protect us against sexual assaults and other threatening behaviors.
Y asegurar que se nos compense justamente
and ensure that we will be justly compensated
por cargas pesadas de trabajo.
For heavy workloads.
Por favor, pónganse de nuestro lado, aprobando tanto la política integral de protección.
So please be on our side, supporting a holistic political, a holistic policy of protection.
Para los trabajadores de hotel, como la ordenanza de retención del trabajador.
For the hotel workers and also the ordinance to protect workers that they may stay hired.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hola, mi nombre es Sandra Díaz. Trabajo para el Westin LAX.
Hi, my name is Sandra Diaz and I work for the Westin LAX.
Por favor, voten sí a los artículos 61 y 62.
Please vote yes on items 61 and 62.
Durante lo peor de la pandemia, este condado adoptó la retención de trabajadores.
During the worst part of the pandemic, this county adopted that workers could not be fired.
Y el derecho a ser recontratados.
And that they would have the right to be rehired.
Pero estas protecciones siguen siendo necesarias.
But these protections continue to be necessary.
En las jurisdicciones vecinas se asegura que cuando los hoteles se renuevan,
in the neighboring jurisdictions, they ensure that when hotels are renewed,
o se venden, los trabajadores pueden regresar.
or when they're remodeled or sold, that the workers can come back.
Por favor, eliminen la cláusula de vencimiento en la retención de trabajadores.
So please eliminate the expiration clause in the workers in this ordinance for workers.
Para que personas como yo podamos regresar a nuestros trabajos.
So that people like myself can go back to our jobs.
Si nuestros lugares de trabajo pasan por uno de estos cambios,
if one of our workplaces goes through one of these changes.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hola, buenas tardes, supervisores. Mi nombre es Verónica Torres. Soy un miembro activo de la comunidad del Valle de San Fernando, especialmente del noroeste del Valle.
Hello, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Veronica Torres, and I'm an active member of the Northeast Valley of San Fernando Valley.
Y estoy aquí para expresar mi firme apoyo a la moción de Urban Natural Ways. Esta moción invierte en la infraestructura ecológica que mejora la calidad del aire.
I'm here to express my firm support of the motion called Urban Nature Ways. This motion invests in ecological infrastructure which improves our air quality.
y conecta a nuestros vecindarios.
And it connects our neighborhoods.
Como miembro activo de Pacoima Beautiful, soy una firme defensor del proyecto de Pacoima Wash.
As an active member of Pacoima Beautiful, I am a firm defender of the Pacoima Wash project.
Y les insisto a que aprueben esta moción para apoyar la gran medida y los esfuerzos y la visión del proyecto.
And I insist that you improve this motion, that you support the great efforts that have been made and the vision that this project has.
Se trata de la salud pública, la resiliencia climática, la calidad de vida en nuestros familiares y vecindarios.
It is about public health. It is about climatic resilience, and it is about the quality of life in our families and for our neighbors.
Les exhorto a que prueben la moción Urban Nature Ways.
I exhort you to approve this Urban Nature Ways motion.
Es hora de invertir en nuestro condado de Los Ángeles, más verde, más saludable, más conectados para todos.
It is time to invest in a greener, healthier, and more connected LA County for everyone.
Muchas gracias por escucharme.
Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Madrigal, soy residente del Condado de Los Ángeles.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Madrigal, and I am a resident of LA County.
Esta moción es muy importante porque nos da más oportunidad de plantar más árboles en áreas que lo necesitan más.
This is a very important motion. It gives us more opportunities to plant more trees in areas that need them more.
Plantar más áreas verdes a lo largo del Pacoima Wash.
And to plant more green areas along the Pacoima Wash.
Como comunidad, podemos limpiar el área. Esto beneficiaría la comunidad del Valle de San Fernando.
As a community, we are able to clean up the area, and this will benefit the San Fernando Valley.
Pedimos a las supervisoras que pasen la moción para poder tener un proceso mejor.
We ask the supervisors to please approve this motion so that we may have a better process.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hola, buenas tardes, audiencia y supervisores presentes. Mi nombre es Nora Rosete, soy de Pacoima.
Hello and good afternoon to the audience and the supervisors who are here. My name is Nora Rosete and I'm from Pacoima.
Vengo a compartir con ustedes una petición muy importante para mí, mi familia y para nuestra comunidad.
I'm here to share with all of you a very important request for me, for my family, and for our community.
Necesitamos más espacios verdes y limpios.
We need more green and clean spaces.
Estos lugares no solo nos permiten convivir, sino también mantenernos saludables y respirar un aire más limpio.
These spaces do not only allow us to have togetherness, but they also permit us to be healthy and to breathe air that is cleaner.
Durante años hemos solicitado apoyo al Pacoima Wash.
For many years, we have been asking for support for Pacoima Wash.
Pero lamentablemente vemos que los proyectos empiezan y después se detienen.
But unfortunately, we see that the projects start, but then they get held up.
Esto nos desanima y entristece porque sabemos lo valioso que son para nuestro bienestar.
This discourages us, this saddens us, because we know how important they are for our well-being.
Hoy me dirijo a ustedes porque confío en que tienen el poder de lograr este cambio.
So I direct myself to you today because I know you have the power to achieve this change.
Sé que con su apoyo podemos hacer realidad lo que tanto hemos pedido.
I know that with your support, we can realize what we have asked for so long.
Con esta acción lograremos que más familias estén unidas, saludables y felices.
With this action, we will be able to achieve that more families will be united, healthy, and happy.
Muchas gracias por su atención y por escucharme.
Thanks so much for your attention and for listening to me.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Mauda Ruiz, vengo de Pacoima.
Good afternoon, my name is Mauda Ruiz and I am from Pacoima.
En lo personal me gustaría tener más árboles para obtener sombra en espacios necesarios como en Pacoima Wash.
So personally, I would like to have more trees to be able to obtain shade in necessary spaces such as Pacoima Wash.
necesitamos más árboles porque son necesarios para nuestra salud mental y así respirar aire más saludable.
We need more trees. They're necessary for our mental health, and that way we can breathe cleaner air.
Es muy importante para mí y mi comunidad y sé que ustedes pueden hacer esto posible. Muchas gracias por su atención.
It's very important for me and my community, and I know that you are able to make this possible. Thanks so much for your attention.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas tardes a todos en general. Estoy aquí para apoyar la moción 21.
Good afternoon to all of you in general, and I'm here to support motion number 21.
Me llamo José Luis Salas. Soy una persona que ha estado viviendo en la ciudad de Pacoima, California, varios años, donde nacieron y crecieron mis hijos.
And my name is Jose Luis Salas, and I have been living in the city of Pacoima for quite a few years. My children were born and raised there.
Estoy aquí para pedirles al condado, a las organizaciones, trabajen en el proyecto, revisarlo, analizarlo.
So I'm here to ask you in the county and the organizations that are working on this project to take a look at it, to analyze it.
Y de acuerdo con los cambios que sean necesarios, darle la aprobación para firmarlo.
And according to whatever changes might be necessary, approve it and be able to sign off on it.
Esto facilitaría la construcción de parques y áreas verdes que ayudarían a mejorar el medio ambiente.
This would facilitate the building of parks and green areas, and this would improve the environment.
Tenemos áreas como Pacoima y Wash que no se han utilizado hoy. Estas podrían ser utilizadas a la comunidad.
We have areas such as Pacoima Wash, and they're not being used today, and these could be very useful for our community.
Al construir parques ayudarían a las familias a mejorar la salud
So building parks would help our families to improve their health.
con caminatas. También servirían como pistas de bicicleta para trasladarse a las escuelas en el área.
So they would have walking paths. They would also have bike paths. It would be useful for them to go to school that way.
También se evitarían que algunas personas tiren basura en estas áreas, mandándolos.
It would avoid people throwing trash in those areas as well.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Roxanne Rivas. I serve as the Deputy Director of Capital Projects and Planning for Pacoima Beautiful, and I am a lifelong resident of the 3rd District. First, I want to thank our Supervisor, Lindsay Horvath, for bringing forward this visionary motion to establish urban natureways. You have heard today from our community members, and you can hear the importance in their voice of this motion for us. Communities like mine in the Northeast San Fernando Valley have been advocating for safe, green, and accessible corridors for decades, and today's motion recognizes the opportunity to repurpose underutilized infrastructure into vibrant community spaces. As you move to implement this new park typology, I urge the county to prioritize cross-departmental collaboration right away. The success of urban natureways will depend on the ability of Parks and Recreation, Public Works, and Flood Control District and Planning to work in concert to prepare projects that are truly shovel-ready. Funding is available, but only if we are ready to act. Measure A, Measure W, and soon Prop $4.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board and members of the public. Sarah Rusclone. I'm here on behalf of the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority. As you may know, MRCA is dedicated to the preservation and management of local parkland, open space, wildlife habitat, coastal access, and watershed lands throughout LA County. And it is a joint powers authority that currently owns and operates over 80,000 acres of open space. Being a JPA with the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy and other government partners, MRCA is no stranger to partnering with government. MRCA is also comprised of park planners, facilities and park maintenance staff, wildland firefighters, and sworn peace officers, otherwise known as rangers. This motion is long overdue, and we're thrilled and happy to support the new classification of urban natureways, which will streamline permitting, which is often a barrier to progress. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, and board members. We urge your support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosa Ruiz. I am a long member of District 3. I grew up all over the city of the Valley of San Fernando. I remember walking long days to get home, to get to school, and I feel these type of new category of parks will support many of these many students like mine that do not have parents to pick them up and be able to get to places to their school and to get to other places. Not only will this support the low amount of parks that we have in our area, but also being able to make the County of LA more walkable by having more shade is usually the most reason why people do not walk 5 minutes. Is not really the time, it's the shade, it's the space, and the welcoming of locations like these. So I urge the other supervisors to vote yes onto this motion 21. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment for these items.
All right, moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve these items.
Madam Chair, I have to read all the items.
Oh, you're going to have to read them all. Okay, I thought you read them off before.
The following items are before you, Madam Chair, members of the board: 2 through 18, 20 through 40, 42 through 49, 51 through 53, 54B, 54D, and 54E, 58 through 60, items 61 and 62 with Supervisor Barger abstaining from the vote. 1D, item 2D with Supervisor Mitchell recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308, and to continue CS2 to October 7, 2025. These items are before you.
And Supervisor Horvath, you wanted to make a comment?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank our friends from Unite Here who have been here advocating. I know you've been here all day, but you've been advocating for long before, and congratulations on your success. I want to also thank our friends from Pacoima Beautiful who are here. Thank you for your organizing, for your commitment and engagement with our Parks and Recreation Department. All of you being here, staying this whole time, knowing that your motions were going to pass, and still wanting to voice your support really speaks to your commitment to the work, and I just want to thank you for being here.
All right, so now moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn? Aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger? Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, we will now, there are no specials, so we will now move to adjournments. We will start with Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
If you could leave quietly so we can finish up the board, please. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to adjourn today in the memory of Gloria Janae Baptiste Young. Gloria was a beloved member of the county family and resident of Rancho Palos Verdes. Gloria began her distinguished career with the County of Los Angeles in April 2002 as an intermediate typist clerk in the Department of Child Support Services. She rose through the ranks, serving in the Department of Children and Family Services, LA County Library, and ultimately being promoted to Administrative Services Manager 1 with the Department of Auditor Controller, where she oversaw the Disability Management and Compliance Unit. Her exemplary service included supporting employees with their protected leave needs, workplace accommodations, and ergonomic support, all the while leading with kindness, unwavering enthusiasm, and a deep sense of service. Her team fondly remembers a phrase she often shared that exemplifies her dedication to her work. We have to love what we do because we must give our very best to the people we serve. Beyond her professional achievements and unwavering dedication, Gloria lived a rich life rooted in faith. She enjoyed fitness, singing, dancing, and treasured time with her family. She shared her gifts of song and praise, dancing with her church community with her warmth, energy, and devotion left a lasting impression. Gloria will always be cherished for her compassion, joy, laughter, and her unwavering devotion to family and service to God. Gloria is survived by her husband, Thaddeus, and countless family members and friends. Is it all members since she's a county employee? And I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of John Schinnerer, who was 96 when he passed away. John was the founder of the Silver Fox Bar in Long Beach. He was one of the last of the pioneering people to open a gay business in the 1980s. Together with his late partner, Ron Waddell, they provided a safe space for the LGBTQ community during a time when the only place you could be freely gay was at gay bars. And during the HIV crisis, John and Ron provided the community center with funds to stay afloat, and the Silver Fox became a place of solace and a place to grieve those who were lost to HIV. John was active in the bar into his 90s, and today the Silver Fox continues to be one of the premier LGBTQ bars in all of Long Beach. John is survived by so many friends and the community. And I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Ismail Ayaya Uribe, a former DACA recipient who died at the age of 39 while in ICE custody in Adelanto, California. Ismail arrived in the United States when he was 4 years old and grew up in Orange County. The U.S. was the only country that he knew and considered it his home. Ismail was detained by ICE at the Fountain Valley Auto Wash, where he worked for 15 dedicated years. He was transferred to Adelanto Detention Center, and while in that facility, his health declined. He suffered from an untreated abscess and ultimately lost his life. Ishmael is survived by his parents, his brother, his nephew, and his niece. This was particularly hard to read about because I know when I was in Congress, and I'm sure you too, Supervisor Solis, this country united behind the one population that we believed deserved to be here, and that was our children who were brought here by their parents, and this is the only country they know. And to see this arrest, detention, and then death is particularly upsetting to all of us.
I'd like to join you in that one.
Thank you. And so as this is not, his story is not unique. Immigration detention centers across the nation have had a 57% increase in deaths over the same period in 2024. So I'd like to adjourn in the memory of the other 15 immigrants who lost their life this year during ICE raids while being detained by ICE. And with some exceptions, many of the health-related deaths while in the detention facilities could have been avoided if proper medical attention would have been given to the detainees sooner. Jaime Alanis, who fell from a greenhouse roof trying to escape. Roberto Carlos Montoya Valdez, who ran onto the 210 freeway and struck by a car trying to escape. Lorenzo Patrice Vargas, Chao Feng Ji, who committed suicide while he was in custody. Tien Phan, Isidro Perez, Johnny Noviello, Jesus Molina Veja, Abelardo, Avanaida Delgado, Marie Blase, Non Wen, Brian Rayon Garzon, Maxime Chernak, Sarawit Dajin, and Henry Ruiz Guillen. Yes, thank you. All members.
I have one adjournment. I want to move today in memory of Andrea Zinder, an extraordinary labor leader who passed away on Saturday at the age of 67. Andrea began her career at the National Labor Relations Board, where she investigated unfair labor practices and championed workers' rights. Later, she served as Director of Research and Collective Bargaining for UFCW Local 770 in Los Angeles, applying her expertise in contract negotiations and labor policy. In 1997, Andrea joined UFCW Local 324, where she served as chief negotiator for many of the local labor contracts. Her dedication and skill earned her election as Secretary-Treasurer of UFCW Local 324 in 2003, and in 2019, she was elected their president. Under her leadership, UFCW Locals 324's more than 22,000 members, which include supermarket grocers, retail clerks, pharmacists, pharmacy technicians, Disney cast members, food processing workers, parking attendants, and lab scientists, achieved a historic contract improvement. More recently, she worked to win a three-year contract with major supermarket chains in Southern California, such as Albertsons, Vons, Ralph's, Kroger, and Super A Foods. She was involved in a settlement approved earlier this month with the $233 million wage theft lawsuit filed by more than 51,000 Disneyland employees, ending a 6-year labor dispute. Colleagues remember her as the first to arrive on a picket line and the last to leave after marathon bargaining sessions. She led by example, mentoring emerging leaders, empowering membership voices, and holding firm to principles of fairness and dignity in the work. She's survived by her husband, James, her 2 sons, Benjamin and Joseph, stepson, Max Jordan, and 2 grandchildren and extended family. Her leadership, compassion, and tireless advocacy left an indelible mark on the labor movement in Southern California and beyond. May she rest in peace. Okay, fine. Okay, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask when we adjourn today that we adjourn in the memory of Florence Willis Downing. Mrs. Downing, who was my 4th grade teacher at 42nd Street Elementary School, was born on June 26, 1931 in Birmingham, Alabama, and passed away September 10th at the age of 94. She was a proud long-term resident of Windsor Hills. She attended the segregated public school system in Birmingham and graduated from Parker High School in 1948. While there, she met the love of her life, James Downing Jr. They married September 17, 1951, shortly before he enlisted in the United States Air Force and served in the Korean War, rising to the rank of Master Sergeant. After high school, Mrs. Downing enrolled at Miles College, where she earned a bachelor's degree and joined the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. In early 1954, the Downings migrated to LA with their infant son, James. They later welcomed their 2nd son, Philip, followed by their 3rd son, Christopher. Mrs. Downing continued her education at Cal State University Los Angeles, where she earned her teaching credential. During this time, the young couple worked hard and purchased their first homes in the historic West Adams neighborhood. They quickly became popular in the social life of Black LA. As the 60s began, the Downings purchased a home in the Windsor Hills community and were among one of the first African-American homeowners in this thriving neighborhood. In 1958, Mrs. Downing began her distinguished career with the Los Angeles United School District. Over the course of more than 50 years, she dedicated herself to educating and uplifting hundreds of students, helping them realize their full potential. She served not only as a teacher, but also as a coordinator, launching and managing computer labs, the Gifted and Talented program, and mentoring new teachers at Manhattan Place Elementary School. Her impact was profound. Her students included future political leaders, teachers, engineers, professional athletes, and many of whom continued to reach out to her long after graduation. She was deeply respected and admired as an educator. Beyond the classroom, Mrs. Downing was a member of the Originaires, a social club, and enjoyed hosting gatherings. She was a world traveler, visiting many continents, including Africa, Asia, Europe, and South America, with her friends and relatives. She also found joy in cooking for her family and shopping at antique stores. Mrs. Downing is survived by and will be deeply missed by her husband of 74 years, James, her 3 sons, James, Philip, and Christopher, daughters-in-law, Judge Marguerite Downing and Marguerite Denise and Sandra, her 8 grandchildren, 9 great-grandchildren, her sister-in-law, Nancy, her niece, Teresa, her nephew, Floyd, and a host of extended family, friends, and former students. When we adjourn today, I ask that we adjourn in memory of Patricia Ann Thomas. Mrs. Thomas was born on April 19, 1942, in Muskogee, Oklahoma, and passed away on August 30th at the age of 82 here in Los Angeles. Growing up, Mrs. Thomas was a gifted vocalist and pianist, actively participated in her school and church choirs. She received numerous awards, including winning first place in vocals at the Oklahoma State Baptist Convention. Mrs. Thomas graduated from Manual Training High School in Muskogee and later moved to Washington, D.C. before finally settling here in Los Angeles in 1963. That move marked the beginning of a remarkable career in public service. Mrs. Thomas dedicated over 30 years of service to the County of Los Angeles, beginning her career with the Communications Department, now known as Internal Services, where her unit played a key role in implementing the 911 emergency system, modernizing the switchboard, and introducing long-distance calling. In 1977, she became the first female accepted into an on-the-job training program to become a telecommunications consultant, a role she would ultimately go on to manage 8 years later. Under her leadership, the unit earned multiple awards for innovation from organizations such as Southern California Association of Government, the National Association of Counties, and LA County's Quality and Productivity Commission. Mrs. Thomas concluded her distinguished career as division chief, serving in that role from 1986 until her retirement in 1993. Her leadership extended beyond her department. In 1970, she joined the board of directors of local SCIU 660, where she served as a negotiator and helped secure maternity leave for county employees. Outside of her professional life, Mrs. Thomas was deeply committed to her faith and community. She joined St. Paul Baptist Church in 1987 and served in many capacities, including announcement clerk, trustee, chief financial officer, deaconess, member of the choir, and member of the Mothers Board. In 1999, she became the church's administrative manager and played a key role in establishing the Joel John Scholastic Academy. In January of 2024, Mrs. Thomas was diagnosed with ASL. She responded with courage and purpose, becoming an advocate for ASL awareness, organizing support groups for those living with the condition, and participated in annual ASL walks. Her photo was featured in the Black History Month edition, highlighting her strength and commitment. Above all, Mrs. Thomas considered her greatest accomplishment to be her role as a mother to Courtney and grandmother to Laon, who were her pride and joy. She leaves them behind to cherish her wonderful memory, as well as her siblings, Doris, Erica, and James, goddaughters, Paige and Amari, and a host of extended family and friends who will miss her dearly. Since she was a member of the county family, I ask that you all join me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Habib Khoury. It is with deep respect and sadness we remember his life as a devoted husband, loving father, and faithful servant in his work, who passed away recently. Habib was born in 1959 and in 1985 married his beloved wife, Katia. Together, they shared nearly 4 decades of marriage built on love, trust, and devotion. As a father, Habib sacrificed everything for his children, George, Tamir, and Lana, always putting their joy, education, and well-being above his own. He supported them in both great milestones, including graduations from top universities, and in the smallest everyday acts of love and care. His children will forever remember him as a source of strength, encouragement, and unconditional love. In his professional life, Habib worked in the travel industry, where he saw his work not simply as a job, but as a calling. He dedicated himself to serving pilgrims from around the world, transforming clients into lifelong friends through his hospitality, generosity, and dedication. Habib's legacy is one of love, sacrifice, and faithfulness. He will be remembered by his family, friends, and all who were blessed to know him as a man whose life was marked by devotion to his loved ones and service to his community, especially Christian Palestinians struggling for justice and peace. Habib was a close friend of Monsignor Lloyd Torgerson of St. Monica Catholic Community. I join the Monsignor and the St. Monica community in mourning the passing of this wonderful man. Thank you.
Thank you. All those will be taken in without objection. And I believe there is no closed session. It's been canceled. Pardon me? Yeah, it'll be continued, the item for closed session. And with that, that concludes today's meeting. Members, thank you everybody who has chimed in and been watching us, and those that came today. Our next regular meeting of the board will be held on Tuesday, October 7th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. Thank you very much. Buenas noches.
Welcome to today's groundbreaking ceremony for the Puente Hills Regional Park, which is the first Los Angeles County park in more than 35 years. Welcome.
This used to be a landfill, the largest landfill in the United States. Now it has, because of legislation that we passed that I carried years ago, almost 30 years ago, it has now been turned over to LA County Parks and Recreation. The beauty of this project is that we have investments. We've already secured funding for the first phase of the project. The first phase will have an environmental justice center to talk about conservation, sustainability, workforce training opportunities, and have young people and people from all walks of life come and learn the history of who lived here before, the natives, but also how it got transformed to a landfill and now one of the largest urban parks in this part of LA County.
When I drive by here after my career and see all the community engaging, and they have no idea about me or any of us, and they don't even know why it happened, right? But they're here learning, and their minds are being expanded and their lives are being improved because we made decisions today to create sustainability for the future.
Any good project takes at least 10 years, sometimes 20 years to come to fruition. So I'm just excited that we're at the start of this and hope that, you know, my even maybe a great-grandchild gets to enjoy it. It's really exciting.
I am so excited because it really did take a lot of effort on every level of government, from the federal government, the state government, and then local government. And it's going to open up space that is so needed because many of our communities are park poor. They will be able to walk trails, bike trails, a dog park. They'll have views, they'll have an amphitheater, but more importantly, they'll have a time to come and heal and also share that experience intergenerationally with their grandparents, with their mothers, with their brothers, with their sisters, with their pets, and it'll be available for the public.